Ever been caught speechless when you needed words most? The audiobook, Speak Like a Genius, How to Think Fast Before You Speak, transforms this common struggle into your competitive advantage. Discover how to organize thoughts instantly, respond brilliantly under pressure, and command any conversation with calm confidence. Without these skills, you'll continue missing opportunities when put on the spot, watching others advance while you search for words. Master this hidden mental game and watch as your influence, impact, and professional success dramatically accelerate. Chapter 1: Mental Rehearsal. Have you ever watched someone respond perfectly to a challenging question, wondering how they managed to sound so articulate and confident on the spot? Or perhaps you've experienced that sinking feeling after a conversation where you thought of the perfect response, but only after the moment had passed. The difference between those who speak with clarity and confidence versus those who stumble or freeze isn't necessarily natural talent. More often, it's preparation, specifically mental preparation. The most articulate communicators have a secret. They've already practiced the conversation in their minds before it ever takes place. This is mental rehearsal, the powerful technique of pre-experiencing conversations in your imagination before they happen in reality. It's the first and perhaps most fundamental skill in thinking fast before you speak, because it creates neural pathways that your brain can follow when the actual moment arrives. Consider this. Olympic athletes don't just physically train for their events. They spend countless hours visualizing themselves executing perfect performances. They imagine the feel of the starting blocks beneath their feet, the sound of the crowd, the sensation of crossing the finish line. When competition day arrives, their brains have already been there, making the actual performance feel like familiar territory. The same principle applies to speaking. By mentally rehearsing conversations, presentations, or difficult discussions before they occur, you're essentially programming your brain for success. You're creating a mental map that you can follow when the real conversation begins, allowing you to navigate with greater ease and confidence. But mental rehearsal isn't just about memorizing scripts. It's about preparing your mind to think quickly and respond effectively in the moment. It's about reducing the cognitive load during high-pressure situations so that your brain can focus on listening, processing, and responding with clarity rather than scrambling to formulate thoughts from scratch. The beauty of mental rehearsal lies in its accessibility. You don't need special equipment or dedicated space. You can practice it while commuting, before falling asleep, or during a quiet moment at your desk. All you need is your imagination and a few minutes of focused attention. Throughout this chapter, we'll explore how mental rehearsal works, why it's so effective, and how you can incorporate it into your daily routine to transform your speaking abilities. You'll discover that the path to speaking like a genius begins not with your mouth, but with your mind. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. The science behind mental rehearsal. What happens in your brain when you mentally rehearse a conversation? More than you might think. Neuroscience research has revealed something fascinating. When you vividly imagine yourself performing an action, your brain activates many of the same neural pathways that would fire during the actual experience. This phenomenon explains why mental rehearsal is so powerful. You're not just daydreaming, you're literally training your brain. When you imagine yourself speaking confidently in a meeting, responding skillfully to tough questions, or delivering a compelling presentation, your brain forms and strengthens the neural connections needed to perform those actions in reality. Dr. Sayan Bailock, a cognitive scientist who studies performance under pressure, has found that mental practice can be nearly as effective as physical practice in preparing for high-pressure situations. Her research shows that mentally rehearsing a speech or presentation can significantly reduce anxiety and prevent choking under pressure. This is because mental rehearsal helps familiarize your brain with the task at hand, making it feel less threatening when you actually face it. The amygdala, your brain's fear center, becomes less reactive when you've pre-experienced a situation, allowing your prefrontal cortex, responsible for higher-order thinking, to remain fully engaged. Mental rehearsal also helps with emotional regulation. By imagining yourself remaining calm and composed during challenging conversations, you're training your emotional responses along with your verbal ones. This emotional priming is crucial because anxiety and stress can significantly impair cognitive function and verbal fluency. Perhaps most importantly for our purposes, mental rehearsal helps organize your thoughts logically. When you mentally practice a conversation, you're not just rehearsing words, you're structuring ideas. You're creating mental frameworks that you can access quickly when needed, allowing you to speak with greater coherence and clarity. The science is clear. Mental rehearsal isn't just positive thinking or wishful visualization. It's a legitimate cognitive training technique that creates measurable changes in your brain's structure and function. By consistently practicing mental rehearsal, you're literally rewiring your neural pathways to support faster thinking and more articulate speaking. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Mastering the art of mental rehearsal. So how exactly do you practice mental rehearsal effectively? Let's break it down into practical steps that you can implement immediately. First, find a quiet space where you won't be interrupted. Close your eyes or soften your gaze to minimize visual distractions. Take a few deep breaths to center yourself and clear your mind. This creates the mental space needed for effective visualization. Next, clearly identify the speaking situation you want to rehearse. Be specific. Is it tomorrow's team meeting, an upcoming job interview, a difficult conversation with a colleague? The more precise you are about the context, the more effective your rehearsal will be. Now, create a vivid mental image of the setting. Where will this conversation take place? Who will be present? What will the room look like? Engage all your senses. Imagine the lighting, the temperature, the sounds in the background. This sensory richness makes the mental experience more realistic and therefore more effective. With the scene set, begin to imagine the conversation unfolding. See yourself speaking clearly and confidently. Hear your voice, its tone, pace, and inflection. Feel the sensations in your body as you speak. Relaxed shoulders, steady breathing, grounded posture. As you mentally rehearse, don't just focus on what you'll say. Also, imagine how others might respond and how you'll handle those responses. This is crucial for developing adaptability. Mental rehearsal isn't about memorizing a script. It's about preparing for various scenarios so you can respond fluidly no matter what happens. Pay particular attention to challenging moments. If you're rehearsing for a presentation, imagine someone asking a difficult question. If it's a negotiation, envision the other party pushing back on your proposal. Then see yourself handling these challenges with composure and clarity. Throughout this process, maintain a positive focus. Visualize success, not failure. See yourself communicating effectively, making your points clearly, and achieving your objectives. This positive framing helps build confidence and reduces anxiety. Remember to keep your mental rehearsal flexible. Don't get too attached to specific words or phrases. Instead, focus on key points and the overall flow of ideas. This flexibility allows you to adapt in the moment while still benefiting from your preparation. Finally, conclude your mental rehearsal by imagining a successful outcome. See the conversation ending positively, with your message understood and your objectives met. This positive endpoint reinforces your confidence and motivation. With regular practice, mental rehearsal becomes more natural and effective. You'll find that you can create increasingly detailed and realistic mental scenarios, further enhancing the benefits of this powerful technique. When and what to rehearse. Mental rehearsal can be applied to virtually any speaking situation, but it's particularly valuable for high-stakes or anxiety-provoking scenarios. Let's explore when and what to rehearse for maximum benefit. High-stakes presentations and speeches are obvious candidates for mental rehearsal. Before an important presentation, spend time visualizing yourself delivering your key points with clarity and confidence. Imagine the room, the audience, and their reactions. See yourself handling questions smoothly and maintaining composure throughout. Job interviews also benefit tremendously from mental rehearsal. Visualize yourself entering the room, making a strong first impression, and answering common questions articulately. Imagine different interviewers and various question styles so you're prepared for any scenario. Difficult conversations, whether with a colleague, boss, or client, are another prime opportunity for mental rehearsal. Imagine initiating the conversation calmly, expressing your perspective clearly, listening actively to the other person, and working toward a constructive resolution. Networking events and social gatherings, which can be anxiety-inducing for many, also warrant mental rehearsal. Visualize yourself introducing yourself confidently, engaging in meaningful conversations, and gracefully transitioning between groups. Even everyday interactions can benefit from brief mental rehearsal. Before a team meeting, take 30 seconds to visualize making your points clearly. Before a phone call, quickly imagine the conversation flowing smoothly. These micro-rehearsals take minimal time but can significantly enhance your communication. As for timing, the best approach is to incorporate both long and short rehearsal sessions. For major events like presentations or interviews, conduct longer, more detailed rehearsals several days in advance, then shorter refresher sessions as the event approaches. For everyday conversations, brief mental run-throughs right before the interaction can be highly effective. The key is to make mental rehearsal a regular habit. Like any skill, it improves with practice. The more you engage in mental rehearsal, the more natural and effective it becomes, until eventually it's an automatic part of your preparation process for any important communication. The fine line, avoiding over-preparation. While mental rehearsal is powerful, there's an important balance to strike. Over-preparation can sometimes lead to rigidity, making it difficult to adapt when conversations don't go exactly as imagined. Let's explore how to avoid this pitfall while still reaping the benefits of mental rehearsal. The goal of mental rehearsal isn't to memorize a script, but to develop prepared spontaneity, the ability to speak naturally and adapt in the moment while drawing on well-thought-out ideas. To maintain this flexibility, focus on rehearsing key points and general flow rather than specific wording. When mentally rehearsing, practice multiple versions of the same conversation. Imagine different questions being asked or various reactions from your audience. This trains your brain to be adaptable rather than fixated on a single expected outcome. Pay attention to your emotional state during mental rehearsal. If you notice anxiety about getting everything perfect, remind yourself that the purpose is preparation, not perfection. Real conversations are dynamic and unpredictable, and that's okay. Another strategy is to intentionally introduce unexpected elements into your mental rehearsals. Imagine someone interrupting you, the conversation taking an unexpected turn, or technology failing during a presentation. Then visualize yourself handling these situations calmly and effectively. Remember that mental rehearsal is meant to enhance your natural communication abilities, not replace them. Trust that even if things don't go exactly as rehearsed, the preparation you've done will still serve you well. You've built a reservoir of well-thought ideas to draw from, regardless of how the actual conversation unfolds. If you find yourself becoming too rigid in your thinking, try this exercise. After mentally rehearsing a conversation in detail, take a moment to imagine completely different approaches to the same situation. This helps maintain cognitive flexibility and prevents over-attachment to a single script. The sweet spot is prepared yet adaptable, having clear ideas about what you want to communicate while remaining open to the natural flow of conversation. With practice, you'll find this balance becomes more intuitive, allowing you to benefit from mental rehearsal without becoming constrained by it. Mental rehearsal in action, real-world applications. To truly understand the power of mental rehearsal, let's examine how it can be applied in various real-world scenarios. Imagine you have an important job interview next week. Instead of just reviewing potential questions, you spend 15 minutes each day mentally rehearsing the interview. You visualize entering the room confidently, making strong eye contact, and speaking clearly. You imagine answering challenging questions thoughtfully, highlighting your relevant experiences, and conveying your enthusiasm for the role. When the actual interview arrives, you feel a sense of déjà vu. You've been here before in your mind, and that familiarity translates to greater confidence and clarity. Or, consider a difficult conversation you need to have with a team member about performance issues. Through mental rehearsal, you practice initiating the conversation compassionately but directly. You imagine staying calm if they become defensive, reframing your feedback constructively, and working together towards solutions. When you actually have the conversation, you're able to stay focused on your key points while responding thoughtfully to their concerns, leading to a productive outcome. Perhaps you're preparing for a sales presentation to a potential client. Mental rehearsal allows you to practice not just your pitch, but also your responses to potential objections. You visualize connecting with each person in the room, conveying your value proposition clearly, and handling tough questions with confidence. During the actual presentation, when a client raises an unexpected concern, you're able to pivot smoothly because you've trained your brain to think quickly in this context. Even in everyday situations, mental rehearsal proves valuable. Before a team meeting where you need to propose a new idea, a quick mental run-through helps organize your thoughts and boosts your confidence. Before a networking event, briefly visualizing yourself engaging in meaningful conversations helps reduce social anxiety and improves your ability to connect authentically. The beauty of mental rehearsal is its versatility. Whether you're preparing for a formal presentation, a challenging negotiation, or simply a conversation where you want to express yourself clearly, this technique enhances your ability to think fast and speak articulately. For readers interested in developing a structured approach to communication mastery, our complete bundle offers this audiobook plus ebook, executive summary, and 2 specialized workbooks on storytelling and thinking frameworks. Resources designed to help you implement these powerful techniques consistently. Click the link in the pinned comment to secure your copy now. Integrating mental rehearsal into your daily routine. For mental rehearsal to truly transform your speaking abilities, it needs to become a consistent practice. Here's how to integrate it seamlessly into your daily life. Start by identifying natural opportunities for mental rehearsal throughout your day. Your morning commute, a few minutes before bed, or a short break between meetings can all be perfect times for quick mental practice sessions. Create triggers that remind you to practice. For example, make it a habit to mentally rehearse while waiting for your coffee to brew each morning, or set a daily calendar reminder to spend 5 minutes visualizing an upcoming conversation. Begin with short sessions, even just 2 to 3 minutes, and gradually extend the duration as you become more comfortable with the practice. Consistency matters more than length. Brief daily practice is more effective than occasional, longer sessions. Keep a mental rehearsal journal to track your practice and outcomes. Before an important conversation, note the key points you rehearsed. Afterward, reflect on how the actual interaction compared to your visualization. What went as planned? What surprised you? This reflection accelerates your learning and helps refine your mental rehearsal technique. Combine mental rehearsal with physical practice when possible. For important presentations, mentally rehearse first, then practice out loud. The combination of mental and physical rehearsal creates stronger neural pathways than either practice alone. Use technology to enhance your practice. Record yourself speaking, then listen to the recording while mentally rehearsing improvements. Or use visualization apps that guide you through the process with prompts and timers. Remember that mental rehearsal is a skill that improves with practice. Don't be discouraged if your early attempts feel vague or if you struggle to maintain focus. Like any mental discipline, it becomes easier and more effective with consistent practice. Finally, celebrate the improvements you notice in your speaking abilities. Perhaps you handle a tough question with unexpected ease or navigate a difficult conversation more skillfully than expected. Recognizing these wins reinforces the value of your practice and motivates continued effort. By making mental rehearsal a regular part of your routine, you're laying the foundation for transformative improvements in your ability to think fast and speak clearly in any situation. The transformative power of mental rehearsal. As we conclude this chapter, let's reflect on the profound impact that mental rehearsal can have on your communication abilities. Mental rehearsal doesn't just prepare you for specific conversations, it gradually transforms how you think and speak in all situations. With consistent practice, you develop a mental agility that allows you to organize thoughts quickly, respond articulately to unexpected questions, and express ideas with greater clarity and confidence. This transformation occurs because mental rehearsal strengthens the neural pathways associated with effective communication. Each time you mentally practice speaking clearly and thinking on your feet, you're reinforcing these pathways, making them more accessible when you need them in real conversations. Beyond improving your speaking skills, mental rehearsal reduces communication anxiety. By pre-experiencing challenging conversations in your mind, you diminish their power to provoke fear. What once seemed intimidating becomes familiar territory, allowing you to engage more fully and authentically. Mental rehearsal also enhances your presence and charisma as a speaker. When you're not consumed with anxiety or struggling to formulate thoughts, you can be fully present with your audience. This presence is magnetic. It draws people in and amplifies your impact. Perhaps most importantly, mental rehearsal gives you access to your best thinking. In high-pressure situations, many people experience brain freeze. Their minds go blank or their thoughts become scattered. Mental rehearsal creates a buffer against this phenomenon, ensuring that your intelligence and insight remain accessible even under stress. The benefits extend beyond professional settings into all areas of life. From navigating family discussions to engaging in community forums, the ability to think clearly and speak articulately enriches your relationships and expands your influence. As you continue through this book, you'll discover many more techniques for thinking fast before you speak. Each builds upon and complements the others, creating a comprehensive system for masterful communication. But mental rehearsal remains the foundation, the practice that prepares your mind for all the others. In the next chapter, we'll explore another powerful technique that complements mental rehearsal perfectly, the storytelling shortcut. You'll discover how crafting concise, compelling narratives can help you respond quickly and memorably in any conversation. This skill builds naturally upon the mental preparation you've learned here, adding another dimension to your speaking repertoire. For now, begin incorporating mental rehearsal into your daily routine. Start with just 5 minutes a day, focusing on an upcoming conversation or presentation. Notice how even this small investment begins to shift your experience of speaking. With each practice session, you're building the neural architecture that will allow you to think fast and speak like a genius when it matters most. The journey to masterful communication begins in your mind. Through the power of mental rehearsal, you're taking the first and most crucial step toward becoming the articulate, confident communicator you aspire to be. Chapter 2, Storytelling Shortcut. Have you ever noticed how certain people can captivate an entire room with just a few sentences? Or how some colleagues can take complex information and present it in a way that not only makes perfect sense, but also sticks in your memory long after the meeting ends? What if I told you this ability isn't just an innate talent that some lucky individuals are born with, but rather a learnable skill that you can master, even when you're put on the spot? The secret lies in something humans have been doing since we gathered around fires in caves: storytelling. But not the elaborate, time-consuming kind you might be thinking of. I'm talking about a communication shortcut that can transform how you respond to questions, present ideas, and engage with others in any professional or personal setting. When most people hear storytelling, they imagine lengthy narratives that require significant preparation and delivery time. They picture TED Talk speakers who spend months crafting the perfect 18-minute presentation. But what if you could harness the power of storytelling in just 30 seconds? What if you could use narrative structure to organize your thoughts on the fly, making your communication instantly more compelling and memorable? This is the storytelling shortcut, a method of quickly structuring your thoughts into a narrative format that engages listeners' brains in ways that plain facts and abstract explanations simply cannot. It's about learning to think in story snippets that can be deployed at a moment's notice, turning even the most mundane response into something that captures attention and conveys your message with impact. In high-pressure situations, a job interview, an unexpected question during a presentation, or an impromptu request for your opinion in a meeting, your ability to respond with clarity and impact often determines how others perceive your intelligence and competence. The storytelling shortcut gives you a reliable framework to organize your thoughts quickly, allowing you to respond with confidence rather than confusion. Throughout this chapter, we'll explore why our brains are naturally wired for stories, how even brief narratives can dramatically increase the retention and impact of your message, and how you can develop the ability to think and speak in story form without missing a beat. You'll discover that storytelling isn't just for novelists and filmmakers. It's a practical communication tool that can transform how you think and speak in everyday situations. By the end of this chapter, you'll have a new perspective on storytelling as a rapid response mechanism rather than a lengthy process. You'll understand why thinking in narrative terms actually helps you think faster, not slower, and how this approach can elevate your communication from forgettable to remarkable, even when you have just seconds to formulate your response. The hidden power of narrative. What happens in your listener's brain when you begin telling a story, even a brief one? Something remarkable. When you share raw data or abstract concepts, your audience typically engages only the language processing parts of their brain, Broca's area and Wernicke's area. These regions decode the words you're saying, but not much else happens. It's a relatively passive experience for the listener. But the moment you shift to a narrative format, something transformative occurs. Suddenly, multiple areas of the brain light up simultaneously. If your mini-story mentions physical movement, the motor cortex activates. If you describe a scent or texture, the sensory cortex engages. Emotional elements in your story trigger the limbic system. This neural phenomenon explains why we're naturally drawn to stories. From childhood, our brains are structured to process information in narrative form. We instinctively organize events in terms of cause and effect, protagonists and challenges, tensions and resolutions. It's how we make sense of the world. This neural engagement creates what scientists call neural coupling, a synchronization between the speaker's brain and the listener's brain. When this happens, the listener isn't just hearing your words, they're experiencing your message. They're mentally walking alongside you through the narrative. The implications for everyday communication are profound. When you frame your response as a mini-story rather than a collection of facts, you're not just transferring information, you're creating an experience. You're bypassing the analytical filters that might otherwise resist your message and connecting directly with the emotional and sensory centers of the brain. Consider the difference between these two responses to the question, why should we adopt this new approach? Response 1. The new approach increases efficiency by 20% and reduces errors by 15%. It also improves team collaboration. Response 2. When we started this project, we were missing deadlines and team frustration was high. We implemented this new approach, and within weeks, not only were we completing work faster, but the atmosphere completely changed. Now team members are collaborating instead of blaming each other when challenges arise. The first response provides facts, which might be important, but the second response tells a mini-story with a beginning, the problem, middle, the action taken, and end, the resolution. It creates a before and after contrast that helps listeners visualize the transformation. Though only slightly longer, the second response is significantly more compelling and memorable. This is the essence of the storytelling shortcut. Using narrative structure to organize information in a way that naturally engages the human brain, making your communication both clearer and more impactful, even when you have just moments to formulate your thoughts. The anatomy of a quick story. Now that we understand why stories are so powerful, let's break down the essential elements that make up an effective mini-story, one that can be delivered in under a minute while still packing a punch. Every compelling story, regardless of length, contains certain key ingredients. By understanding these elements, you can quickly assemble them into a coherent narrative, even under pressure. The first essential element is character. Every story needs someone at its center, a protagonist facing a situation. In professional contexts, this might be you, your team, your organization, or even your customer. The character gives listeners someone to relate to and root for. When you begin a response with, "Our team was facing," or "A client came to us with," you're immediately establishing the character element of your story. Next comes context, the situation or setting that frames the action. This is where you briefly establish the circumstances. What was happening? What was at stake? What constraints existed? Context answers the where and when questions and sets the stage for what follows. In a quick story, this might be just a sentence. We were 3 days from the deadline with only half the work completed. The third element is conflict or challenge, the problem that needs to be solved, the obstacle that must be overcome. This creates tension and interest. Without a challenge, there's no story, just a recounting of events. The challenge is what hooks your listeners' attention and makes them curious about what happens next. Suddenly, our main supplier backed out, leaving us without critical components. Then comes action, what was done to address the challenge. This is where you describe the steps taken, the decisions made, the approach implemented. We quickly pivoted, reaching out to our network and finding 3 smaller suppliers who could collectively meet our needs. Finally, there's the result or resolution, the outcome of the actions taken, and crucially, the lesson or insight gained. This is where you drive home your point and connect the story back to the question or topic at hand. Not only did we meet the deadline, but we discovered that having multiple suppliers actually reduced our risk going forward. This taught us the value of flexibility over efficiency in certain situations. When these elements are strung together, even briefly, they create a complete narrative arc that satisfies the brain's desire for structure and resolution. The beauty of understanding these elements is that you can scale them to fit any time frame, from a 30-second response to a 5-minute explanation. The key is to include all elements, but adjust the detail level based on the time available. In a very brief response, each element might be just a phrase or a sentence. In a longer explanation, you can elaborate on the elements that best support your message. By internalizing this structure, you create a mental template that you can quickly fill in when put on the spot. Rather than scrambling to organize your thoughts from scratch, you simply need to identify the character, context, challenge, action, and result relevant to the question at hand. This structured approach allows you to respond with confidence and clarity, even when you have minimal time to prepare. Storytelling frameworks for instant responses. Now let's explore specific frameworks that can help you organize your thoughts into story form at a moment's notice. These are simple structures you can memorize and call upon whenever you need to respond quickly and effectively. One of the most versatile frameworks is the Challenge Action Result (CAR) method. This 3-part structure is particularly useful for answering questions about past experiences, problem-solving approaches, or demonstrating your capabilities. The challenge component establishes the situation and the obstacle faced. We needed to launch a new product in half the usual time frame due to a competitor's unexpected announcement. The action component describes what you or your team did to address the challenge. We assembled a cross-functional rapid response team and implemented daily stand-up meetings to remove barriers immediately as they arose. The result component reveals the outcome and ideally quantifies the impact. We successfully launched 2 weeks ahead of even our accelerated schedule, capturing market share before our competitor could gain traction. The CAR framework works beautifully for job interviews, performance reviews, or any situation where you need to highlight your problem-solving abilities. It gives your response a clear beginning, middle, and end, while emphasizing your contribution and the positive outcome. Another powerful framework is the and, but, therefore, ABT structure, developed by scientist-turned-filmmaker Randy Olson. This simple 3-part framework creates a narrative tension that keeps listeners engaged. The and component establishes the normal situation or accepted understanding. Our company has always prided itself on personalized customer service, and our satisfaction ratings have been consistently high. The but component introduces a complication or challenge that disrupts the status quo. But with our recent growth, we've seen those satisfaction scores begin to drop as our service team struggles to maintain the same level of attention to each customer. The therefore component presents the resolution or proposed solution. Therefore, we're implementing a new CRM system that will allow us to scale our personalized approach while actually reducing the workload on our service team. The ABT framework is particularly effective for presenting ideas, explaining changes, or making recommendations. It creates a natural narrative flow that leads the listener from problem to solution in a way that feels both logical and compelling. A third useful framework is the what so what now what structure. This approach is excellent for explaining the significance of information or data and connecting it to action steps. The what component presents the fact, observation, or situation. Our analysis shows that 70% of customer support requests come from first-time users of the product. The so what component explains why this matters, the implications or significance. This means we're creating a frustrating experience for new users at precisely the moment when they're forming their impression of our brand. The now what component outlines the next steps or recommendations. We need to redesign our onboarding process to address the common pain points before they result in support tickets. This framework helps you move beyond merely stating information to explaining its importance and connecting it to action, all within a narrative structure that's easy to follow. By memorizing these simple frameworks, you create mental shortcuts that allow you to organize your thoughts quickly when put on the spot. Rather than starting from scratch each time, you can plug your specific situation into one of these proven structures, giving your response a coherent narrative flow that engages listeners and clearly communicates your message. The beauty of these frameworks is their versatility. They can be applied to virtually any communication scenario, from answering unexpected questions in meetings to giving impromptu updates on projects to explaining complex concepts to non-experts. Once you've internalized them, they become second nature, allowing you to think and speak in story form without conscious effort. If you want a structured way to practice storytelling, I created something perfect for you, our comprehensive storytelling workbook, bundled with the full Speak Like a Genius bundle. It provides step-by-step guidance, practical exercises, and impromptu drills, turning your storytelling skills from average to unforgettable. Order your complete bundle today. Click the link in the pinned comment and master storytelling effortlessly. The art of concise, compelling storytelling. Creating impact with brief stories requires more than just following a framework. It's also about how you bring that framework to life. Let's explore techniques for making your mini stories engaging and memorable while keeping them concise. First, use vivid, specific details rather than general statements. Compare, we faced challenges with the implementation, 2. We discovered a critical software conflict 3 days before launch. The second version creates a clearer picture and generates more interest. You don't need many details, just choose one or two that create a vivid image or convey the stakes involved. Second, incorporate contrast to create tension and highlight change. Before and after comparisons are particularly effective. Our response time averaged 24 hours, frustrating customers who needed immediate help. After implementing the new system, we now resolve 80% of issues within 30 minutes. Contrast creates a mini drama within your story that keeps listeners engaged. Third, use active language and strong verbs. Instead of "there was an increase in participation," say "participation doubled." Instead of "the solution was implemented by the team," say "the team launched the solution." Active language creates a sense of movement and purpose that passive language lacks. Fourth, include an emotional element when appropriate. Emotions make stories relatable and memorable. You don't need to be dramatic. Simple phrases like "we were concerned about," "the team was excited to discover," or "clients were relieved when" add an emotional dimension that helps listeners connect with your narrative. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, always know the point of your story before you begin telling it. Ask yourself, what's the one thing I want my listener to remember or understand from this? This clarity of purpose helps you select only the details that support your message and avoid tangents that dilute your impact. When crafting your mini-story, be mindful of your audience's perspective and needs. What background information do they require? What aspects will resonate most with their concerns? Tailoring your narrative to your specific audience increases its relevance and impact. Remember that in most professional contexts, brevity is valued. Practice delivering your story snippets in 30 to 60 seconds. This constraint forces you to distill your narrative to its essential elements and maintain a tight focus on your key message. Finally, end with a clear takeaway or call to action. Don't leave your listeners wondering why you shared the story or what they should do with the information. Make the connection explicit. "This experience showed us that," or "this is why I believe we should." By combining these techniques with the structural frameworks we discussed earlier, you create mini-stories that are not only organized, but also engaging and impactful. The result is communication that captures attention, conveys your message clearly, and stays with your audience long after the conversation ends. Thinking in narrative, developing the storytelling mindset. The ultimate goal is to make narrative thinking your default mode, to develop a storytelling mindset that allows you to automatically structure your thoughts in story form when you need to communicate quickly and effectively. This mindset shift begins with awareness. Start paying attention to how information is presented in the world around you. Notice when a presentation, article, or conversation captures your interest. Chances are it contains narrative elements. Analyze what makes it engaging. Is it the conflict introduced? The relatable character? The satisfying resolution? This awareness helps you recognize effective storytelling in action. Next, practice reframing information as you receive it. When you read a report or hear a presentation that's heavy on data and light on narrative, mentally reorganize it into a story structure. Who are the characters? The company, team, customers? What's the challenge they face? What actions were taken? What was the result? This mental exercise strengthens your narrative thinking muscles. Challenge yourself to explain concepts through analogy and metaphor. These are shorthand stories that help listeners grasp unfamiliar ideas by connecting them to familiar ones. Instead of describing a technical process in abstract terms, you might say, "It's like a traffic system where the main roads have sensors that adjust the timing of lights based on congestion." Thinking in analogies is a form of narrative thinking that makes complex ideas accessible. Develop the habit of reflection by reviewing your day in story form. What challenges did you face? What actions did you take? What were the results? This simple practice trains your brain to organize experiences into narrative structures automatically. When you encounter a problem at work, frame it as a story in progress. There are characters, you, your team, stakeholders, a setting, the current situation, and a conflict, the problem. Now you're in the middle of the story, determining the actions that will lead to a positive resolution. This framing helps you see problems as part of a larger narrative arc rather than as isolated obstacles. Practice impromptu storytelling in low-stakes situations. When a colleague asks about your weekend or a project you're working on, respond with a brief narrative rather than a simple statement. These everyday interactions provide perfect opportunities to hone your storytelling skills without pressure. Remember that becoming a natural storyteller doesn't happen overnight. Like any skill, it requires practice and patience. You might feel awkward at first, but with consistent effort, narrative thinking will become second nature, a reflexive way of organizing and communicating information. Many people believe they're not natural storytellers, but this is rarely true. Humans are inherently narrative creatures. We all tell stories every day, whether we recognize them as such or not. The difference between those who captivate listeners and those who don't isn't some innate talent, it's awareness of narrative structure and deliberate practice in applying it. By developing a storytelling mindset, you're not learning an entirely new skill, but rather honing an innate human capacity. You're becoming more intentional about something you already do, shaping it into a powerful tool for clearer, more engaging communication. The neurological advantage of narrative thinking. What makes storytelling such an effective shortcut for organizing your thoughts quickly? The answer lies in how our brains are structured to process and remember information. When you frame your thinking in narrative terms, you're working with your brain's natural architecture rather than against it. Our neural pathways are designed to follow narrative patterns. It's how we've made sense of the world since childhood. By tapping into these existing pathways, you reduce the cognitive load required to organize your thoughts. Research from cognitive science reveals something fascinating. Stories activate neural coupling between speaker and listener. When you tell a story, the same areas of your brain that activate while telling it also activate in your listener's brain. This neural synchronization creates a powerful connection that doesn't occur during the exchange of abstract information. This synchronization explains why thinking in story form can actually help you think faster, not slower. When you organize your thoughts as a narrative, you're using mental pathways that are well established and efficient. It's like taking the highway instead of navigating back roads. You reach your destination more quickly and with less effort. Furthermore, narrative structure provides built-in memory cues. Each element of a story, character, context, challenge, action, result, serves as a hook for both you and your listener to hang information on. These hooks make it easier to recall information in sequence, which is particularly valuable when you're speaking under pressure. The emotional component of stories also enhances memory formation. When information is linked to emotion, it's processed by the amygdala and hippocampus, brain regions crucial for memory formation. This emotional tagging helps both you and your listener remember the content more vividly and for longer periods. Perhaps most importantly, for quick thinking, narrative frameworks provide ready-made templates for organizing information. Instead of creating a structure from scratch each time you need to respond, you can slot your specific content into a familiar pattern. This drastically reduces the cognitive effort required to formulate a coherent response. This neurological advantage explains why even people who consider themselves analytical thinkers can benefit enormously from narrative approaches. It's not about replacing analytical thinking, but rather about packaging that thinking in a form that the human brain is optimized to process and remember. By understanding and leveraging these neurological principles, you transform storytelling from a nice-to-have communication skill into a powerful cognitive tool that enhances your ability to think quickly and speak clearly in any situation. From theory to practice, implementing the storytelling shortcut. Now that you understand the power of narrative thinking and have learned specific frameworks, let's discuss how to implement this approach in your daily communication. Start small by identifying one upcoming situation where you can apply the storytelling shortcut. Perhaps it's a team meeting where you'll need to provide a project update, a one-on-one with your manager, or a networking event. Choose a scenario that's important but not high stakes to allow yourself room to practice without excessive pressure. Before the event, take 5 minutes to prepare a mini story relevant to the situation. Select the appropriate framework, CAR, ABT, or what so what now what, and outline the key elements. Keep it brief. Aim for something you could deliver in under a minute. During the event, look for an opportunity to use your prepared mini story. Pay attention to how listeners respond. Do they lean in? Do their questions afterward indicate better understanding? Does the conversation flow more naturally from your narrative starting point? After the event, reflect on what worked well and what could be improved. Was your story concise enough? Did it clearly convey your main point? Did it engage listeners? Use these insights to refine your approach for next time. As you become more comfortable with prepared mini-stories, begin practicing impromptu narrative responses. When asked an unexpected question, take a brief moment to mentally select a framework and organize your thoughts accordingly before responding. This might feel like a pause to you, but to listeners, it simply appears that you're giving thoughtful consideration to their question. Gradually expand your application of the storytelling shortcut to more challenging situations. Use it in job interviews to highlight your experiences and capabilities. Apply it in presentations to make complex data meaningful and memorable. Employ it in difficult conversations to explain your perspective in a way that resonates emotionally as well as logically. Remember that mastery comes through consistent practice. Set a goal to use at least one mini-story each day in your professional interactions. This regular practice will strengthen your narrative thinking muscles until the approach becomes automatic. Seek feedback from trusted colleagues or friends. Ask them specifically about the clarity and impact of your narrative communication. Their perspectives can help you identify blind spots and refine your technique. Finally, build a personal library of story snippets that you can adapt and reuse in various contexts. These aren't memorized scripts, but rather flexible narratives that you can customize to fit different situations. Having this mental repository gives you ready material to draw from when you need to respond quickly. By systematically implementing the storytelling shortcut in progressively more challenging situations, you'll develop a valuable skill that enhances all your professional communication. You'll find yourself thinking more clearly under pressure, responding more effectively to unexpected questions, and making a more memorable impression in every interaction. Transforming your communication through narrative. As we conclude this chapter, let's reflect on the transformative potential of the storytelling shortcut in your professional and personal communication. By incorporating narrative thinking into your communication toolkit, you're not just learning a technique, you're fundamentally changing how you organize and express your thoughts. This shift has far-reaching implications for how you're perceived and how effectively you can influence others. When you respond to questions or present ideas using narrative structure, you stand out. In a world where most people communicate in bullet points, fragments, or rambling explanations, your clear, engaging mini-stories signal a level of thoughtfulness and preparation that others notice. This perception of clarity and intentionality enhances your credibility and authority. The storytelling shortcut also creates a ripple effect in your interactions. When you communicate in story form, you invite others to do the same. Meetings become more engaging, ideas are expressed more clearly, and collective understanding deepens. You're not just improving your own communication, you're elevating the quality of dialogue around you. Perhaps most importantly, narrative thinking helps you connect with others on a human level. In professional environments that often prioritize data and analysis, stories reintroduce the human element, emotions, challenges, growth, and shared experience. This connection builds trust and rapport, essential ingredients for effective collaboration and leadership. As you continue to develop this skill, you'll find that it complements and enhances the mental rehearsal techniques we explored in Chapter 1. While mental rehearsal prepares you for specific anticipated situations, the storytelling shortcut equips you to respond effectively to unexpected questions and opportunities. Together, these approaches give you a comprehensive system for thinking fast and speaking clearly in any circumstance. In the next chapter, we'll explore another powerful technique that works in harmony with storytelling: the strategic use of pauses and paraphrasing. You'll discover how these seemingly simple tools can create space for clearer thinking and more precise communication, especially in high-pressure situations. This approach might seem counterintuitive at first glance. After all, how can pausing help you think faster? The answer lies in a paradox that has transformed the communication style of some of the world's most compelling speakers. For now, begin incorporating the storytelling shortcut into your daily interactions. Start noticing opportunities to frame your responses as mini-narratives rather than disconnected facts or opinions. With each application, you'll strengthen your narrative thinking muscles and move closer to the kind of clear, compelling communication that marks you as someone who truly speaks like a genius. Chapter 3. Pause and Paraphrase. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to command attention when they speak? How they respond to complex questions with such clarity that you can't help but be impressed by their intellect? What if I told you that one of their most powerful techniques isn't about speaking faster or knowing more information than everyone else? What if, counterintuitively, their secret weapon is actually knowing when not to speak? In our fast-paced world, we've come to equate quick responses with quick thinking. We feel pressure to jump in immediately when someone finishes speaking, to fill every moment of silence, to demonstrate our mental agility through rapid-fire replies. This pressure intensifies in high-stakes situations, job interviews, presentations, important meetings, precisely when clear thinking matters most. But what if this instinct to respond instantly is actually undermining your ability to communicate effectively? What if taking a moment before you speak could dramatically improve the quality of your response? Throughout human history, great orators and communicators have understood something that many of us have forgotten: the power of the deliberate pause. They've recognized that a brief moment of silence isn't a sign of mental sluggishness, but rather an opportunity for mental clarity. And paired with this seemingly simple technique is another underappreciated skill: the ability to reframe and reflect what's been said before moving forward. This combination creates a foundation for communication that is both more precise and more powerful. In this chapter, we'll explore a counterintuitive approach to speaking like a genius, one that might initially seem at odds with thinking fast. You'll discover how strategic moments of silence and thoughtful reframing can actually accelerate your mental processing, leading to responses that are more articulate, more accurate, and more impactful than rapid reactions could ever be. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why some of the most impressive communicators you've encountered don't rush to fill every silence. You'll recognize that what might look like slowness on the surface is actually a sophisticated technique for achieving greater mental clarity and precision. And you'll have practical strategies for incorporating these powerful tools into your own communication style, transforming how others perceive your intelligence and thoughtfulness. The paradox of speed. Let's begin by challenging a fundamental assumption about quick thinking: the belief that immediate responses demonstrate intelligence. We live in a culture that celebrates speed: fast replies in conversations, quick decisions in business, rapid solutions to problems. This cultural bias leads many of us to believe that the faster we speak, the smarter we appear. We've internalized the notion that any hesitation signals uncertainty or lack of knowledge. But this assumption creates a paradox. When we rush to respond without taking even a moment to process our thoughts, we often end up speaking less clearly, less accurately, and less impressively than we would have with just a brief pause. Our words tumble out unfiltered, sometimes leading to statements we immediately wish we could retract. Consider what happens in your brain when someone asks you a question or makes a statement that requires a response. Your mind needs to process what was said, access relevant information, organize a coherent reply, and translate that into speech. This all happens remarkably quickly, but it still takes time, even if just fractions of a second. When you force yourself to respond instantly, you're essentially interrupting your brain's natural processing sequence. You begin speaking before your thoughts have fully formed. The result? Filler words like and false starts, rambling explanations, and sometimes completely missing the point of the question. This phenomenon explains why transcripts of spontaneous speech often look disorganized when written down. Without the luxury of even a brief pause to organize thoughts, our verbal responses tend to meander and lack structure. The paradox, then, is this. By trying to appear quick thinking through immediate responses, we often end up sounding less intelligent than if we had taken a moment to collect our thoughts. What's particularly interesting is how differently we perceive pauses as speakers versus as listeners. When you're speaking, a 1-second pause can feel like an eternity, a gaping void that must be filled immediately. But research shows that listeners barely notice such brief pauses. In fact, from the listener's perspective, a thoughtful pause often registers as a sign of consideration and intelligence rather than hesitation or uncertainty. This misconception that pauses make us appear slow-witted leads many people to fill potential silences with filler words or to begin speaking before they know what they want to say. The irony is that these very behaviors are what actually diminish the perception of intelligence, not the pause itself. Understanding this paradox is the first step toward embracing a more effective approach to communication. By recognizing that a brief pause doesn't signal mental slowness, but rather creates space for mental clarity, you can begin to shift your communication style in a way that truly showcases your intelligence. The strategic pause, more than just silence. A pause is not merely the absence of speech. When used strategically, it becomes an active communication tool, a powerful technique that serves multiple purposes in conversation and public speaking. Let's explore what actually happens during a well-placed pause and why it can be so effective. First and foremost, a pause gives your brain the precious seconds it needs to process information and formulate a response. Even a brief moment of silence allows your mind to sort through relevant thoughts, discard irrelevant ones, and organize what remains into a coherent structure. This mental sorting happens remarkably quickly when you allow it the space to occur. But the benefits extend far beyond just organizing your own thoughts. A strategic pause also serves your listeners. When you pause after making an important point, you give your audience time to absorb what you've said. This is particularly valuable when you've shared something complex or significant. The pause signals this is important and allows the information to sink in before you continue. Pauses can also create emphasis and drama in your communication. A pause before a key statement builds anticipation. A pause after delivers impact. Think of it as the verbal equivalent of bold or italicized text. It draws attention to what comes before or after the silence. Perhaps most surprisingly, strategic pauses can actually make you appear more confident and authoritative. When you pause thoughtfully, rather than rushing to fill silence with words, you demonstrate that you're comfortable enough to take your time. You signal that what you have to say is worth waiting for. This projected confidence influences how others perceive both you and your message. The length of an effective pause varies depending on the context. In normal conversation, even a half-second pause before responding can provide significant benefits. In more formal speaking situations, pauses might extend to 1 or 2 seconds, or occasionally longer for dramatic effect. The key is intentionality, using the pause purposefully rather than simply hesitating out of uncertainty. How do you make pauses feel natural rather than awkward? One technique is to pair them with a physical action that justifies the silence. Taking a breath, adjusting your posture, or even a thoughtful nod. These subtle movements make the pause seem deliberate rather than hesitant. Another approach is to use what communication experts call filled pauses, phrases that buy you time without adding filler words. Statements like, "That's an interesting question," or "Let me think about that for a moment," create legitimate space for thought while maintaining your composure. With practice, you'll develop an intuitive sense for when and how long to pause. You'll recognize the moments when a brief silence will serve you better than immediate words. And you'll become comfortable with these strategic silences, using them confidently to enhance rather than detract from your communication. The strategic pause is not about slowing down your entire speaking pace. Rather, it's about creating momentary spaces that allow for clearer thinking and more impactful delivery. It's a tool that, when wielded skillfully, transforms your communication from reactive to responsive, from rushed to measured, from ordinary to impressive. The art of paraphrasing, reflection for clarity. While the pause creates space for thought, paraphrasing provides structure for understanding. This technique, restating what you've heard or even what you've said in different words, is the second powerful component of our communication approach. Paraphrasing might seem simple on the surface, but its effects on conversation are profound. When you paraphrase effectively, you accomplish several important things simultaneously. First, when you paraphrase what someone else has said, you verify your understanding. By restating their point in your own words, you can confirm whether you've grasped their meaning correctly or need clarification. This prevents the all-too-common problem of responding to what you think someone said rather than what they actually meant. Consider how often misunderstandings occur because we assume we know what someone is asking or saying without confirming. By taking a moment to paraphrase with a phrase like, "So what you're asking is," or "If I understand correctly, your concern is," you create an opportunity for correction before proceeding with your response. Second, paraphrasing demonstrates active listening. When you reflect someone's words back to them, you signal that you're engaged with their ideas, not just waiting for your turn to speak. This builds rapport and goodwill, creating a more productive conversation environment. Third, and particularly relevant to our focus on thinking fast, paraphrasing buys you valuable processing time. While you're restating what's been said, your mind continues working on your response. This is especially useful for complex or challenging questions where an immediate answer might not be readily available. But paraphrasing isn't limited to reflecting others' words. You can also paraphrase yourself, a technique that's particularly valuable when explaining complex ideas or when you realize your initial explanation isn't landing as intended. Self-paraphrasing might sound like, "Let me put that another way," or, "In other words," followed by a clearer or more concise version of what you were trying to communicate. This technique allows you to refine your message in real time, ensuring your audience grasps your meaning. The key to effective paraphrasing is capturing the essence rather than repeating verbatim. You're distilling the core message or question, often simplifying it in the process. This distillation serves two purposes. It confirms understanding, and it frames the conversation in terms you're comfortable addressing. For example, if someone asks a convoluted question with multiple parts, you might paraphrase it as, "So you're primarily concerned with how this approach affects the timeline, is that right?" This not only confirms you've understood their main concern, but also focuses the conversation on the aspect you're prepared to address. Skilled paraphrasing is concise. You're not giving a lengthy summary, but rather a brief reflection that captures the heart of what's been said. It's also respectful, maintaining the intent of the original statement while perhaps clarifying or focusing it. When combined with the strategic pause, paraphrasing creates a powerful 1-2 approach for clearer thinking and speaking. The pause gives you initial processing time, while the paraphrase buys you additional moments to formulate your response, while simultaneously ensuring you're addressing the right issue. Together, these techniques transform the quality of your responses without requiring you to think faster. Instead, they create the conditions for your natural intelligence to shine through in your communication. When silence speaks volumes, strategic moments for pausing. Now that we understand the power of the pause, Let's explore when to deploy this technique for maximum impact. Certain moments in conversation particularly benefit from a thoughtful pause, and recognizing these opportunities can dramatically improve your communication effectiveness. One prime opportunity for pausing is immediately after someone asks you a question, especially a complex or challenging one. This brief silence serves multiple purposes. It shows you're giving the question serious consideration. It prevents you from responding to only the first part of a multifaceted question, and it gives you precious moments to organize your thoughts. Another valuable moment for pausing is after you've made an important point. This type of pause, sometimes called a punctuation pause, gives your statement weight and allows listeners to absorb its significance. Rather than rushing on to your next point, the silence creates space for your message to resonate. Transitions between topics also benefit from strategic pauses. A moment of silence signals that you're shifting gears, helping listeners mentally prepare for new information. This improves comprehension and helps your audience follow your train of thought more easily. When you're in emotionally charged conversations, pauses become even more valuable. If you feel yourself becoming frustrated, defensive, or upset, a pause gives you a moment to regulate your emotions before responding. This can prevent regrettable statements made in the heat of the moment and help maintain a productive dialogue. Similarly, when you receive unexpected or surprising information, a pause gives you time to process this new data before formulating a response. This prevents the common reaction of dismissing new information simply because you haven't had time to integrate it into your thinking. Public speaking situations offer additional opportunities for strategic pauses. Before beginning your presentation, a pause creates anticipation and ensures you have the audience's attention. During the presentation, pauses after rhetorical questions give listeners time to consider their own answers, and pauses before your conclusion signal that important final thoughts are coming. Even in casual conversation, pauses can enhance your communication. A thoughtful pause before responding to a friend's story shows you're considering what they've shared rather than simply waiting for your turn to speak. This builds deeper connection and demonstrates genuine interest. The key to mastering the strategic pause is intentionality. These aren't random moments of silence or hesitations born of uncertainty. They're deliberate choices to create space for thought, emphasis, or emotional regulation. With practice, you'll develop an intuitive sense for when a pause will serve your communication goals, and these moments of silence will become as natural and purposeful as the words you speak. By recognizing and utilizing these strategic moments for pausing, you transform silence from something to be feared into a powerful tool that enhances the impact and clarity of your communication. The Paraphrase Toolkit, Techniques for Effective Reframing. Paraphrasing is both an art and a science. When done skillfully, it advances the conversation while ensuring mutual understanding. Let's explore specific techniques that make paraphrasing effective in various contexts. The most basic form of paraphrasing is the simple reflection, where you restate the core message you've heard. So what you're saying is, or, in other words, followed by your understanding of their point. This straightforward approach works well in most situations and serves the dual purpose of confirming understanding while buying thinking time. For more complex discussions, the summarizing paraphrase condenses multiple points into a concise overview. Let me make sure I understand the main concerns you've raised. This technique is particularly useful when someone has shared several ideas or when a conversation has covered multiple topics. When dealing with emotionally charged communications, the empathetic paraphrase acknowledges feelings as well as content. I can hear that you're frustrated with how the project has progressed and you're concerned about meeting the deadline. This approach validates emotions while clarifying the substantive issues at hand. The clarifying paraphrase focuses on potential ambiguities. When you say soon, are you thinking days or weeks? This technique prevents misunderstandings by ensuring you're interpreting vague terms or concepts correctly before responding. For your own communication, The refining paraphrase helps when you realize your initial explanation wasn't clear. Let me put that more precisely. This self-correction demonstrates your commitment to clarity and gives you a chance to improve your explanation in real time. The framing paraphrase puts information in context, so this issue fits into our larger discussion about resource allocation. This technique helps connect individual points to broader themes or objectives, creating coherence in complex conversations. When using any of these paraphrasing techniques, certain phrases can serve as smooth introductions. If I understand correctly, so what you're asking is, it sounds like your main concern is, let me make sure I've got this right. In essence, you're saying that these phrases signal that you're paraphrasing without sounding mechanical or formulaic. They create a natural bridge between listening and responding. The tone of your paraphrase matters as much as its content. Aim for a tone that's neutral and inquisitive rather than judgmental or defensive. Your goal is to reflect understanding, not to evaluate or challenge, at least not in the paraphrasing stage. It's also important to keep your paraphrases concise. The purpose is to distill and clarify, not to expand or elaborate. A good paraphrase is often shorter than the original statement, capturing its essence without unnecessary detail. Finally, end your paraphrase with a checking question. Is that right? Or have I understood correctly? This invitation for confirmation or correction demonstrates humility and ensures you're proceeding based on accurate understanding. With these techniques in your toolkit, you can adapt your paraphrasing approach to fit any conversation context. Whether you're in a high-stakes negotiation, a technical discussion, or a personal conversation, effective paraphrasing enhances clarity and builds connection while giving you valuable time to formulate your thoughts. The synergy of pause and paraphrase. While powerful individually, the pause and the paraphrase achieve their greatest impact when used together. This combination creates a synergistic effect that transforms your communication in ways neither technique could accomplish alone. Consider this sequence. Someone asks you a challenging question. You pause briefly, giving your brain a moment to process what's been asked. Then you paraphrase the question, confirming your understanding and buying additional thinking time. Only then do you deliver your response, now well organized and precisely targeted to address the actual question. This pause, paraphrase, respond sequence creates multiple benefits. First, it ensures you're answering the right question. A surprisingly common problem in communication is responding to what you think was asked rather than what was actually asked. Second, it gives you time to access your knowledge and organize your thoughts without the pressure of speaking simultaneously. Third, it demonstrates thoughtfulness and respect for the questioner, enhancing the relationship aspect of communication. The pause and paraphrase also work together to regulate the pace of conversation. In fast-moving discussions where people tend to talk over each other or respond before fully processing what's been said, these techniques create space for more thoughtful exchange. They transform reactive communication into responsive communication. Another powerful synergy occurs when you use a pause after paraphrasing. This combination, restating what you've heard, then taking a moment of silence, signals deep consideration. It shows you're not just mechanically reflecting words, but actually processing their meaning before responding. Similarly, pausing before you paraphrase can be effective. This sequence gives you a moment to ensure you fully heard what was said before attempting to restate it. The result is more accurate paraphrasing and, consequently, more precise responses. The pause-paraphrase combination is particularly valuable in high-stakes or emotionally charged situations. When tensions rise, our natural tendency is to respond quickly and defensively. By intentionally pausing and then paraphrasing, you interrupt this reactive pattern. You create space for more measured, thoughtful communication, even under pressure. In group settings, these techniques help ensure everyone stays on the same page. By occasionally pausing to paraphrase the current state of the discussion, you can realign understanding before moving forward. This prevents the common problem of participants proceeding based on different interpretations of what's been said. With practice, the pause and paraphrase begin to feel like a natural rhythm in your communication style. The sequence becomes smoother, the pauses more comfortable, the paraphrasing more intuitive. What initially might feel like a deliberate technique eventually becomes an integrated aspect of how you communicate, one that consistently enhances clarity and impact. By mastering this synergistic combination, you transform not just how you speak, but how you think during conversation. You create a mental environment conducive to accessing your best thinking, resulting in responses that truly reflect your intelligence and insight. Beyond the basics, advanced applications. As you become comfortable with the fundamental techniques of pausing and paraphrasing, you can begin to apply them in more sophisticated ways across various communication contexts. In leadership roles, strategic pauses can be particularly powerful. When a team member shares an idea in a meeting, a thoughtful pause before responding signals serious consideration rather than immediate judgment. This creates psychological safety that encourages more open sharing of ideas. Similarly, paraphrasing team members' contributions before building on them demonstrates that you value their input while ensuring shared understanding. During negotiations, these techniques help maintain both clarity and composure. A pause after hearing a proposal gives you time to consider its implications before responding. Paraphrasing the other party's position ensures you're responding to their actual concerns and interests, not just their stated positions. Together, these approaches prevent misunderstandings that could derail productive agreement. In conflict resolution, pausing and paraphrasing are essential tools. They create space between trigger and response, allowing for more measured communication even when emotions run high. By paraphrasing the other person's perspective before sharing your own, you demonstrate that you've heard them, often the first step toward de-escalation and mutual understanding. Public speaking offers numerous opportunities for advanced application of these techniques. Varying the length of your pauses creates rhythm and emphasis. A longer pause before a key point builds anticipation. A longer pause after allows it to resonate. Strategic paraphrasing of audience questions ensures everyone hears the question and gives you time to formulate a thoughtful response. In mentoring or teaching roles, pausing after asking a question gives others time to think deeply rather than responding with the first thought that comes to mind. Paraphrasing learners' contributions before expanding on them validates their thinking while clarifying concepts for everyone. Even in written communication, these principles apply. Before hitting send on an important email, pause to review what you've written. Paraphrase complex ideas in multiple ways to ensure clarity. The mental habits developed through verbal pausing and paraphrasing naturally extend to improve your written expression as well. As you apply these techniques across different contexts, you'll discover that they not only improve individual interactions, but gradually transform your overall communication style. You become known as someone who listens deeply, responds thoughtfully, and communicates with unusual clarity, qualities that enhance your influence and effectiveness in any role. The most advanced practitioners of these techniques apply them so naturally that they become nearly invisible. The pauses don't feel like awkward silences, but like natural rhythms in conversation. The paraphrases don't sound like mechanical repetitions, but like thoughtful reflections that advance understanding. At this level, pausing and paraphrasing aren't techniques you use, they're integrated aspects of how you communicate. By exploring these advanced applications, you continue to develop not just communication skills, but a communication philosophy, one that values clarity, understanding, and thoughtful exchange over speed and immediate reaction. Integration, combining pause and paraphrase with other skills. The techniques we've explored in this chapter don't exist in isolation. They complement and enhance the other skills we're developing throughout this book, creating a comprehensive approach to thinking fast and speaking clearly. Consider how pausing and paraphrasing work with the mental rehearsal techniques from Chapter 1. When you've mentally rehearsed potential conversations, you're better prepared to use strategic pauses effectively. Rather than pausing out of uncertainty, you pause from a position of preparation, a subtle but important difference that projects confidence rather than hesitation. Similarly, these techniques enhance the storytelling shortcuts we explored in Chapter 2. A well-placed pause before beginning a story creates anticipation. A pause after a key moment in the narrative creates emphasis. Paraphrasing a complex idea before illustrating it with a story ensures your audience understands the concept you're about to illuminate. Looking ahead to future chapters, pausing and paraphrasing create space for implementing other advanced communication techniques. The pause gives you time to decide which approach will be most effective in a given moment, whether that's telling a story, using a specific framework, or employing another strategy from your growing communication toolkit. This integration highlights an important truth. Effective communication isn't about mastering isolated techniques, but about developing a cohesive approach where multiple skills work together seamlessly. The pause and paraphrase often serve as connective tissue between other communication strategies, creating smooth transitions and ensuring clarity throughout. As you continue to develop your communication abilities, look for opportunities to combine techniques in ways that enhance their individual power. Notice how a strategic pause, followed by a well-structured story, creates more impact than either technique alone. Observe how paraphrasing before applying a thinking framework ensures you're addressing the right issue with your structured response. With practice, these combinations become increasingly intuitive. You'll find yourself naturally selecting the right techniques for each situation, blending them in ways that feel authentic to your personal communication style while maximizing their effectiveness. The result is communication that feels both natural and exceptional, flowing conversationally while demonstrating a level of clarity and thoughtfulness that sets you apart. You're not just applying techniques, you're developing an integrated approach to thinking and speaking that consistently showcases your intelligence and insight. The transformative power of slowing down to speed up. As we conclude this chapter, let's reflect on the seeming paradox at its heart, that deliberately slowing down through strategic pauses and thoughtful paraphrasing actually helps you think faster and speak more clearly. This approach runs counter to our cultural bias towards speed and immediate response. It requires the courage to embrace brief silences and the discipline to confirm understanding before rushing forward. But the rewards of this counterintuitive approach are substantial and far-reaching. By incorporating strategic pauses into your communication, you create the mental space needed for your natural intelligence to operate optimally. You reduce the cognitive overload that comes from simultaneously processing, organizing, and articulating thoughts. The result isn't slower communication, but clearer, more precise expression of your ideas. Through skillful paraphrasing, you ensure that conversations proceed based on accurate understanding rather than assumption. You demonstrate respect for others' perspectives while giving yourself valuable processing time. The outcome isn't redundant repetition, but more focused, relevant responses. Together, these techniques transform not just how you communicate, but how others perceive you. You become known as someone who speaks with unusual clarity and insight, not because you have more knowledge than others, but because you've mastered the art of accessing and expressing your knowledge effectively. Perhaps most importantly, pausing and paraphrasing reduce the stress associated with high-pressure communication situations. When you know you have permission to take a moment before responding, the anxiety of having to produce an immediate perfect answer diminishes. This reduced stress further enhances your cognitive function, creating a virtuous cycle of clearer thinking and speaking. As you move forward in your journey to speak like a genius, carry these techniques with you as foundational elements of effective communication. Remember that the most impressive responses often come not from the person who jumps in first, but from the one who takes a moment to think deeply before speaking. In our next chapter, we'll explore another dimension of powerful communication, one that might seem equally counterintuitive at first glance. We'll discover how aligning what you think with what you feel before you speak can create a level of authenticity and impact that purely logical or purely emotional communication never achieves. This balance, when struck correctly, gives your words a resonance that listeners find both compelling and trustworthy. But how exactly do you achieve this alignment in the moment, especially when the stakes are high? The answer lies in a deceptively simple framework that transforms how you process and express your thoughts. For now, begin incorporating strategic pauses and thoughtful paraphrasing into your daily conversations. Notice how these small adjustments create space for clearer thinking and more precise communication. With each intentional pause and each careful reframing, you're building habits that will serve you in every communication context, from casual conversations to high-stakes presentations. You're learning that sometimes the path to speaking like a genius begins with a moment of silence. Chapter 4, Think, Feel, Say. Have you ever walked away from a conversation wishing you had expressed yourself differently? Perhaps you delivered a perfectly logical argument that somehow failed to resonate with your audience. Or maybe you spoke passionately about something important to you, only to realize later that your emotional delivery overshadowed your actual point. What separates truly masterful communicators from the rest of us isn't just what they know or how quickly they can access information. It's their ability to deliver messages that connect on multiple levels simultaneously. They seem to instinctively understand how to balance clarity with authenticity, reason with emotion, facts with feeling. But what if this isn't instinct at all? What if there's a method behind this seeming magic? A simple mental checklist that anyone can learn to run through before speaking. In our quest to think fast and speak like a genius, we've explored the power of mental rehearsal to prepare for important conversations. We've discovered how storytelling shortcuts can help us structure our thoughts quickly and compellingly, and we've learned that strategic pauses and paraphrasing create space for clearer thinking and more precise expression. Now we turn to a fundamental aspect of communication that's often overlooked in our rush to formulate responses: the integration of thought and feeling. This integration lies at the heart of what makes communication not just informative, but impactful, not just correct, but compelling. Throughout this chapter, we'll explore a deceptively simple approach that can transform how you communicate, especially in high-stakes or emotionally charged situations. You'll discover how a quick mental alignment before you speak can help you avoid both the cold, detached response that fails to connect and the emotional outburst that you later regret. By the end of this chapter, you'll have a practical framework for ensuring that what you say reflects both what you think and what you feel. A framework that can be applied in seconds, even in the heat of the moment. This balanced approach is what allows you to speak not just with intelligence, but with wisdom, not just with accuracy, but with authenticity. The communication divide. To understand the power of the approach we'll explore in this chapter, we first need to recognize a fundamental divide that exists in how most people communicate. On one side of this divide are those who prioritize logic and facts above all else. These individuals pride themselves on being rational, objective, and precise in their communication. They carefully construct arguments, cite evidence, and focus on the intellectual content of their message. Their strength lies in clarity and accuracy. But this approach, while intellectually sound, often misses something crucial. When we communicate solely from the head, our words can come across as cold, detached, or impersonal. They might be correct, but fail to move or motivate others. Think of the manager who delivers feedback that's factually accurate but leaves the recipient feeling unappreciated or misunderstood. Or the colleague who presents a brilliant solution that nonetheless fails to gain traction because it doesn't address the emotional concerns of stakeholders. On the other side of the divide are those who communicate primarily from emotion. Their strength lies in authenticity and passion. They connect easily with others because their feelings come through clearly in their words and tone. They inspire and energize through their emotional presence. Yet, this approach has its own limitations. When we speak purely from emotion, without the grounding of clear thinking, we risk being impulsive, vague, or unfocused. Our feelings might be genuine, but without the structure of logical thought, our message can become muddled or misinterpreted. Consider the team member who expresses frustration about a project without clearly articulating what's wrong or how to fix it, or the leader whose enthusiasm for a new initiative is contagious but who can't explain the practical steps needed to implement it. This divide between head-centered and heart-centered communication creates a false dichotomy that limits our effectiveness as communicators. The truth is that the most powerful communication integrates both elements, the clarity and precision of logical thought, combined with the authenticity and connection of emotional awareness. The greatest communicators throughout history have understood this integration intuitively. From ancient orators to modern leaders, those who move and influence others do so by appealing simultaneously to reason and emotion. They present compelling arguments while also connecting on a human level. They inform the mind while also touching the heart. But how do we achieve this integration, especially when we need to respond quickly in high-pressure situations? How do we ensure that our words reflect both our thoughts and our feelings in a balanced, authentic way? The answer lies in a simple but powerful mental framework that we can learn to apply in seconds before we speak. The Think, Feel, Say framework, an overview. At its core, the Think, Feel, Say framework is a 3-step mental checklist that helps you align your logical thoughts and emotional awareness before you speak. It's a way of ensuring that your words reflect both your head and your heart, creating communication that is both clear and authentic. The framework consists of 3 simple questions that you ask yourself, often in just seconds, before responding. 1. What do I think? What are the facts, ideas, or logical points I want to convey? 2. What do I feel? What emotions am I experiencing, and what emotions might others be feeling? 3. What will I say? How can I express myself in a way that incorporates both my thinking and my feeling? This sequence might seem straightforward, but its power lies in its ability to integrate aspects of communication that are often disconnected. By consciously considering both your thoughts and your feelings before you speak, you create responses that are more balanced, more authentic, and ultimately more effective. The Think, Feel, Say framework is particularly valuable in challenging communication situations. When you're put on the spot with a difficult question, when you need to give or receive feedback, when you're in conflict with someone, or when you need to discuss sensitive topics. In these moments, the framework helps you avoid 2 common pitfalls: the purely emotional response that you might later regret, and the coldly logical response that fails to connect. What makes this approach especially relevant to our focus on thinking fast before you speak is that it doesn't require extensive time or deliberation. With practice, you can run through this mental checklist in seconds, even in the midst of a conversation. It becomes a reflexive way of organizing your thoughts and feelings before they become words. The framework also helps you adapt your communication to different contexts and audiences. By considering not just your own thoughts and feelings, but also the emotional state of your listeners, you can tailor your message for maximum impact and understanding. Throughout the rest of this chapter, we'll explore each component of the Think, Feel, Say framework in detail. We'll examine how to identify your key thoughts, how to recognize and work with your emotions, and how to integrate these elements into clear, compelling communication. We'll also look at practical strategies for applying this framework in real-time, high-pressure situations. By mastering this approach, you'll develop the ability to speak in a way that reflects your whole self, both your intellectual understanding and your emotional intelligence. This integration is what allows you to communicate not just information, but insight, not just facts, but wisdom. The Think component, clarifying your logical point. The first step in the Think, Feel, Say framework is to identify what you think, the logical content of your message. This might seem obvious, but in the pressure of the moment, many of us begin speaking before we've fully clarified our thoughts. The result can be rambling, unfocused communication that doesn't effectively convey our actual point. When you ask yourself, "What do I think?" you're essentially identifying the core message or information you want to communicate. This might be a fact, an opinion, an idea, or a decision. Whatever it is, the goal is to distill it to its essence so that you can express it clearly. This process of clarification often involves sorting through multiple thoughts to identify what's most relevant or important in the current context. For example, if a colleague asks for your opinion on their proposal, you might have thoughts about various aspects: its feasibility, its alignment with company goals, its timing, its resource requirements. The think step helps you determine which of these aspects is most important to address in your response. Clarifying your thinking doesn't mean simplifying complex ideas to the point of inaccuracy. Rather, it means identifying the key points that need to be communicated in this particular conversation. You're creating a clear structure for your thoughts before you express them. This step also involves checking the factual basis of your thinking. Are your thoughts based on accurate information? Are you making assumptions that might not be valid? This quick reality check helps ensure that your response is grounded in sound reasoning. The think component is particularly important when discussing complex or technical topics. Without this step, you might jump into explaining details without first establishing the main point, leaving your listeners confused about what you're trying to communicate. For example, imagine you're in a meeting and someone asks about the status of a project you're leading. Without the think step, you might immediately launch into various updates about different aspects of the project, creating a scattered response that doesn't clearly convey the overall status. With the think step, you might quickly identify your main point, perhaps that the project is on track but facing a specific challenge, before elaborating on details. The key to the think component is brevity and clarity. You're not trying to think through every possible angle or detail. You're identifying the core logical content that needs to be communicated. This focused thinking creates the foundation for a clear, coherent response. By starting with, "What do I think?" you ensure that your communication has a solid logical structure. But as we'll see in the next section, logic alone isn't enough for truly effective communication. To connect with others and convey your message with impact, you also need to consider the emotional dimension. The feel component, acknowledging emotional context. The second step in the Think, Feel, Say framework addresses an aspect of communication that's often overlooked or undervalued: the emotional context. When you ask yourself, "What do I feel?" you're acknowledging that emotions, both yours and those of your listeners, play a crucial role in how messages are delivered and received. This step involves two key aspects: recognizing your own emotional state and considering the emotional context of your audience. First, take a moment to identify what you're feeling about the topic or situation at hand. Are you excited, concerned, frustrated, confident? This self-awareness is crucial because your emotions will inevitably color your communication, whether you acknowledge them or not. By recognizing your feelings, you can choose whether and how to express them, rather than having them unconsciously influence your words and tone. For example, if you realize you're feeling defensive about criticism of your work, you can acknowledge that feeling internally and then choose a response that addresses the substance of the criticism without being reactive. Or, if you're enthusiastic about a new idea, you can deliberately channel that positive energy into your explanation to help engage others. The second aspect of the feel component involves considering the emotional state of your audience. What might they be feeling about the topic? What concerns or hopes might they have? What emotional needs might be present in the conversation? This emotional awareness allows you to tailor your message in ways that will resonate with your listeners. It helps you anticipate potential reactions and address emotional barriers to communication before they become obstacles. For instance, if you're explaining a change to someone who seems anxious about its implications, acknowledging that anxiety can create an opening for more productive discussion. Or if you're presenting an idea to someone who appears skeptical, recognizing their skepticism allows you to address concerns proactively rather than being surprised by resistance. The feel component doesn't mean that you should be ruled by emotions or that you should prioritize feelings over facts. Rather, it means that you should be aware of the emotional dimension of communication and incorporate that awareness into how you express yourself. This step is particularly important in high-stakes or sensitive conversations where emotions can run high and significantly impact how messages are received. By taking a moment to check in with your own feelings and consider those of others, you create space for more thoughtful, empathetic communication. The integration of the think and feel components is what gives the Think, Feel, Say framework its power. By considering both the logical content of your message and its emotional context, you prepare yourself to communicate in a way that is both clear and connecting, both rational and relatable. The Say component, integrating thought and feeling in expression. The final step in the Think, Feel, Say framework is where integration happens, where you determine how to express yourself in a way that incorporates both your thinking and your feeling. This is the moment of synthesis, where you translate your internal clarity into external communication. When you ask yourself, "What will I say?" you're making conscious choices about how to structure your response, what language to use, what tone to adopt, and what aspects to emphasize. These choices are informed by the insights gained from the previous two steps: your clear understanding of your logical point and your awareness of the emotional context. The goal of the Say component is to create communication that is balanced, neither coldly logical nor purely emotional, but rather a thoughtful integration of both dimensions. This balance is what makes communication both informative and impactful, both clear and compelling. For example, if you need to decline a request from a colleague, the Think component might identify your logical reason. Perhaps you don't have the capacity given your current workload, while the Feel component might recognize both your discomfort with saying no and your colleague's potential disappointment. The Say component then integrates these insights into a response that clearly communicates your decision while acknowledging the emotional aspects. "I've looked at my current commitments and I don't have the capacity to take this on right now. I value our collaboration and want to be upfront about what I can realistically deliver." This integration often involves finding language that expresses your thoughts in a way that is emotionally intelligent. It might mean prefacing a critical point with an acknowledgement of the other person's perspective. It might mean expressing enthusiasm alongside a factual explanation. It might mean choosing words that convey confidence in your position while remaining open to dialogue. The Say component also involves decisions about what to include and what to omit. Not every thought or feeling needs to be expressed in every situation. Part of effective communication is discernment about what will serve the conversation and what might detract from it. For instance, in a professional setting, you might decide to express concern about a project timeline, a relevant feeling, but not to share your frustration with a particular team member, a feeling that might be better addressed in a private conversation. Or, you might choose to focus on the most important logical point rather than covering every aspect of your thinking on a topic. The key to the Say component is intentionality. Rather than speaking automatically or reactively, you're making conscious choices about how to express yourself based on a clear understanding of both your thoughts and your feelings. This intentionality is what allows you to communicate with precision and authenticity, even in challenging situations. By integrating the think and feel components into what you say, you create communication that resonates on multiple levels. Your words carry the weight of logical clarity and the warmth of emotional intelligence, making them more likely to be both understood and remembered. Applying Think, Feel, Say in real time. One of the most powerful aspects of the Think, Feel, Say framework is its practicality. It can be applied in real time, even in the midst of conversation. With practice, you can run through this mental checklist in seconds, creating more thoughtful and effective responses without disrupting the natural flow of dialogue. The key to applying Think, Feel, Say in real time is to make it a habitual part of your communication process. Like any habit, it may feel deliberate and even awkward at first, but with consistent practice, it becomes increasingly automatic and seamless. One strategy for implementing this framework in the moment is to use the pause technique we explored in Chapter 3. A brief pause after someone asks you a question or makes a statement gives you those crucial seconds to run through the Think, Feel, Say checklist before responding. This pause might be as short as a second or two, but it creates the space needed for this quick mental alignment. Another approach is to use bridging phrases that buy you a moment to organize your thoughts and feelings. Phrases like, "That's an interesting question," or "I appreciate you bringing that up," create a natural transition while giving you time to apply the framework. You can also use physical cues to remind yourself to check in with both your thoughts and feelings before speaking. For example, taking a breath might serve as a trigger to quickly ask yourself, "What do I think? What do I feel?" before formulating your response. In particularly challenging or high-stakes conversations, you might find it helpful to explicitly name your process. Saying something like, "Let me take a moment to gather my thoughts on this," gives you legitimate space to apply the Think, Feel, Say framework more deliberately. The beauty of this approach is that it becomes faster and more intuitive with practice. What might initially take conscious effort eventually becomes a natural part of how you process information before speaking. You develop the ability to quickly identify your key thoughts, recognize relevant emotions, and integrate them into balanced communication. This real-time application is particularly valuable in situations where you don't have the opportunity to prepare in advance, when you're asked an unexpected question, when a conversation takes an unanticipated turn, or when you need to respond to something that has just occurred. In these moments, the Think, Feel, Say framework provides a reliable structure for organizing your thoughts and feelings quickly, allowing you to respond with clarity and authenticity even under pressure. By making this framework a habitual part of your communication process, you develop what might be called integrated thinking, the ability to process information both logically and emotionally in real time. This integrated thinking is what allows you to speak like a genius even in the most challenging communication situations. The transformative impact of integrated communication. As you begin to consistently apply the Think, Feel, Say framework in your daily interactions, you'll notice a transformation in the quality and impact of your communication. This transformation extends beyond individual conversations to influence how others perceive you and how you experience communication itself. One of the most significant changes you'll observe is increased clarity in your messaging. By taking a moment to identify your key thoughts before speaking, you naturally eliminate much of the rambling and unfocused communication that can confuse listeners. Your points become more concise and coherent, making them easier to understand and remember. At the same time, your communication becomes more authentic and engaging. By acknowledging the emotional dimension of your message, you connect with listeners on a human level, not just an intellectual one. This emotional connection creates resonance that purely logical communication often lacks. You'll also find that your responses become more balanced and nuanced. Rather than swinging between overly analytical explanations and emotionally reactive statements, you develop the ability to integrate these aspects into communication that reflects your whole self, both your thinking mind and your feeling heart. This integrated approach has a powerful effect on how others perceive you. You begin to be seen as someone who communicates with both intelligence and empathy, both clarity and authenticity. This perception enhances your credibility and influence in both professional and personal contexts. The Think, Feel, Say framework also transforms how you experience communication internally. Many people find that this approach reduces the anxiety associated with high-pressure communication situations. When you have a reliable process for organizing your thoughts and feelings before speaking, you feel more confident in your ability to respond effectively, even to challenging questions or in difficult conversations. Moreover, this framework helps prevent the common experience of communication regret. Those moments when you walk away from a conversation wishing you had expressed yourself differently. By taking a moment to align your thoughts and feelings before speaking, you're more likely to communicate in a way that accurately reflects your intentions and that you can stand behind later. Perhaps most importantly, the think, feel, say approach helps you communicate in a way that honors both yourself and others. It allows you to express your authentic perspective while also considering the impact of your words on those listening. This balance creates the foundation for communication that not only conveys information, but also builds understanding and connection. As this integrated approach becomes your default communication style, you'll find that it influences not just how you speak, but also how you think. You develop the habit of considering both logical and emotional dimensions in your processing of information, leading to more holistic understanding and wiser decisions. The transformation that occurs through consistent application of the Think, Feel, Say framework is not just about becoming a better communicator, though it certainly accomplishes that. It's about developing a more integrated way of engaging with the world, one that honors both the clarity of thought and the wisdom of emotion. Beyond the basics, advanced applications. As you become comfortable with the fundamental Think, Feel, Say framework, you can begin to apply it in more sophisticated ways across various communication contexts. This advanced application allows you to adapt the framework to specific situations while maintaining its core principles. In leadership communication, for example, the framework can be expanded to include consideration of organizational values and vision. When addressing your team, you might ask yourself not just what do I think and feel, but also how does this align with our collective purpose? This additional dimension ensures that your communication reinforces shared goals and principles. In conflict resolution, the Think, Feel, Say approach can be enhanced by adding explicit consideration of the other person's perspective. Before responding to a point of disagreement, you might mentally put yourself in the other person's position, asking, what might they be thinking and feeling about this issue? This expanded awareness helps you craft responses that address underlying concerns rather than just surface disagreements. When communicating across cultural or professional boundaries, you can adapt the framework to include consideration of different communication norms and expectations. This might involve asking yourself, how might my words be interpreted within this cultural or professional context? This additional awareness helps prevent misunderstandings that can arise from different communication styles or values. In educational or mentoring contexts, the Think, Feel, Say framework can be modified to focus on the learning needs of your audience. Before explaining a concept, you might ask yourself, what does this person need to understand, and what might help them connect emotionally with this information? This learner-centered approach enhances the effectiveness of your teaching or coaching. For public speaking or presentations, the framework can be expanded to include consideration of narrative structure and audience engagement. As you prepare your remarks, you might ask, what story will help illustrate my key points, and how can I create emotional resonance with this audience? This enhanced approach helps you craft presentations that are both informative and compelling. These advanced applications share a common principle. They build on the basic integration of thought and feeling to include additional dimensions relevant to specific communication contexts. The core practice of aligning what you think and what you feel before you speak remains central, but it's enhanced by considering factors specific to your communication goals and audience. As you explore these advanced applications, you'll discover that the Think, Feel, Say framework is not a rigid formula, but a flexible approach that can be adapted to serve your unique communication needs. The framework provides a reliable structure while allowing for creativity and personalization in how you express yourself. This flexibility is what makes the think, feel, say approach so valuable across the full spectrum of communication situations you encounter. From casual conversations to high-stakes negotiations, from one-on-one discussions to public addresses, the basic principle of integrating thought and feeling creates the foundation for communication that is both clear and connecting. Integration, think, feel, say as part of your communication toolkit. The think, feel, say framework doesn't exist in isolation. It complements and enhances the other communication skills we've explored in previous chapters, creating a comprehensive approach to thinking fast and speaking clearly. Consider how this framework works alongside the mental rehearsal techniques from Chapter 1. When you mentally rehearse an upcoming conversation, you can explicitly incorporate the think, feel, say approach, imagining not just what you'll say, but also how you'll align your thoughts and feelings in the moment. This integrated rehearsal prepares you to communicate with both clarity and authenticity when the actual conversation occurs. Similarly, the think, feel, say framework enhances the storytelling shortcuts we explored in Chapter 2. When crafting a brief narrative to illustrate a point, you can ensure that your story conveys both the logical message you want to communicate and the emotional resonance that makes stories powerful. This integration creates stories that are not just engaging, but also purposeful. The pause and paraphrase techniques from Chapter 3 create natural opportunities to apply the think, feel, say framework in conversation. A strategic pause gives you the moment you need to check in with both your thoughts and your feelings before responding. Paraphrasing helps ensure that you've accurately understood both the content and the emotional context of what's been said, setting the stage for a response that addresses both dimensions. As we continue through the book, you'll discover how the think, feel, say framework lays the groundwork for more advanced communication techniques. The ability to quickly align your thoughts and feelings becomes the foundation upon which you can build skills like steering conversations, using structured thinking frameworks, and maintaining flow state in speaking. This integration highlights an important truth. Effective communication isn't about mastering isolated techniques, but about developing a cohesive approach where multiple skills work together seamlessly. The think, feel, say framework often serves as the connective tissue between other communication strategies, ensuring that all your techniques are applied with both intellectual clarity and emotional intelligence. As you continue to develop your communication abilities, look for opportunities to combine techniques in ways that enhance their individual power. Notice how a strategic pause, followed by a think, feel, say alignment, creates more impact than either technique alone. Observe how paraphrasing before applying the think, feel, say framework ensures you're responding to what was actually communicated, both logically and emotionally. With practice, these combinations become increasingly intuitive. You'll find yourself naturally selecting the right techniques for each situation, blending them in ways that feel authentic to your personal communication style while maximizing their effectiveness. The result is communication that feels both natural and exceptional, flowing conversationally while demonstrating a level of clarity and thoughtfulness that sets you apart. You're not just applying techniques, you're developing an integrated approach to thinking and speaking that consistently showcases your intelligence and insight. The path forward, from integration to influence. As we conclude our exploration of the think, feel, say framework, let's consider how this approach not only transforms your communication, but also expands your influence and impact. At its core, the think, feel, say framework is about integration, bringing together the logical and emotional dimensions of communication to create messages that are both clear and compelling. This integration is powerful because it addresses how humans actually process information and make decisions through a combination of rational analysis and emotional response. When you communicate in a way that honors both these aspects of human experience, you significantly increase your ability to influence others. Your ideas are not just understood, but felt. Your suggestions are not just considered, but embraced. Your perspective is not just acknowledged, but valued. This expanded influence stems from the authenticity and balance that the think, feel, say approach creates. When your communication reflects both your thinking and your feeling, it comes across as genuine and complete. People sense that you're sharing your whole perspective, not just a calculated position or an emotional reaction. This authenticity builds trust, and trust is the foundation of influence. Moreover, by considering both your own emotions and those of your listeners, you demonstrate empathy and respect. This consideration creates a connection that makes others more receptive to your ideas and more willing to engage in productive dialogue. Even when there's disagreement, the quality of the conversation is enhanced by this mutual respect. The Think, Feel, Say framework also helps you navigate complex or sensitive topics with greater skill. By acknowledging both the factual and emotional aspects of challenging issues, you can address them more comprehensively and constructively. This ability to engage thoughtfully with difficult subjects further enhances your credibility and influence. As you continue to apply and refine this approach in your daily communications, you'll find that it becomes not just a technique, but a philosophy, a way of engaging with others that values both clarity and connection, both understanding and empathy. This philosophy extends beyond individual conversations to shape how you approach relationships and leadership more broadly. The path forward from here involves consistent practice and ongoing refinement. Begin by applying the Think, Feel, Say framework in low-stakes situations, where you have time to deliberately work through each step. As the process becomes more familiar, gradually apply it in more challenging or time-pressured contexts. With each application, you'll develop greater skill and intuition in integrating thought and feeling in your communication. In our next chapter, we'll explore another dimension of masterful communication, one that shifts you from a reactive to a proactive stance in conversations. We'll discover how to subtly guide the direction and tone of discussions, rather than simply responding to whatever comes your way. This approach requires a certain mindset that many overlook, yet it's essential for those who want to truly lead through their communication, rather than merely participate. The question is, how do you take the reins without seeming controlling or domineering? The answer lies in a nuanced understanding of conversational dynamics that we'll uncover together. For now, begin incorporating the Think, Feel, Say framework into your daily interactions. Notice how this simple mental checklist transforms both the quality of your communication and how others respond to your words. With each thoughtful integration of logic and emotion, you move closer to the kind of clear, compelling communication that marks you as someone who truly speaks like a genius. Chapter 5, Steer, Don't Follow. Have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling unheard? Perhaps you had important points to make, but somehow the discussion veered in directions that never allowed you to express them. Or maybe you've sat through meetings where the conversation circled endlessly without reaching any meaningful conclusion, leaving you frustrated and wondering why you bothered attending at all. What if I told you that these experiences aren't inevitable, that you have far more power to shape the course of your conversations than you might realize? Most of us approach conversations reactively. We respond to what others say, answer the questions we're asked, and follow wherever the discussion leads us. We've been conditioned to believe that this is what good communication looks like, listening attentively and responding appropriately to whatever comes our way. But what if this passive approach is actually limiting your effectiveness as a communicator? What if it's preventing you from making your most valuable contributions and achieving your communication goals? In our journey to speak like a genius, we've explored several powerful techniques: mentally rehearsing important conversations, using storytelling shortcuts to structure your thoughts quickly, employing strategic pauses to create space for clearer thinking, and aligning your thoughts and feelings before you speak. Each of these skills enhances your ability to respond effectively when it's your turn to talk. Now we turn to a more fundamental aspect of communication, one that shifts you from a merely responsive position to a truly influential one. It's about recognizing that conversations are not fixed paths that you must follow, but rather dynamic exchanges that you can help shape and direct. Throughout this chapter, we'll explore a mindset and approach that transforms how you engage in conversations of all kinds. You'll discover how subtle shifts in your communication tactics can help you guide discussions toward productive outcomes while ensuring your key points are heard and considered. You'll learn that taking conversational initiative isn't about dominating or manipulating, but rather about contributing more effectively to create better outcomes for everyone involved. By the end of this chapter, you'll have practical strategies for ensuring that your voice is heard, your ideas are considered, and your conversations achieve their purpose. You'll understand that speaking like a genius isn't just about what you say when it's your turn. It's about helping to create the conversational context in which your contributions can have their greatest impact. The passive participant trap. Before we explore how to take a more active role in shaping conversations, let's examine what happens when we don't, when we fall into what I call the passive participant trap. Most of us have been taught from an early age to be polite conversationalists. We learn to listen when others speak, to answer questions when they're asked, and to follow the natural flow of discussion. These are valuable social skills, and they form the foundation of respectful communication. But when this passive approach becomes our default mode in all conversations, problems begin to emerge. We find ourselves at the mercy of whoever speaks the most or most forcefully. Our own thoughts and contributions may be sidelined or overlooked entirely, and conversations often meander without purpose or conclusion, wasting time and creating frustration. The passive participant trap manifests in several common scenarios. Perhaps you've experienced some of these. In meetings, you have valuable insights to share, but the discussion keeps moving in other directions before you can make your point. By the time the meeting ends, your contribution remains unheard, and decisions are made without the benefit of your perspective. In one-on-one conversations, you find yourself following the other person's train of thought, responding to their questions and comments, but never quite getting to the topics that matter to you. You walk away feeling like the conversation served their needs, but not yours. In group discussions, you notice that a few dominant voices control the direction of the conversation, while others, including you, mainly react to what's being said. The result is a limited exchange that doesn't benefit from the full range of perspectives in the room. In difficult conversations, you may find yourself drawn into unproductive patterns, perhaps becoming defensive when criticized or getting sidetracked by minor issues rather than addressing the core concerns. Without strategies to redirect these conversations, they often end in frustration rather than resolution. What all these scenarios have in common is a lack of conversational agency, a sense that you're being carried along by the current of the discussion rather than helping to determine its course. This passive stance not only limits your effectiveness, but can also diminish how others perceive you. Research in group dynamics suggests that those who help shape the direction of discussions are often viewed as more competent and leadership-oriented, regardless of their formal position or authority. The passive participant trap is particularly problematic when you need to think and speak quickly. When you're merely reacting to whatever comes your way, you're constantly having to formulate responses on unfamiliar terrain. But when you help guide the conversation toward areas you've considered in advance, you can draw on your prepared thoughts and speak with greater clarity and confidence. Breaking free from this trap doesn't mean dominating conversations or ignoring others' contributions. Rather, it means adopting a more balanced approach, one that respects the collaborative nature of good conversation while also ensuring that you play an active role in shaping its direction and outcome. The mindset shift from passenger to navigator. Moving from passive participant to active influencer in conversations begins with a fundamental shift in mindset. It's about seeing yourself not as a passenger who goes wherever the conversational vehicle takes you, but as a navigator who helps determine the route. This shift starts with recognizing a simple truth. Every participant in a conversation has both the right and the responsibility to influence its direction. When you contribute to guiding the discussion, you're not being pushy or inappropriate. You are fulfilling your role as an equal participant in the exchange. Many people hesitate to take a more active role in conversations because they worry about appearing controlling or disrespectful. But there's a crucial distinction between dominating a conversation and steering it. Domination is about imposing your agenda without regard for others' input or interests. Steering, by contrast, is about guiding the conversation in ways that serve both your goals and the collective purpose of the discussion. This navigator mindset involves several key shifts in how you approach conversations. From reactive to proactive, rather than simply responding to what comes your way, you anticipate where the conversation might go and consider how you can guide it toward productive areas. From passive to purposeful, instead of letting conversations unfold randomly, you engage with a clear sense of what you hope to accomplish or contribute. From following to co-creating, you see the conversation not as a fixed path laid out by others, but as a collaborative creation that you help shape. From drifting to directing, when discussions begin to meander or lose focus, you recognize your ability to help redirect them toward more valuable territory. This mindset shift doesn't mean you're always actively steering every conversation. There are times when following someone else's lead is entirely appropriate, when you're learning from an expert, for instance, or when someone is sharing an important experience. The key is having the awareness and skills to take a more directive role when it serves the conversation's purpose. Adopting the navigator mindset also means becoming more attuned to the dynamics of conversations, noticing when they're productive and when they're getting stuck, when they're balanced and when they're being dominated, when they're addressing important issues and when they're drifting into trivialities. This heightened awareness is the foundation for knowing when and how to exert your influence. Perhaps most importantly, the navigator mindset involves taking responsibility for the success of your conversations. Rather than blaming others when discussions don't go well, you ask yourself, how could I have helped guide this exchange more effectively? This ownership perspective empowers you to continuously improve your conversational leadership skills. By making this fundamental shift from passenger to navigator, you create the mental foundation for all the specific steering techniques we'll explore next. You recognize that you're not just along for the ride in your conversations. You're an active participant in determining where they go and how successful they are. Recognizing the steering moments. Not every moment in a conversation calls for active steering. Part of mastering the art of conversational guidance is developing a sense for when intervention is most needed and most likely to be effective. These steering moments are opportunities to gently redirect the discussion in ways that enhance its value for everyone involved. One clear steering moment occurs when a conversation begins to circle repeatedly around the same points without making progress. This circular pattern is often a sign that the current approach isn't working and a new direction is needed. By recognizing this pattern early, you can help the group break out of the loop and move toward resolution. Another key moment arises when the discussion has drifted far from its original purpose or most important topics. This drift happens naturally in many conversations as one idea leads to another, but it can prevent the discussion from achieving its goals. When you notice this happening, it's an opportunity to help refocus the conversation on its central purpose. Steering is also valuable when you observe that certain voices or perspectives aren't being heard. Perhaps you've noticed that some participants haven't had a chance to contribute, or that important viewpoints are being overlooked. These moments call for interventions that broaden the conversation and ensure a more balanced exchange. Negative or unproductive turns in the conversation present another type of steering moment. When discussion veers toward complaint without solution, criticism without construction, or conflict without progress, a redirection can help restore a more productive tone and focus. You might also recognize a steering moment when you realize that your own important points haven't found space in the conversation. Rather than feeling frustrated or giving up, this is a signal to actively create an opening for your contribution. Transitions between topics provide natural steering opportunities. As one subject concludes, there's often a momentary pause before the next direction is established. This pause is a perfect time to suggest a productive path forward, rather than letting the conversation drift randomly to whatever comes to mind next. Finally, moments of confusion or misunderstanding often call for steering. When you sense that participants are talking past each other or working from different assumptions, a clarifying intervention can realign the discussion and prevent wasted time and energy. Developing sensitivity to these steering moments is largely a matter of practice and attention. As you become more conscious of conversation dynamics, you'll start to recognize these opportunities more readily and develop an intuitive sense for when your guidance would be valuable. The key is to approach these moments not as interruptions, but as contributions. You're not cutting off the natural flow of conversation, but rather helping to channel it in more productive directions. With this perspective, steering becomes not an occasional intervention, but an ongoing part of how you participate in creating successful conversations. The art of gentle guidance, steering techniques. Now that we understand when to steer, let's explore how to do it effectively. The most skillful conversational navigators use techniques that are both subtle and powerful, guiding the discussion without seeming controlling or disruptive. These approaches allow you to influence the direction of conversations while maintaining rapport and respecting others' contributions. One of the most versatile steering tools is the bridging phrase, a transitional statement that acknowledges the current topic while connecting it to something you want to discuss. Bridges typically follow this pattern. Acknowledge the previous point, then link to your new direction. For example, that's an interesting perspective on the customer feedback. Speaking of customer experience, I think we should also consider how our new interface affects first-time users. Or, your point about timeline constraints reminds me of something important we haven't discussed yet, the resource allocation for the second phase. Bridging phrases work because they honor what's been said while smoothly shifting focus. They create a sense of conversational continuity rather than abrupt change, making your steering less obvious and more natural. Another powerful steering technique is asking strategic questions. Questions naturally direct attention and thought in specific directions. When you ask a question, you implicitly suggest a topic or angle that deserves consideration. For instance, if a meeting is getting bogged down in minor details, you might ask, "How does this connect to our primary objective?" Or if an important perspective is being overlooked, you might inquire, "I'd be interested to hear what Sarah thinks about this approach, given her experience with similar projects." Questions are particularly effective steering tools because they invite engagement rather than imposing direction. They create the space for others to contribute while still guiding the conversation toward productive territory. Setting or restating the agenda is another valuable steering approach. In formal meetings, this might involve explicitly outlining discussion topics at the start. In more casual conversations, it could be as simple as saying, "I was hoping we could talk about 3 things today." Even in the middle of a conversation that has drifted, you can reset direction by summarizing what's been covered and suggesting what to address next. We've spent some time discussing the technical challenges. Should we move on to talking about the budget implications? This agenda-setting technique works because it creates a shared framework for the conversation. When people agree on what they're trying to accomplish, the discussion naturally flows toward those objectives. Refocusing tactics help bring wandering conversations back to their central purpose. One effective approach is the summary redirect. Briefly summarize the key points from the discussion so far, then suggest a focused direction forward. For example, "So we've identified several potential causes for the delay. Now let's talk about which of these we can actually influence in the short term." This technique acknowledges the value of what's been discussed while moving the conversation toward more productive territory. Sometimes more direct redirection is needed, particularly when a conversation has strayed far from its purpose. In these cases, you might say something like, "I notice we've moved quite a bit away from our original topic. Could we come back to discussing the quarterly targets?" While more explicit than other steering techniques, this approach can be delivered respectfully and is often appreciated when a conversation has clearly lost its way. The boomerang technique is useful when someone asks you a question that takes the conversation in a direction you don't want to pursue extensively. You briefly answer their question, then immediately pose a related question that moves the discussion back toward your preferred territory. For instance, if asked, "Don't you think the timeline is too aggressive?" you might respond, "I believe it's challenging but achievable with the right resources." Speaking of resources, what do you think we need to prioritize to meet these deadlines? Each of these techniques gives you a way to influence the direction of conversation without dominating or interrupting its natural flow. The key to using them effectively is to apply them with genuine respect for others' contributions and a focus on the shared purpose of the conversation. When steering is done skillfully, others often don't even notice it happening. They simply experience a discussion that feels productive and purposeful. The balance of listening and leading. Effective conversational steering isn't about talking more than others or pushing your agenda at the expense of collaboration. Rather, it's about finding the right balance between listening attentively and guiding purposefully. This balance is what distinguishes skillful navigation from mere domination. At first glance, deep listening and active steering might seem contradictory. How can you truly hear others while also working to guide the conversation? The answer lies in understanding that these activities are complementary, not conflicting. In fact, the most effective steering is informed by careful listening. You guide the conversation based on what you hear, not despite it. This balanced approach begins with attentive listening. Before attempting to steer a conversation, take time to understand what others are saying and why it matters to them. Listen not just for content, but for underlying concerns, unstated assumptions, and emotional cues. This deep listening provides the context you need to guide the conversation in ways that address what's truly important. When you do intervene to steer, do so in ways that build on rather than dismiss what's been shared. Use phrases like, "building on what you just said," or "that connects to something I've been thinking about." These bridges show that you've been listening and value others' contributions even as you help shift the direction. The balanced navigator also knows when to follow rather than lead. There are times when the most valuable thing you can do is to temporarily set aside your steering agenda and fully explore a direction someone else has introduced. This flexibility demonstrates respect and often leads to unexpected insights. The key is making this a conscious choice rather than a default mode. Another aspect of this balance is creating space for others to contribute to the steering process. You don't need to be the only navigator in the conversation. Ask questions like, "Where do you think we should focus next?" Or, "What aspect of this haven't we considered yet?" These invitations share the steering function while still keeping the conversation purposeful. Pay attention also to the balance of voices in the conversation. If you notice that some participants are speaking much more than others, you can use your steering role to create openings for quieter members. We've heard several perspectives on this. Alex, I'd be interested in your thoughts given your experience with the client side of this issue. The rhythm of effective conversation often involves alternating between periods of open exploration and moments of focused steering. Allow time for ideas to develop naturally, then step in with guidance when the discussion begins to drift or circle. This rhythmic approach maintains both the creative benefits of free-flowing conversation and the productivity benefits of purposeful direction. Finding this balance takes practice and self-awareness. After conversations, reflect on how effectively you managed the listening-leading dynamic. Did you steer too much or too little? Did your interventions build on others' contributions or override them? Did you create space for diverse perspectives while still keeping the discussion on track? These reflections help you continuously refine your approach. The master of conversational steering isn't the person who controls every aspect of the discussion. Rather, it's the person who helps create a space where all participants can contribute effectively while still ensuring that the conversation achieves its purpose. This balanced approach transforms you from a mere participant into a valued facilitator of productive dialogue. Steering in different contexts. The principles of conversational steering apply broadly, but how you implement them varies depending on the context. Let's explore how to adapt your steering approach to different conversational settings and relationships. In formal meetings, steering often takes more explicit forms. As a meeting leader, you might use a written agenda, designated discussion times for specific topics, and clear transitions between subjects. Even as a participant, you can influence direction by referring back to stated objectives, to return to our main goal for today, or by suggesting structured approaches to complex issues. Perhaps we could break this down into 3 key questions. The formal setting also provides specific steering opportunities, such as summarizing discussions before moving to decisions or explicitly checking for closure on one topic before introducing another. These more structured interventions are generally expected and accepted in meeting contexts, making them particularly effective steering tools in this environment. One-on-one conversations require more subtle navigation. Here, relationship dynamics play a larger role, and maintaining rapport is especially important. Steering techniques that acknowledge the other person's interests while gently redirecting work well. I appreciate you sharing that experience. It makes me think about something I've been wanting to discuss with you. In one-on-ones, questions are particularly powerful steering tools because they feel conversational rather than directive. Rather than announcing a change of topic, you might ask a question that naturally leads the conversation in your preferred direction. That's helpful context. I'm curious, how do you see this connecting to the decision we need to make about the project timeline? Group social conversations present different steering challenges. Without a formal structure or clear purpose, these exchanges can easily drift. Here, your steering might focus on depth rather than direction, guiding the conversation toward more meaningful territory rather than specific topics. Questions that invite reflection or personal perspective can be effective. That's an interesting point about the current situation. What do you all think the implications might be longer term? In social settings, steering is often about enhancing the quality of the conversation for everyone rather than achieving particular objectives. Your goal might be to ensure that everyone can participate, to move beyond superficial exchanges, or to keep the tone positive and engaging. Negotiations and difficult conversations require particularly thoughtful steering. In these contexts, emotions can run high, and participants may have competing agendas. Effective steering often involves keeping the focus on interests rather than positions. I understand we have different views on the approach. Let's talk about what each of us is trying to accomplish here. In difficult conversations, regular summarizing and reframing help maintain clarity and manage emotions. So far, we've identified 2 key concerns from your perspective and 1 major constraint from mine. Let's see if we can find an approach that addresses all of these. This kind of steering helps prevent the conversation from deteriorating into argument or talking past each other. Virtual conversations present unique steering challenges due to reduced nonverbal cues and potential technology issues. More explicit transitions and signposting help in these environments. I'd like to shift our focus now to the second topic on our agenda. Creating deliberate space for participation is also important. Let's go around and hear everyone's initial thoughts on this before we dive deeper. Across all these contexts, the key is to adapt your steering approach to fit the setting and relationships while still maintaining your influence on the conversation's direction. With practice, you'll develop an intuitive sense for which steering techniques work best in different situations, allowing you to navigate effectively across your full range of personal and professional interactions. From technique to habit, developing your steering skills. Like any communication skill, conversational steering becomes more natural and effective with deliberate practice. Let's explore how to develop this capability from initial awareness to intuitive mastery. Begin by observing steering in action. In your next few conversations or meetings, pay attention to how direction changes occur. Who influences where the discussion goes? What techniques do they use? How do others respond? This observational phase helps you recognize effective steering when you see it and builds your awareness of conversation dynamics. Next, experiment with simple steering techniques in low-stakes situations. Try using bridging phrases in casual conversations with friends or colleagues. Practice asking questions that guide discussion toward topics you're interested in exploring. These initial experiments help you get comfortable with taking a more active role in shaping conversations. As you gain confidence, set specific steering goals for important conversations. Before a meeting or discussion, identify 1 or 2 points you want to ensure are addressed and plan how you might steer the conversation toward these areas if necessary. Having this mental preparation makes you more likely to act when steering opportunities arise. Reflect after conversations on both successful and unsuccessful steering attempts. What worked well? What met resistance? How might you have steered more effectively? This reflection accelerates your learning and helps you refine your approach for future interactions. Gradually expand your steering repertoire by practicing different techniques in various contexts. If you've become comfortable with bridging phrases, try agenda setting or refocusing tactics. If you've mastered one-on-one steering, apply your skills in group settings. This expansion builds your flexibility and adaptability as a conversational navigator. Pay particular attention to your timing and tone when steering. The same technique can be received very differently depending on how and when it's delivered. Practice finding natural openings for direction changes and using a tone that's confident but not commanding. These nuances often determine whether your steering is experienced as helpful guidance or unwelcome control. Work on integrating steering with the other communication skills we've explored in previous chapters. For instance, use a strategic pause before introducing a steering comment, or apply the Think, Feel, Say framework to ensure your redirection acknowledges both logical and emotional aspects of the conversation. This integration creates a more holistic and natural communication style. Finally, make steering a habitual part of your communication mindset. Rather than seeing it as a special technique you occasionally deploy, embrace it as an ongoing aspect of how you participate in conversations. With this mindset, you're continuously attentive to the conversation's direction and ready to guide when appropriate without having to consciously switch into steering mode. As steering becomes habitual, you'll notice a transformation in your conversations. Discussions become more purposeful and productive. Your key points find their way into the exchange more consistently. Others begin to value your contributions not just for their content, but for your ability to help guide the conversation toward meaningful outcomes. This development from conscious technique to natural habit is the path to mastery in conversational steering. With practice, what begins as deliberate effort becomes an intuitive skill that enhances all your interactions. The ripple effects, how steering transforms your communication. As you develop your ability to steer conversations, you'll notice effects that extend far beyond the immediate benefit of guiding individual discussions. This skill creates ripple effects that transform your overall communication effectiveness and how others perceive you. Perhaps the most significant change is a shift from feeling at the mercy of conversations to feeling empowered within them. When you know you can influence the direction of an exchange, you approach communication with greater confidence and less anxiety. This sense of agency reduces the stress of unexpected questions or difficult discussions because you know you have tools to guide the conversation toward productive territory. Your reputation and relationships also evolve as you become a more effective conversational navigator. Colleagues begin to notice that meetings you participate in tend to be more focused and productive. They value your ability to keep discussions on track without dominating them. Over time, you may find yourself increasingly invited into important conversations precisely because of this skill. Leadership perception is another ripple effect. Research in group dynamics consistently shows that those who help shape the direction of discussions are often viewed as leaders, regardless of their formal position. By developing your steering skills, you enhance how others perceive your leadership capabilities, potentially opening doors to new opportunities and responsibilities. Your thinking speed also improves through regular steering practice. When you actively guide conversations toward areas you've considered in advance, you're able to draw on prepared thoughts rather than having to formulate responses entirely on the spot. This preparation advantage allows you to speak more articulately and confidently, even in high-pressure situations. Communication becomes more efficient as your steering skills develop. Conversations reach their objectives more directly, with fewer detours and circular discussions. This efficiency saves time and energy while producing better outcomes, a benefit that everyone in the conversation appreciates. Your influence expands as well. When you can guide conversations effectively, your ideas and perspectives are more likely to be heard and considered. This doesn't mean others always agree with you, but it does mean you have greater opportunity to shape thinking and decisions through your contributions. Perhaps most importantly, steering skills transform your experience of communication from passive to creative. Rather than simply participating in conversations that happen to you, you become a co-creator of meaningful exchanges. This creative role is both more fulfilling and more impactful than the passive alternative. These ripple effects compound over time, creating a virtuous cycle of communication effectiveness. As you steer more skillfully, conversations become more productive, which enhances your reputation, which leads to more opportunities to contribute, which further develops your skills, and the cycle continues. By developing your ability to guide conversations rather than merely follow them, you're not just learning a tactical communication skill, you're fundamentally changing your relationship to communication itself, shifting from reactor to creator, from passenger to navigator, from follower to leader. Beyond steering, the next dimension of communication mastery. As we conclude our exploration of conversational steering, it's worth reflecting on how this skill fits into the larger journey of communication mastery we're undertaking in this book. The ability to guide conversations rather than merely follow them represents a significant shift in how you engage with communication. It moves you from a reactive to a proactive stance, from responding to whatever comes your way to actively shaping the exchange. This shift is a crucial step in speaking like a genius, in communicating with the kind of clarity, purpose, and impact that truly impressive communicators demonstrate. But steering is just one dimension of communication mastery. As powerful as it is to guide the direction of conversations, there's another aspect of genius-level communication that we haven't yet explored: the structure of your thinking itself. Even the most skillfully steered conversation can fall short if your thoughts aren't organized in ways that make them easy to express and understand. You might guide the discussion to exactly the topic you want to address, only to find yourself struggling to articulate your ideas clearly when the moment arrives. This raises an intriguing question. What if there were mental models, frameworks for organizing your thoughts, that could dramatically accelerate your thinking and speaking in any situation? What if you could instantly structure your ideas in ways that make them clearer, more compelling, and easier to express? In our next chapter, we'll discover exactly such an approach. We'll explore how the most impressive communicators use mental frameworks to organize their thoughts rapidly, allowing them to speak with remarkable clarity, even on complex topics or under pressure. This framework thinking is like having a set of mental templates that you can instantly apply to any subject, creating structure where others might see only confusion. The combination of steering skills and framework thinking creates a powerful synergy. When you can both guide conversations toward important topics and structure your thoughts clearly when addressing those topics, you achieve a level of communication effectiveness that few people ever reach. You become not just a participant in conversations, but an architect of understanding. For now, begin incorporating the steering techniques we've explored into your daily communications. Notice how the ability to guide conversations enhances your effectiveness and confidence. Pay attention to how others respond when you take a more active role in shaping the direction of your exchanges. With each conversation you navigate skillfully, you're building the foundation for the next level of communication mastery that awaits in the chapters ahead. Chapter 6: Framework Thinking. Have you ever noticed how some people can take a complex question and respond with remarkable clarity, even when put on the spot? They seem to organize their thoughts effortlessly, presenting ideas in a way that's easy to follow and compelling to hear. Their responses flow logically from one point to the next, creating an impression of intelligence and mastery that leaves listeners nodding in agreement. What's their secret? Are they simply smarter than everyone else? Do they have an encyclopedic knowledge that allows them to pull perfect responses from thin air? Or is there something else at work? A method behind what appears to be natural genius? In our journey to speak like a genius, we've explored several powerful techniques: mentally rehearsing important conversations, using storytelling shortcuts, employing strategic pauses, aligning thoughts and feelings, and steering conversations proactively. Each of these skills enhances specific aspects of your communication. But there's another dimension to masterful speaking that we haven't yet addressed, one that transforms how you organize your thoughts in the moment. When faced with a question or when making a point, most people start from scratch each time, trying to construct a logical response on the fly. This approach places enormous cognitive demands on your brain, especially under pressure. It's like trying to build a house without blueprints. You might eventually create something functional, but the process will be inefficient and the results unpredictable. What if there were a better way? What if you could have mental blueprints ready to deploy at a moment's notice? Structures that would allow you to organize your thoughts almost instantly, regardless of the topic or situation. Throughout this chapter, we'll explore an approach to thinking and speaking that dramatically reduces the cognitive load of formulating responses. You'll discover how having a set of versatile mental models at your disposal can transform how quickly and clearly you express yourself. You'll learn why the most impressive communicators often aren't creating their response structure from scratch. They're using proven patterns that allow them to focus on content rather than organization. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why framework thinking is one of the most powerful tools for speaking like a genius, especially when you need to think fast and communicate clearly under pressure. The hidden structure of brilliant responses. When we hear someone give a particularly clear and compelling response to a question, we tend to focus on the content of what they're saying, their insights, examples, or conclusions. But there's something else happening beneath the surface that often goes unnoticed: the structure of their response. This structure, the way their thoughts are organized and presented, is like the invisible architecture that supports their words. It's what makes their response easy to follow and remember. It's what creates the impression of clarity and mastery. And it's what allows them to formulate their thoughts quickly, even in challenging situations. Consider what happens when you're asked an unexpected question in a meeting or interview. Your mind likely races in multiple directions simultaneously. You might think of several relevant points, but they come to you in a jumbled order. You might worry about covering everything important while also keeping your response concise. You might feel pressure to sound intelligent and articulate. All of this mental activity creates cognitive overload, making it difficult to respond clearly and confidently. Now imagine a different scenario. When that unexpected question comes, you immediately recognize it as a type of question you've answered before. You have a mental template ready, a proven structure that works for this kind of response. Instead of scrambling to create an organizational scheme from scratch, you simply need to fill in this existing structure with the specific content relevant to the current situation. This is the essence of framework thinking, having mental models or templates that you can quickly apply to organize your thoughts in any situation. These frameworks function like ready-made outlines, giving your thinking a clear path to follow and your speaking a logical flow. The power of this approach lies in how it reduces cognitive load. When you have a framework to follow, your brain doesn't need to simultaneously generate content and create a structure for that content. The structure is already there, allowing you to focus your mental energy on the substance of your response. This efficiency explains why framework thinking helps you think faster. It's not that your brain is actually processing information more quickly, it's that you're eliminating a major step in the response formulation process. You're no longer building the road as you travel, you're driving on a road that's already been paved. But framework thinking isn't just about speed, it also enhances the quality of your communication. When your thoughts follow a clear, logical structure, your listeners can more easily follow and remember what you're saying. Your points build upon each other in a way that feels natural and compelling. You avoid the rambling and repetition that often characterize unstructured responses. As we delve deeper into this approach, you'll discover that many of the most impressive communicators you've encountered, whether business leaders, educators, or public figures, are using frameworks, often without explicitly naming them. Their seemingly effortless clarity isn't magic or inborn talent. It's a skill that you too can develop with the right tools and practice. The cognitive science of structured thinking. To fully appreciate the power of framework thinking, it helps to understand the cognitive science behind it. Why exactly does having pre-established mental structures make such a difference in how quickly and clearly we can formulate our thoughts? The answer lies in how our brains process and manage information, particularly under pressure. Our working memory, the mental workspace where we manipulate information in real time, has significant limitations. Research suggests that we can only hold about 4 to 7 items in working memory at once. When we exceed this capacity, our cognitive performance suffers. This limitation becomes particularly challenging when we're trying to respond to complex questions or explain nuanced ideas. We need to juggle multiple concepts, organize them logically, find the right words to express them, and monitor our listeners' reactions, all simultaneously. Without a structure to help manage this complexity, we easily become overwhelmed, leading to disorganized or incomplete responses. Framework thinking addresses this challenge through a cognitive process called chunking. Chunking is our brain's ability to group individual pieces of information into meaningful units or patterns, effectively expanding our mental capacity. For example, it's easier to remember the pattern FBI, CIA, NSA than 9 individual letters, because we chunk these letters into 3 meaningful acronyms. When you apply a framework to your thinking, you're essentially chunking your ideas into a recognizable pattern. Instead of managing each point as a separate item in working memory, you're organizing them within a familiar structure. This dramatically reduces the cognitive load, allowing you to handle more complex information with greater ease. Another relevant concept from cognitive science is schema theory. Schemas are mental frameworks that help us organize knowledge and understand new information. When we encounter something that fits an existing schema, we process it more quickly and remember it more easily. Frameworks function as communication schemas, patterns that both you and your listeners can recognize and use to organize information. When you structure your response using a familiar framework, like a chronological sequence or a problem-solution format, you're activating existing schemas in your listeners' minds, making your message easier for them to process and recall. This cognitive efficiency works both ways. Not only does framework thinking help you organize your thoughts more quickly, but but it also helps your audience understand and remember what you're saying. The same structures that make information easier for you to manage make it easier for others to absorb. Research in educational psychology further supports the value of frameworks. Studies show that students learn and retain information better when it's presented within clear organizational structures. The same principle applies to all communication. Structured information is simply more accessible to the human mind. Understanding these cognitive principles helps explain why framework thinking feels so different from unstructured thinking. When you have a framework to follow, you're working with your brain's natural information processing systems rather than against them. You're leveraging cognitive patterns that have evolved to help us manage complexity efficiently. This isn't just theoretical, it has practical implications for how you communicate, especially under pressure. By adopting framework thinking, you're not trying to fundamentally change how your brain works. Rather, you're giving it the tools it needs to perform at its best, even in challenging situations. Your Framework Toolkit, Essential Structures for Clear Communication. Now that we understand why frameworks are so powerful, let's explore some of the most versatile structures you can add to your communication toolkit. These frameworks can be applied across a wide range of situations, from answering questions in meetings, to giving presentations, to having important one-on-one conversations. One of the simplest yet most effective frameworks is the list structure. This involves organizing your response as a numbered series of points. There are 3 key factors to consider here: first, second, third. This framework works well when you need to present multiple related ideas without implying a particular hierarchy or sequence. The beauty of the list structure is its flexibility. You can use it for almost any topic and adjust the number of points based on the complexity of the subject and the time available. The problem-solution benefit framework is invaluable when you need to propose an idea or answer a how question. You begin by clearly stating the problem or challenge, then present your solution or approach, and finally explain the benefits or positive outcomes that will result. This structure is persuasive because it establishes the need before presenting the answer, creating a logical flow that listeners find compelling. For explaining situations that change over time, the past, present, future framework provides a natural chronological structure. You describe how things were, how they are now, and how they will or should be going forward. This framework is particularly useful for giving updates, explaining changes, or providing context for decisions. It creates a narrative arc that helps listeners understand both the history and the direction of the situation. The cause and effect framework helps clarify relationships between events or factors. You can either start with the cause and explain its effects, or begin with an effect and trace back to its causes. This structure is excellent for analysis and explanation, helping listeners understand not just what happened, but why it happened. When evaluating options or ideas, the compare and contrast framework provides a balanced structure. You present multiple alternatives and systematically compare them across the same criteria, highlighting similarities and differences. This framework demonstrates thorough thinking and helps listeners understand the relative merits of different approaches. The What So What Now What framework is particularly valuable for making information relevant and actionable. You present the facts or situation, what, explain why it matters or what it means, so what, and then outline the implications or next steps, now what. This structure ensures that your communication doesn't just inform, but also connects to meaning and action. For persuasive communication, the PREP framework, point, reason, example, point, provides a compelling structure. You state your main point, give the reasoning behind it, illustrate with a specific example, and then restate your point for emphasis. This circular structure reinforces your message and makes it more memorable. When addressing complex or potentially controversial topics, the balanced perspective framework can be effective. You acknowledge multiple viewpoints on the issue, present the merits and limitations of each, and then offer your synthesis or conclusion. This approach demonstrates fair-mindedness and depth of thinking. The question-answer framework turns the typical Q&A format into a proactive structure. You pose key questions that you anticipate your audience might have and then answer them systematically. This approach engages listeners by addressing their likely concerns and demonstrates that you've thought deeply about the topic. Finally, the situation complication resolution framework provides a mini-narrative structure that works well for problem-solving discussions. You describe the initial situation, explain the complication or challenge that arose, and then present the resolution or path forward. These frameworks aren't rigid formulas, but flexible patterns that you can adapt to fit your specific communication needs. The key is to internalize them so thoroughly that they become second nature, mental templates you can call upon instantly when needed. With these structures in your toolkit, you'll never again face the blank page problem of not knowing how to organize your thoughts when put on the spot. If you're committed to mastering fast, organized thinking, our complete book bundle is your secret weapon. It comes packed with a specialized workbook to master these thinking frameworks through bite-sized exercises. You'll see immediate improvement in how you organize and deliver ideas, no guesswork required. Click the link in the pinned comment to get your copy now and start experiencing clearer, more confident communication within days, not months. Choosing the right framework in the moment. Having a toolkit of frameworks is valuable only if you can select the appropriate structure quickly when you need it. How do you decide which framework to use in a given situation, especially when you're under pressure to respond? The first clue often comes from the question itself or the nature of the conversation. Different types of questions naturally lend themselves to different frameworks. For instance, why questions often work well with a cause and effect framework or the PrEP method. How questions might call for a problem-solution benefit structure or a step-by-step list. What's the status questions align naturally with a past-present-future framework. Listen carefully to the language and intent of the question. Is the person asking for an evaluation of options? A compare and contrast framework might be appropriate. Are they seeking an explanation of a complex situation? The situation complication resolution framework could work well. Are they looking for your position on an issue? The balanced perspective or PrEP framework might be your best choice. The context of the conversation also provides guidance. In a decision-making meeting, frameworks that highlight options and outcomes, like compare and contrast or problem-solution benefit, are often effective. In an informational setting, explanatory frameworks like cause and effect or what so what now what might be more appropriate. In persuasive contexts, the PrEP framework or problem-solution benefit can be particularly powerful. Consider your communication goal as well. Are you trying to inform, persuade, analyze, or build consensus? Different frameworks serve different purposes. If your goal is to persuade, a structure that builds a logical case, like PrEP, or addresses concerns, like problem-solution benefit, will serve you better than a purely informational structure. Sometimes the complexity of the topic will guide your framework choice. For straightforward matters, a simple list structure might be sufficient. For more nuanced issues, a balanced perspective or situation complication resolution framework might better capture the complexity. Time constraints also influence your selection. In brief exchanges, compact frameworks like PrEP or a 3-point list work well. With more time, you might use more comprehensive structures like compare and contrast or a detailed past-present-future analysis. With practice, this selection process becomes increasingly intuitive. You'll develop a sense for which framework fits a given situation without having to consciously analyze all these factors. It becomes similar to how an experienced driver knows instinctively when to change lanes or adjust speed, a fluid response based on pattern recognition rather than step-by-step decision-making. To accelerate this intuitive mastery, pay attention to which frameworks work well in different situations. After important conversations, reflect on the structure you used and how effective it was. Would a different framework have worked better? This reflection helps refine your instincts for future situations. Remember that framework selection isn't about finding the one correct structure for a given situation. Multiple frameworks can work well for the same topic. The goal is to quickly select a structure that will help you organize your thoughts effectively, not to agonize over finding the perfect framework. Any coherent structure is better than no structure at all. As you become more comfortable with framework thinking, you'll also develop the ability to combine or customize frameworks to fit unique situations. You might use a problem-solution benefit structure, but organize the benefits as a numbered list. Or you might embed a compare and contrast section within a larger past, present, future framework. This flexibility allows you to address complex communication challenges while still maintaining clear organization. Signposting, making your framework visible. One of the most powerful aspects of framework thinking is how it helps your listeners follow your message. But to maximize this benefit, you need to make your organizational structure visible to your audience through a technique called signposting. Signposting involves explicitly highlighting the structure of your communication as you deliver it. It's like providing a map that helps your listeners navigate your ideas, showing them where you're going and how all the pieces fit together. The simplest form of signposting is to announce your framework at the beginning of your response. For example, I'd like to address this question by looking at the past, present, and future of this situation. Or, there are 3 main factors we should consider here. This preview creates immediate clarity about how your response will unfold. As you move through your framework, transition signals help maintain this clarity. Phrases like first, second, third, or moving from the past to the present, or now that we've identified the problem, let's look at potential solutions, serve as verbal signposts that guide your listeners through your structure. Signposting doesn't just help your audience, it also helps you stay on track. By verbally committing to a structure at the outset, you create a roadmap for yourself to follow. This reduces the cognitive load of remembering where you are in your response and what comes next. The language of signposting can be adapted to fit different contexts and personal styles. In formal settings, explicit structural language might be appropriate. I'll analyze this issue through 3 lenses: financial impact, operational feasibility, and strategic alignment. In more casual conversations, a lighter touch might work better. I'm thinking about this in terms of where we've been, where we are now, and where we're headed. Effective signposting also includes summary statements that reinforce your structure. After completing a section of your framework, briefly recap before moving on. So that covers the current situation. Now let's look at where we're headed. These mini summaries help listeners track the progression of your ideas. Visual cues can complement verbal signposting in face-to-face communication. Holding up fingers to count points, using hand gestures to indicate movement from one section to another, or even simple head movements can reinforce your verbal structure and help maintain audience engagement. When using frameworks in written communication, visual formatting serves a similar purpose. Section headings, numbered lists, paragraph breaks, and transitional phrases all make your organizational structure visible on the page, helping readers navigate your ideas more easily. The art of signposting involves finding the right balance, enough to create clarity without becoming mechanical or formulaic. With practice, you'll develop a natural way of highlighting structure that feels conversational rather than rigid. Remember that signposting isn't just a courtesy to your audience. It's a powerful, persuasive tool. When listeners can easily follow your thinking, they're more likely to find your arguments compelling. Clarity of structure creates an impression of clarity of thought, enhancing your credibility and impact. By making your frameworks visible through effective signposting, you transform them from internal thinking tools to shared communication structures. This shared understanding creates a stronger connection between you and your listeners, making your communication not just clear, but also engaging and memorable. Flexibility within structure, avoiding the robot trap. As you incorporate framework thinking into your communication style, You might worry about sounding formulaic or robotic. After all, doesn't using pre-established structures limit your spontaneity and authenticity? Won't people notice if you always organize your thoughts in predictable patterns? These concerns touch on an important aspect of framework thinking, the need for flexibility within structure. The goal isn't to become a communication automaton, rigidly applying the same templates regardless of context. Rather, it's to use frameworks as flexible tools that enhance your natural communication style while adapting to the specific needs of each situation. Think of frameworks as the underlying architecture of your communication, the support structure that holds everything together. Just as buildings with similar structural elements can look vastly different depending on their design and materials, your communication can follow familiar organizational patterns while still being uniquely yours in content, tone, and delivery. One key to maintaining this flexibility is varying your frameworks. Don't rely exclusively on a single structure for all your communication. Expand your repertoire to include multiple frameworks that you can deploy depending on the situation. This variety keeps your communication fresh and responsive to different contexts. Another important aspect of flexibility is adapting frameworks to fit the specific content you're discussing. The same basic structure, say a problem-solution-benefit framework, might look quite different when applied to a technical issue versus a personnel matter. The framework provides the general pattern, but you fill it with content that's appropriate to the particular situation. Be willing to modify frameworks in the moment if necessary. If you start with a 3-point list, but realize mid-response that 2 points would be more effective, adjust accordingly. If a question takes an unexpected turn, be prepared to shift to a different framework that better addresses the new direction. The frameworks serve you, not the other way around. Your personal communication style also influences how you implement frameworks. Some people naturally use more formal language in their signposting, while others take a more conversational approach. Some may use vivid metaphors to illustrate their points within a framework, while others prefer concrete examples. These personal touches make your structured communication authentic rather than mechanical. The timing and pacing of your framework elements can also vary. You might move quickly through the problem section of a problem-solution-benefit framework if your audience is already well aware of the issue, spending more time on the solution and benefits. Or you might devote equal time to past, present, and future in a chronological framework if all 3 timeframes are equally important to your message. Remember that frameworks are meant to enhance your thinking, not replace it. They provide a starting point and general direction, but your unique insights, examples, and analysis are what give your communication its value and distinctiveness. The framework is the canvas. Your ideas are the painting. With practice, framework thinking becomes integrated into your natural communication style. You'll find yourself automatically organizing your thoughts in coherent structures without conscious effort. At this point, frameworks aren't an external technique you're applying, but simply how you think, a more organized, efficient approach to processing and expressing ideas. This integration is the ultimate goal, not to sound like you're using frameworks, but to have your thoughts naturally flow in clear, organized patterns that make your communication more effective. When you reach this level of mastery, listeners won't think, "She's using a framework." They'll simply think, "She's remarkably clear and articulate." From conscious technique to unconscious mastery. Like any skill, framework thinking evolves through stages of development. Understanding this progression can help you navigate the learning process and recognize your advancement as you incorporate this approach into your communication style. At first, framework thinking is a conscious technique. You deliberately select a structure before responding, mentally outline your points according to that structure, and carefully signpost as you speak. This stage requires concentration and may feel somewhat mechanical. You might worry about forgetting parts of your framework or struggle to fit your content into the structure you've chosen. This initial stage is normal and necessary. Just as a beginning pianist must consciously think about finger placement for each note, you need to focus on the mechanics of framework thinking before it becomes natural. Don't be discouraged if it feels effortful at first. This is simply part of the learning process. With consistent practice, you'll enter a stage of increasing comfort and fluency. Selecting appropriate frameworks becomes quicker and requires less deliberation. You find yourself naturally organizing information into coherent structures even before you're asked to share it. Your signposting becomes more conversational and less formulaic. The frameworks start to feel less like external templates and more like familiar thinking patterns. During this stage, you'll likely experience inconsistent performance, sometimes flowing easily with framework thinking, other times reverting to less structured approaches, particularly under pressure. This variability is a normal part of skill development. Each successful application of framework thinking reinforces the neural pathways that make this approach more natural over time. Eventually, you reach a stage of unconscious mastery where framework thinking is simply how your mind works. You no longer need to consciously select structures. Your brain automatically organizes information into coherent patterns. Your responses flow naturally in clear, logical sequences without deliberate planning. Your signposting emerges organically from your thinking rather than being added as a separate element. At this stage, framework thinking enhances rather than constrains your spontaneity. Because the organizational aspects of communication require less mental bandwidth, you have more cognitive resources available for creativity, nuance, and connection with your audience. Your frameworks become invisible to listeners who simply experience you as an exceptionally clear and organized communicator. This progression from conscious technique to unconscious mastery doesn't happen overnight. It develops through deliberate practice in a variety of communication contexts. The more you apply framework thinking across different situations, from casual conversations to formal presentations, from simple topics to complex ones, the more deeply it becomes integrated into your natural thinking processes. Reflection accelerates this development. After important communications, take a moment to consider which frameworks you used, how effective they were, and how you might refine your approach next time. This conscious reflection helps encode the lessons of experience, speeding your progress toward unconscious mastery. Remember that even master communicators continue to evolve their framework thinking. They add new structures to their repertoire, refine their implementation of familiar frameworks, and adapt their approach to changing communication contexts. The journey of development continues even at the highest levels of skill. By understanding this progression, you can approach the development of framework thinking with patience and perspective. Each stage builds on the previous one, creating a foundation for increasingly natural and effective structured communication. With time and practice, what begins as a conscious technique transforms into an intuitive aspect of how you think and speak. Integration, framework thinking in your communication ecosystem. Framework thinking doesn't exist in isolation. It complements and enhances the other communication skills we've explored in previous chapters, creating a comprehensive approach to thinking fast and speaking clearly. Consider how framework thinking works alongside the mental rehearsal techniques from Chapter 1. When you mentally rehearse an upcoming conversation or presentation, you can explicitly incorporate frameworks into your preparation. Identify which structures might work well for different topics or questions, and visualize yourself organizing your thoughts according to these frameworks. This combined approach creates both content preparation and structural preparation, making you doubly ready for the actual communication. Framework thinking also enhances the storytelling shortcuts we explored in Chapter 2. Stories themselves have inherent structures: setting, challenge, action, resolution, and you can intentionally fit narratives into larger frameworks. For example, you might use a story as the example component of the prep framework, or include brief narratives within each point of a list structure. This integration makes your stories more purposeful and your frameworks more engaging. The pause and paraphrase techniques from Chapter 3 create natural opportunities to implement framework thinking. A strategic pause gives you the moment you need to select an appropriate framework before responding. Paraphrasing helps ensure you've understood the question or topic correctly, allowing you to choose the most relevant structure for your response. These techniques work together to create space for more organized thinking. The Think, Feel, Say approach from Chapter 4 complements framework thinking by ensuring that your structured responses include both logical content and appropriate emotional tone. Frameworks primarily address the think component by organizing your logical points, but they can also help structure how you express the feel component, ensuring that emotional aspects of your message are presented clearly rather than haphazardly. The conversation steering skills from Chapter 5 work hand in hand with framework thinking. When you guide a conversation toward topics you've prepared for, you can draw on frameworks you've already selected for those topics. Conversely, having a repertoire of frameworks makes you more confident in steering conversations into new areas, knowing you can quickly organize your thoughts on almost any topic. As we continue through the book, you'll discover how framework thinking lays the groundwork for more advanced communication techniques. The ability to rapidly structure your thoughts becomes the foundation upon which you can build skills like distilling complex information, achieving flow state in speaking, and maintaining focus despite distractions. This integration highlights an important truth. Effective communication isn't about mastering isolated techniques, but about developing a cohesive approach where multiple skills work together seamlessly. Framework thinking often serves as the organizing principle for this integration, providing the structure within which other communication skills can be most effectively deployed. As you continue to develop your communication abilities, look for opportunities to combine techniques in ways that enhance their individual power. Notice how a framework combined with a strategic pause creates more impact than either technique alone. Observe how storytelling within a clear structure makes both the narrative and the overall message more compelling. With practice, these combinations become increasingly intuitive. You'll find yourself naturally selecting the right techniques for each situation, blending them in ways that feel authentic to your personal communication style while maximizing their effectiveness. The result is communication that feels both natural and exceptional, flowing conversationally while demonstrating a level of clarity and thoughtfulness that sets you apart. You're not just applying techniques, you're developing an integrated approach to thinking and speaking that consistently showcases your intelligence and insight. Beyond organization, the deeper impact of framework thinking. As we conclude our exploration of framework thinking, it's worth reflecting on the broader impact this approach has on your communication effectiveness and how others perceive you. Beyond simply organizing your thoughts, framework thinking fundamentally changes how you process and express ideas. It shifts you from reactive to proactive thinking, from scattered to focused expression, from rambling to purposeful communication. This shift creates ripple effects that extend far beyond the immediate benefit of clearer responses. One of the most significant impacts is on your confidence. When you know you can quickly organize your thoughts on virtually any topic, you approach communication situations with greater assurance. The fear of being put on the spot diminishes because you have reliable mental structures to fall back on. This confidence comes through in your voice, posture, and overall presence, enhancing how others perceive your competence and authority. Framework thinking also affects how memorable your communication becomes. Research in cognitive psychology shows that structured information is significantly easier to remember than unstructured information. When you present ideas within clear frameworks, you're not just making your message easier to understand in the moment, you're making it more likely to be remembered later. This memorability extends your influence beyond the immediate conversation. Your reputation as a communicator transforms as you consistently apply framework thinking. You become known as someone who brings clarity to complex topics, who can explain difficult concepts in accessible ways, who makes meetings more productive through focused contributions. This reputation opens doors to new opportunities where your communication skills can create value. Framework thinking even influences how you listen and process information from others. As you become more attuned to structures in your own communication, you naturally begin to recognize or create structures in the information you receive. This structured listening enhances your comprehension and retention, making you a more effective learner and collaborator. Perhaps most importantly, framework thinking changes your relationship to pressure situations. What once might have been anxiety-inducing moments, being called on unexpectedly in a meeting, fielding difficult questions after a presentation, explaining complex ideas to senior leaders, become opportunities to demonstrate your clarity of thought. You develop a calm confidence in your ability to organize your thinking, even under stress. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It develops through consistent practice and application across different communication contexts. Each time you successfully apply framework thinking in a new situation, you strengthen your capability and expand your comfort zone. As framework thinking becomes integrated into your natural communication style, it creates a virtuous cycle of improvement. Clearer communication leads to better responses from others, which creates more productive exchanges, which provides more opportunities to refine your framework thinking, which further enhances your clarity, and the cycle continues. By developing this fundamental skill, you're not just learning a technique, you're rewiring how your brain processes and expresses information. You're creating new neural pathways that make organized thinking your default mode rather than a special effort. This rewiring represents a profound shift in your cognitive approach to communication. In our next chapter, we'll explore a complementary skill that takes your communication to an even higher level of impact. While framework thinking helps you organize information clearly, this next approach helps you identify what information is most essential in the first place. It's about cutting through complexity to find the core message that matters most. A skill that separates merely organized communicators from truly brilliant ones. How do you quickly distill the essence from a sea of details, especially when you're thinking on your feet? The answer lies in a mental discipline that the most influential communicators have mastered, often without realizing it. For now, begin incorporating framework thinking into your daily communications. Start with simple structures in low-pressure situations, then gradually apply them in more challenging contexts. Notice how having organizational patterns at your disposal changes both how you formulate your thoughts and how others respond to your words. With each structured response, you're building the foundation for a transformation in how you think and speak, a transformation that will increasingly set you apart as someone who truly speaks like a genius. Chapter 7: Distillation of Information. Have you ever noticed how some people can explain complex ideas with remarkable simplicity? They somehow cut through confusion and deliver crystal-clear messages that everyone understands immediately. Meanwhile, others might speak at length about the same topic, sharing numerous details and perspectives, yet somehow leave their listeners more confused than before. What separates these communicators isn't necessarily knowledge or intelligence. Often it's a specific mental skill, one that allows them to quickly identify what truly matters in a sea of information and present only those essential elements. In our journey to speak like a genius, we've explored several powerful techniques, mentally rehearsing important conversations, using storytelling shortcuts to engage listeners, employing strategic pauses to create space for clearer thinking, aligning thoughts and feelings before speaking, steering conversations proactively, and using frameworks to organize our responses. Each of these skills enhances specific aspects of communication. But there's another dimension to masterful speaking that we haven't yet addressed, one that transforms how you select and present information, especially when time is limited and attention is precious. When faced with a complex question or when trying to explain a multifaceted idea, most people attempt to include everything they know. They worry that omitting details might make them seem uninformed or their explanation incomplete. The result is often a lengthy, meandering response that dilutes the main point and loses the listener's interest. What if there were a better approach? What if you could quickly identify the essential core of any message and present it with clarity and impact? What if you could develop the mental discipline to separate what's truly important from what's merely interesting? Throughout this chapter, we'll explore a skill that dramatically enhances the impact of your communication by focusing it on what matters most. You'll discover how to rapidly filter the signal from the noise in your own thinking, allowing you to speak with remarkable clarity even when addressing complex topics. You'll learn why the most impressive communicators often say less, not more, and how this approach actually demonstrates greater mastery than exhaustive explanations. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why the ability to distill information quickly is one of the most powerful tools for speaking like a genius, especially when you need to make an impact in limited time or when competing for attention in our information-saturated world. The clarity paradox. Let's begin by exploring a counterintuitive truth about communication. Saying more often communicates less. When we have knowledge about a topic, our natural instinct is to share everything we know. We believe that providing more information demonstrates our expertise and ensures our message is fully understood. This instinct strengthens when we're nervous or eager to impress. We pile on details, examples, and qualifications to prove our competence and cover all bases. Yet this approach often backfires. Instead of creating clarity, information overload creates confusion. Instead of demonstrating expertise, excessive detail can make you seem disorganized or lacking in confidence. Instead of ensuring your message is received, overwhelming your listeners can cause them to tune out entirely. This is what I call the clarity paradox. The more you try to communicate by adding information, the less effectively you often communicate. Consider what happens when someone asks you a seemingly straightforward question in a meeting or conversation. Your mind likely floods with relevant information. Facts, opinions, examples, qualifications, implications. In your desire to be thorough and helpful, you might try to include as much of this mental content as possible in your response. The result? A lengthy, wandering answer that may touch on many points but fails to deliver a clear message. Your listeners struggle to identify your main point amidst all the details. They may remember fragments of what you said, but miss the central idea you were trying to convey. Or worse, they may stop listening entirely, overwhelmed by the volume of information. This pattern explains why subject matter experts sometimes struggle to communicate effectively with non-experts. When you know a topic deeply, you see all its nuances and complexities. Sharing all of this seems necessary for a complete explanation. But for your listeners, this comprehensive approach often creates more confusion than clarity. The solution to this paradox lies not in knowing more, but in saying less. Specifically, in saying the right less. It's about developing the mental discipline to identify what's truly essential and the courage to omit everything else. This is the art of distillation. Distillation in communication is similar to distillation in chemistry. It's the process of separating the essential from the non-essential to produce something more refined and potent. Just as distilled spirits are more concentrated than their sources, distilled communication is more powerful than its unfiltered alternative. This approach doesn't mean oversimplifying complex topics or dumbing down your message. Rather, it means identifying the core elements that matter most in a particular context and presenting those with clarity and precision. It's about respecting your listeners' cognitive limitations and making your message accessible without sacrificing its integrity. The masters of this skill aren't those who know the least. They're often those who know the most, but have the discipline to share only what's most important. They understand that clarity comes not from comprehensive explanation, but from strategic selection and emphasis. As we explore the techniques of information distillation, remember that the goal isn't to say as little as possible, but to say exactly what's needed. No more and no less. This targeted approach is what allows you to communicate with both efficiency and impact, cutting through the noise to deliver messages that truly resonate. The cognitive case for concision. The value of distilled communication isn't just a matter of preference or style. It's grounded in how our brains process and retain information. Understanding these cognitive principles helps explain why concise communication is often more effective than comprehensive explanation. One of the most relevant concepts is cognitive load theory, which addresses the limitations of our working memory, the mental workspace where we process information in real time. Research suggests that we can only hold about 4 to 7 items in working memory simultaneously. When we exceed this capacity, our ability to process information degrades significantly. This limitation has profound implications for communication. When you present listeners with too many points, details, or ideas at once, you're essentially overloading their cognitive processing capacity. They simply cannot hold and make sense of all that information simultaneously. The result is reduced comprehension, selective attention. They focus on some points while missing others, or even complete disengagement. By distilling your message to its essential elements, you work within the constraints of human cognition rather than against them. You're presenting information in chunks that the brain can actually process effectively, increasing the likelihood that your message will be understood and remembered. Another relevant cognitive principle is the von Restorff effect, also known as the isolation effect. This phenomenon indicates that when multiple similar items are presented, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. In communication terms, this suggests that if you present numerous points of similar importance, none will stand out. But if you highlight one key message among fewer points, that message has a much better chance of being remembered. This explains why presentations or conversations with a single clear takeaway tend to be more memorable than those covering numerous points with equal emphasis. By distilling your communication to emphasize what's most important, you create the distinctiveness that memory requires. The serial position effect offers additional insight. This principle shows that in a sequence of items, we tend to remember the first item's primacy effect and the last item's recency effect better than those in the middle. When you deliver a concise message with your key point at the beginning, you leverage the primacy effect to enhance recall. When you keep your message brief, you reduce the middle where information is most likely to be forgotten. Research on attention spans further supports the value of concision. Studies suggest that sustained attention to a single speaker or topic begins to decline after just a few minutes. By delivering your core message quickly and clearly, you ensure it's received during the peak of your listener's attention, rather than after their focus has begun to wane. These cognitive principles aren't just theoretical, they have practical implications for how you communicate, especially under pressure. By understanding the limitations of human information processing, you can structure your communication to work with these constraints rather than against them. The goal of distillation isn't to oversimplify or avoid complexity when it's necessary. Rather, it's to present information in ways that the human brain can effectively process, understand, and remember. This approach respects both your message and your audience, creating the conditions for successful communication even when addressing sophisticated topics. Finding the core, techniques for rapid distillation. Now that we understand why distillation matters, let's explore specific techniques for quickly identifying the essential core of any message. These approaches help you cut through mental clutter to find what truly matters, especially when you need to respond quickly. One of the most powerful distillation techniques is the one-sentence summary. Before you begin speaking, challenge yourself to express your entire point in a single sentence. This constraint forces you to identify the absolute essence of your message. Ask yourself, if I could only say one sentence on this topic, what would it be? This sentence becomes your North Star, the core message around which any additional information will be organized. For example, instead of launching into all the details of a project status, you might distill it to, We're on track to meet our deadline despite some supplier challenges that we've now resolved. This single sentence conveys the essential information, status, challenges, resolution, without getting lost in details. The headline approach borrows from journalism to help you distill information quickly. Journalists are trained to capture the essence of a story in a compelling headline and to put the most important information in the first paragraph. Apply this same discipline to your thinking by asking, what would the headline of this idea be? This question helps you identify the most newsworthy or important aspect of your message. For instance, if discussing quarterly results, your mental headline might be, New product line drives unexpected revenue growth. This immediately focuses your thinking on the most significant development, allowing you to lead with this key point rather than building up to it gradually. The bluff technique, bottom line upfront, is a distillation approach used in military and executive communications. It involves stating your conclusion or recommendation first before providing any supporting information. This approach requires you to identify your bottom line, the ultimate point or action you want to convey, and place it at the very beginning of your communication. For example, instead of explaining all the factors that went into a decision, you might start with, I recommend we proceed with vendor A. Here's why. This approach immediately gives listeners your most important point when their attention is highest. The 5 W's method, who, what, when, where, why, provides a structured way to identify essential information. When distilling a complex situation, quickly run through these questions to ensure you've captured the fundamental elements. Often, you'll find that addressing just 2 or 3 of these questions is sufficient for a clear, concise response. For instance, if explaining a project delay, you might focus on what, the specific milestone affected, why, the root cause, and when, the new timeline, while omitting details about who, all the team members involved, unless specifically asked. The need to know versus nice to know filter helps you separate essential information from interesting but non-essential details. For each element you're considering including, ask yourself, does my listener need to know this to understand my main point or take the appropriate action? If the answer is no, that information becomes nice to know and can be omitted from your initial response, though kept in reserve if questions arise. This approach is particularly valuable when you have deep knowledge of a topic and might be tempted to share everything you know. By consciously filtering for need-to-know information, you keep your message focused on what's truly necessary in the current context. These distillation techniques aren't mutually exclusive. They can be combined or used sequentially to refine your thinking. The key is to apply them quickly, often in just a few seconds before you respond. With practice, this mental filtering becomes increasingly intuitive, allowing you to distill information rapidly, even in high-pressure situations. Remember that distillation isn't about permanently discarding information. It's about strategically selecting what to present first and most prominently. The details you filter out remain available if needed for follow-up questions or further discussion. This approach respects both the complexity of your knowledge and the cognitive needs of your listeners. Delivering distilled messages with impact. Once you've identified the core of your message, how you deliver it significantly affects its impact. Distilled content deserves distilled delivery, a presentation style that enhances rather than dilutes your carefully refined message. Start with direct statement of your key point. Avoid the common tendency to build up to your main idea gradually or to bury it in qualifications and context. Instead, lead with your distilled message when attention is highest. This approach, sometimes called front-loading, ensures your core point isn't missed or diluted. For example, instead of beginning with background information, you might start, our research shows that option B will reduce costs by 15% while maintaining quality. Let me explain how we reached this conclusion. The key finding comes first, creating immediate clarity about your message. Use precise language that carries maximum meaning in minimum words. Choose specific descriptive terms rather than vague generalities. Replace phrases like a significant number of with specific figures when possible. Eliminate redundant expressions and filler words that add length without adding meaning. For instance, instead of saying, "At this point in time, we are in the process of implementing various different strategies to improve our customer service capabilities," you might say, "We're implementing 3 strategies to improve customer service." The latter conveys the same essential information in less than half the words. Create emphasis through strategic pauses. As we explored in Chapter 3, pauses can be powerful communication tools. When delivering a distilled message, use brief pauses before and after your key point to set it apart and give listeners time to absorb it. This technique creates emphasis without requiring additional words. For example, after analyzing all options, pause. We recommend proceeding with the expansion pause because the market data shows strong demand. The pauses around the recommendation highlight its importance and give it room to resonate. Employ vocal variety to highlight your key points. Subtle changes in pace, volume, and tone can direct attention to your most important information. Slightly slowing your delivery for crucial points, using a more definitive tone for conclusions, or adding emphasis to key terms can make your distilled message more impactful without requiring additional explanation. Use signposting language to clearly mark your main point. Phrases like, "The key insight is," or "The most important factor to consider," explicitly tell listeners to pay particular attention to what follows. This verbal highlighting helps ensure your distilled message doesn't get lost, even in longer responses. For example, we've examined several factors, but the critical issue is the timeline. If we don't begin by June, we'll miss the seasonal opportunity. The signposting phrase, "the critical issue is," directs attention precisely where you want it. Structure supporting information to reinforce rather than compete with your main point. If you do provide additional context or details after your key message, organize them to clearly support and elaborate on your core point rather than introducing new directions that might create confusion. For instance, if your key message is that a project needs additional resources, any supporting points should directly relate to why those resources are necessary or what they'll enable. Introducing tangential information about other aspects of the project would dilute your message rather than strengthen it. Remember that confident delivery enhances the impact of distilled content. When you've done the mental work of identifying what's truly essential, deliver that message with conviction. Avoid undermining your distilled point with hesitant language or excessive qualifiers unless they're truly necessary. These delivery techniques work together to ensure that the mental effort you've put into distillation translates into communication that's not just concise, but also compelling and memorable. The goal isn't merely brevity, but impact, creating messages that cut through noise and resonate with listeners. Balancing brevity and completeness. One of the most common concerns about distillation is that it might oversimplify complex topics or omit important information. This concern often holds people back from embracing more concise communication. Let's address this challenge directly and explore how to balance brevity with completeness. First, it's important to recognize that distillation isn't about saying less for the sake of brevity alone. It's about saying the right things, the essential elements that matter most in a particular context. Sometimes this means a very brief response. Other times it requires more elaboration. The key is that everything included serves a clear purpose in advancing your core message. One effective approach is the core plus offer method. Start by delivering your distilled message clearly and concisely. Then, offer additional information if it would be valuable to the listener. This might sound like, "The main issue is X. I can elaborate on the contributing factors if that would be helpful." Or, "In summary, our recommendation is Y. I have more details on the analysis behind this if you'd like to hear them." This approach respects both the value of concision and the potential need for more information. It gives listeners your essential message immediately, while acknowledging that additional context is available if desired. It puts the listener in control of how much detail they receive, rather than assuming everyone wants or needs the same level of information. Another balancing technique is layered communication. Present information in distinct layers, starting with the most essential and moving toward increasing detail. Begin with your one-sentence summary or headline, then add a brief explanation of key supporting points, and only then move to more detailed elaboration if appropriate. For example, we recommend delaying the launch until September. Layer 1, Core Recommendation. This gives us time to resolve the two critical technical issues we've identified and align with the industry conference timing. Layer 2, Key Reasons. Specifically, the payment processing integration is still showing errors in 3% of transactions, and the user interface needs refinement based on the latest testing feedback. Layer 3, Specific Details. This layered approach ensures that even listeners who only absorb the first part of your message get the essential information. Those who need or want more detail can continue to engage with the deeper layers of your explanation. Context sensitivity is another important aspect of balancing brevity and completeness. The appropriate level of distillation varies depending on your audience, the situation, and the purpose of your communication. A technical explanation to fellow experts might require more detail than the same topic explained to senior executives. A time-sensitive decision might need more distillation than an exploratory discussion. Develop the sensitivity to gauge how much information is appropriate in each context. Watch for feedback cues from your listeners, questions that indicate they need more information, or signs of impatience or disengagement that suggest you're providing too much detail. Adjust your level of distillation accordingly. Remember that distillation is not about permanent omission, but strategic prioritization. The information you filter out initially remains available if needed. If someone asks for more detail or challenges your distilled conclusion, you can draw on your fuller understanding to provide additional support or explanation. This approach actually demonstrates greater mastery than attempting to share everything you know at once. It shows that you have enough command of the material to identify what's most important and enough confidence in your understanding to focus on the essential without hiding behind excessive detail. By embracing these balancing techniques, you can achieve communication that is both appropriately concise and sufficiently complete, distilled without being oversimplified, focused without being inadequate. This balance is the hallmark of truly masterful communication. Distillation in different contexts. The principles of information distillation apply broadly, but how you implement them varies depending on the communication context. Let's explore how to adapt your distillation approach to different situations you might encounter. In meetings and group discussions, distillation helps you make contributions that advance the conversation without consuming excessive time. When sharing an idea or responding to a question, lead with your key point before providing supporting details. This approach respects everyone's time and ensures your main message isn't lost if attention shifts to another speaker. For example, instead of gradually building up to your recommendation, you might say, "I believe we should prioritize the website redesign over the app update. My reasoning is threefold." This immediate clarity helps the group process your contribution efficiently and decide whether they need your supporting details. In presentations or formal speaking situations, distillation helps you create clear takeaways that audiences remember. Research suggests that listeners typically remember only a few points from any presentation, regardless of length. By consciously distilling your content to emphasize what's most important, you increase the likelihood that what they remember aligns with what you most want to convey. A distilled presentation might use the tell them principle. Tell them what you're going to tell them, a distilled preview. Tell them the content itself, and tell them what you told them, a distilled summary. This approach ensures your key messages receive emphasis at the beginning and end, the points of highest attention and recall. In one-on-one conversations, distillation creates space for genuine dialogue rather than monologue. By expressing your thoughts concisely, you leave room for the other person to respond, ask questions, or share their perspective. This back and forth creates more engaging and productive conversations than extended explanations that leave little room for interaction. For instance, when sharing your opinion on a topic, you might offer a concise initial statement. I have concerns about the timeline, primarily because of the dependency on the vendor deliverable. Then pause to allow the other person to engage with this point before elaborating further. In written communication, distillation helps you create messages that are actually read rather than skimmed or ignored. Email subject lines and opening sentences that clearly state your purpose or request increase the likelihood of prompt and appropriate responses. Executive summaries that distill lengthy reports into key findings and recommendations ensure that busy readers grasp the essential points even if they don't read the full document. In crisis or high-pressure situations, distillation becomes even more crucial. When stress is high, cognitive capacity tends to decrease, making clear, concise communication essential. The ability to quickly identify and communicate the most important information, what's happening, what it means, what needs to happen next, can be critical in these situations. For example, in an urgent situation, you might distill your message to, "The system is down, affecting all customer transactions. The tech team is implementing the backup protocol. We need to notify clients and prepare for a 2-hour resolution time." This concise summary provides essential information without overwhelming details that could delay response. Across all these contexts, the key is to adapt your level of distillation to fit the specific situation while maintaining the core principle. Identify what's most important and ensure it receives appropriate emphasis. This contextual sensitivity is what transforms distillation from a rigid rule about brevity into a flexible approach that enhances communication effectiveness in any setting. By developing your distillation skills across different contexts, you build versatility as a communicator. You become someone who can deliver the right information in the right amount of detail for each situation, a capability that significantly enhances your overall communication effectiveness. Integration, distillation as part of your communication ecosystem. Distillation doesn't exist in isolation. It complements and enhances the other communication skills we've explored in previous chapters, creating a comprehensive approach to thinking fast and speaking clearly. Consider how distillation works alongside the mental rehearsal techniques from Chapter 1. When you mentally rehearse an upcoming conversation or presentation, you can explicitly practice identifying and emphasizing the core messages. This preparation helps you enter the actual communication with clarity about what's most important, making real-time distillation much easier. Distillation also enhances the storytelling shortcuts we explored in Chapter 2. Even brief narratives benefit from focus and clarity. By distilling your stories to include only the elements that serve your core message, you create more powerful and purposeful narratives. The combination of storytelling's engagement power with distillation's clarity creates particularly memorable communication. The pause and paraphrase techniques from Chapter 3 create natural opportunities for distillation. A strategic pause gives you the moment you need to identify your key point before responding. Paraphrasing helps you distill what others have said to its essence, ensuring you're responding to their core message rather than peripheral details. These techniques work together to create space for more focused communication. The Think, Feel, Say approach from Chapter 4 complements distillation by ensuring that your concise messages include both logical content and appropriate emotional tone. Distillation primarily addresses the think component by helping you identify your most important points, but it can also help you distill the feel component to its essence, ensuring that emotional aspects of your message are clear rather than muddled. Framework thinking from Chapter 6 provides structures that support effective distillation. Frameworks help you organize information logically, making it easier to identify what's most important within each component of your response. For example, when using a problem-solution-benefit framework, you can distill each section to its essence, creating a response that is both well-structured and concise. The conversation steering skills from Chapter 5 work hand in hand with distillation. When you guide a conversation toward topics you've prepared for, you can draw on distilled messages you've already formulated. Conversely, being able to quickly distill your thoughts makes you more confident in steering conversations into new areas, knowing you can rapidly identify and express the key points on almost any topic. As we continue through the book, you'll discover how distillation lays the groundwork for more advanced communication techniques. The ability to quickly identify what's most important becomes the foundation upon which you can build skills like achieving flow state in speaking and maintaining focus despite distractions. This integration highlights an important truth. Effective communication isn't about mastering isolated techniques, but about developing a cohesive approach where multiple skills work together seamlessly. Distillation often serves as the clarifying force within this integration, ensuring that all your communication techniques serve your core message rather than competing with or diluting it. As you continue to develop your communication abilities, look for opportunities to combine techniques in ways that enhance their individual power. Notice how distillation, combined with a clear framework, creates more impact than either technique alone. Observe how a distilled message delivered with appropriate emotional alignment resonates more deeply than one focusing on content alone. With practice, these combinations become increasingly intuitive. You'll find yourself naturally selecting the right techniques for each situation, blending them in ways that feel authentic to your personal communication style while maximizing their effectiveness. The result is communication that feels both natural and exceptional, flowing conversationally while demonstrating a level of clarity and thoughtfulness that sets you apart. You're not just applying techniques, you're developing an integrated approach to thinking and speaking that consistently showcases your intelligence and insight. Beyond clarity, the deeper impact of distillation. As we conclude our exploration of information distillation, it's worth reflecting on the broader impact this skill has on your communication effectiveness and how others perceive you. Beyond simply making your messages clearer, distillation fundamentally changes how you process and express ideas. It shifts you from reactive to proactive thinking, from information dumping to strategic communication, from overwhelming to empowering your listeners. This shift creates ripple effects that extend far beyond the immediate benefit of more concise responses. One of the most significant impacts is on your credibility. When you consistently deliver clear, focused messages that get to the heart of the matter, you create an impression of intellectual discipline and confidence. Your listeners sense that you have a deep enough understanding of the topic to identify what truly matters, a sign of genuine expertise rather than superficial knowledge. This perception contrasts sharply with how people view communicators who cannot or will not distill their messages. Excessive detail and meandering explanations often create the impression of confusion, lack of confidence, or an attempt to hide limited understanding behind a wall of words. By embracing distillation, you distinguish yourself as someone who communicates with purpose and clarity. Distillation also affects how influential your communication becomes. Research in persuasion shows that clear, concise messages tend to be more persuasive than lengthy, complex ones. When your key points stand out rather than being buried in excessive detail, they're more likely to be remembered and acted upon. This increased impact makes your communication more effective in achieving its purpose, whether that's informing, persuading, or inspiring action. Your reputation as a communicator transforms as you consistently apply distillation. You become known as someone who respects others' time and attention, who can explain complex topics in accessible ways, who brings clarity to confusion. This reputation opens doors to new opportunities where your communication skills can create value. Perhaps most importantly, distillation changes your relationship to information itself. As you practice identifying what's truly essential in any message, you develop a sharper analytical mind. You become better at separating signal from noise, not just in your communication, but in your thinking. This mental discipline enhances your decision-making, problem-solving, and strategic thinking abilities. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It develops through consistent practice and application across different communication contexts. Each time you successfully distill a complex topic into its essence, you strengthen this mental muscle. Over time, what begins as a conscious effort becomes an intuitive aspect of how you process and express information. By developing this fundamental skill, you're not just learning a technique, you're rewiring how your brain evaluates and prioritizes information. You're creating new neural pathways that make focused thinking your default mode rather than a special effort. This rewiring represents a profound shift in your cognitive approach to communication. In our next chapter, we'll explore a state of communication that many consider almost magical, a condition where words flow effortlessly, thoughts connect seamlessly, and speaking feels as natural as breathing. While distillation helps you identify what to say, this next approach addresses how you say it, particularly in high-pressure or high-stakes situations. What creates those rare moments when communication seems to happen without effort, and how can you access this state more consistently? The answer lies in understanding a psychological phenomenon that transforms not just your speaking, but your entire experience of communication. For now, begin incorporating distillation into your daily communications. Start with simple practices like mentally identifying your one-sentence summary before responding to questions. Notice how focusing on the essential core of your message changes both how you formulate your thoughts and how others respond to your words. With each distilled response, you're building the foundation for a transformation in how you think and speak, a transformation that will increasingly set you apart as someone who truly speaks like a genius. Chapter 8. Flow State in Speaking. Have you ever experienced a moment when words seemed to flow from you effortlessly? When your mind and mouth worked in perfect harmony, producing exactly the right phrases at exactly the right time? When you felt completely present, engaged, and somehow both relaxed and intensely focused simultaneously? If you've ever had such an experience, perhaps during a presentation that suddenly clicked, a debate where your responses came naturally and powerfully, or even a meaningful conversation where you lost track of time, you've tasted what psychologists call a flow state. Most people assume these moments are rare, happy accidents that can't be deliberately created. They believe such experiences come only to the naturally gifted or those blessed with unusual confidence. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if this optimal state of communication isn't just random luck, but something you could learn to access more consistently, even in high-pressure situations? Throughout our journey to speak like a genius, we've explored several powerful techniques. Mentally rehearsing important conversations, using storytelling shortcuts, employing strategic pauses, aligning thoughts and feelings, steering conversations proactively, organizing thoughts with frameworks, and distilling information to its essence. Each of these skills enhances specific aspects of your communication. But there's another dimension to masterful speaking that transcends individual techniques, a state of being that transforms how you experience the act of communication itself. It's a condition where all your skills and knowledge become seamlessly available to you, where self-consciousness fades away, and where speaking feels less like a performance and more like a natural expression of your authentic self. In this chapter, we'll explore this elusive yet achievable state of optimal communication. You'll discover why some of your best speaking moments have occurred when you were least self-conscious and most absorbed in the exchange. You'll learn what creates the conditions for this state and how you can deliberately cultivate it, even in situations that would normally trigger anxiety or overthinking. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand that speaking like a genius isn't just about what you say or how you say it. It's also about the mental and emotional state from which you speak. And you'll have practical strategies for accessing this optimal state more consistently, allowing your natural intelligence and expressiveness to shine through, especially when it matters most. The elusive optimal state. Let's begin by exploring what this optimal speaking state feels like and why it seems so elusive, especially in high-pressure situations. Think about a time when you were speaking at your best, when ideas connected effortlessly, words came easily, and you felt fully engaged with both your message and your listeners. In this state, you weren't overthinking each word before it left your mouth. You weren't worrying about how you looked or sounded. You weren't second-guessing yourself or mentally critiquing your performance as you spoke. Instead, you were simply present, focused on the ideas you were expressing and the people you were connecting with. Your attention was directed outward rather than inward. You might have even experienced a sense of enjoyment or exhilaration, regardless of the topic or context. This is what psychologists call a flow state, a concept pioneered by researcher Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi to describe moments of optimal experience when people are so engaged in an activity that nothing else seems to matter. Athletes call it being in the zone. Musicians might describe it as being in the groove. Whatever the terminology, the experience is remarkably similar across different domains, a sense of effortless action, deep focus, and intrinsic reward. What makes this state so powerful for speaking is that it bypasses many of the common obstacles to effective communication. When you're in flow, self-consciousness diminishes, reducing the anxiety and self-monitoring that often interfere with natural expression. Your working memory functions more efficiently, allowing you to access information and formulate thoughts more quickly. Your attention becomes more focused, helping you stay present with your listeners rather than getting lost in internal distractions. Yet despite these benefits, flow often seems frustratingly elusive, especially when we need it most. In high-pressure speaking situations, an important presentation, a job interview, a difficult conversation, we typically experience the opposite of flow. Instead of feeling relaxed and focused, we become tense and scattered. Instead of words flowing naturally, they seem to stick or stumble. Instead of being present with our listeners, we become hyper-aware of ourselves and our perceived shortcomings. This paradox, that flow is most valuable, yet seemingly least accessible when the stakes are high, is what makes it such a challenging aspect of communication to master. The very pressure that makes flow desirable tends to create conditions that inhibit it. The good news is that flow isn't simply a matter of luck or natural talent. While some people may access this state more easily than others, research shows that flow can be cultivated through deliberate practice and the right conditions. By understanding what creates and sustains flow, you can learn to invite this optimal state more consistently, even in situations that would normally trigger anxiety or self-consciousness. In the sections that follow, we'll explore the specific conditions that facilitate flow in speaking and the practical techniques you can use to create these conditions, even under pressure. You'll discover that while you can't force flow to happen, you can significantly increase the likelihood of experiencing it by setting the stage appropriately and developing the mental habits that make it possible. The science of speaking flow. To understand how to cultivate flow in speaking, it helps to understand the science behind this optimal state. What exactly happens in your brain and body when you enter flow, and why does it enhance your communication abilities so dramatically? Flow research reveals several key characteristics of this state that are particularly relevant to speaking. First, flow involves a merging of action and awareness. You become so absorbed in what you're doing that your sense of self temporarily recedes. This is why self-consciousness diminishes. Your attention is fully occupied with the task at hand rather than monitoring how you're performing. For speakers, this means that instead of maintaining a running commentary on your own performance, am I making sense? Do I sound confident? What will they think of this point? Your attention is directed toward the content of your message and the connection with your audience. This shift in focus frees up significant mental bandwidth, allowing your ideas to flow more smoothly and naturally. Flow also involves a distortion of temporal experience. Time seems to either slow down or speed up. You might find that what felt like a brief exchange was actually a 20-minute conversation, or that you covered complex material in what seemed like moments. This altered time perception helps explain why speakers in flow can respond more quickly and articulately. Their perception of having enough time reduces the pressure that often leads to verbal stumbling. From a neurological perspective, flow is associated with transient hypofrontality, a temporary downregulation of the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for self-monitoring and critical analysis. This doesn't mean you stop thinking. Rather, it means that the evaluative, self-critical aspects of thinking take a back seat to more intuitive, creative processes. For speakers, this neurological shift is particularly valuable. The inner critic that normally evaluates each word before or immediately after it leaves your mouth becomes quieter, allowing you to speak more spontaneously and authentically. Ideas connect more readily because they're not being subjected to excessive filtering and judgment before expression. Flow is also characterized by an optimal balance of stress hormones and neurotransmitters. The anxiety that normally triggers excessive cortisol and adrenaline, creating the fight-or-flight response that interferes with clear thinking and speaking, is replaced by a more productive combination of chemicals, including dopamine, associated with pleasure and reward, endorphins, creating a sense of well-being, and anandamide, linked to creative thinking. This biochemical profile explains why speaking in flow not only feels better, but actually enhances performance. Your brain is literally operating in a different mode, one that supports creativity, connection, and clarity rather than self-protection and criticism. Research on expert performance across domains suggests that flow represents a state of optimal cognitive and emotional functioning. It's not that you're accessing different knowledge or skills than you normally possess. Rather, you're accessing your existing capabilities more efficiently and completely without the interference of anxiety, self-doubt, or overthinking. For speakers, this means that flow isn't about becoming someone you're not or acquiring magical new abilities. It's about removing the obstacles that normally prevent you from expressing your true capabilities. The articulate, engaging communicator you become in flow is the real you, just without the limitations imposed by anxiety and self-consciousness. Understanding these scientific aspects of flow helps demystify the experience and makes it clear why cultivating this state is so valuable for speaking. It's not just about feeling better while communicating, though that's certainly a benefit. It's about creating the optimal conditions for your natural intelligence and expressiveness to emerge, especially in situations where they're most needed. Creating the conditions for flow. Now that we understand what flow is and why it enhances speaking, let's explore the specific conditions that make this optimal state possible. While you can't force flow to happen on command, you can deliberately create an environment, both external and internal, that makes flow much more likely to occur. The first essential condition is having clear goals for your communication. When you know exactly what you want to accomplish, whether it's explaining a concept, persuading someone of your viewpoint, or building rapport, your mind has a focal point around which to organize your thoughts and words. Without this clarity, your attention scatters, making flow difficult to achieve. Before any important speaking situation, take a moment to define your purpose. Ask yourself, what specifically do I want to accomplish here? What's my primary message or intention? This clarity creates a channel for your energy and attention, increasing the likelihood of flow. For example, rather than entering a meeting with the vague goal of doing well, you might define your purpose as clearly explaining the 3 key benefits of our approach and addressing any concerns about implementation. This specificity gives your mind a clear direction, making flow more accessible. The second crucial condition is achieving the right balance between challenge and skill. Flow occurs in the sweet spot where the task at hand is neither too easy, leading to boredom, nor too difficult, causing anxiety. It requires just enough challenge to engage your full capabilities without overwhelming them. For speaking, this means seeking opportunities that stretch you appropriately. If you're a beginner, a casual conversation about a familiar topic might provide the right level of challenge. If you're more experienced, you might need a more demanding context, perhaps speaking to a larger group or addressing more complex subject matter to create the conditions for flow. This principle explains why some people experience flow more easily in high-stakes situations. The elevated challenge level engages their full attention and capabilities. However, if the challenge exceeds your current skill level by too much, anxiety rather than flow will result. The key is finding or creating speaking situations that stretch you just beyond your comfort zone without pushing you into panic. The third condition for flow is receiving immediate feedback. In speaking, this feedback comes primarily from your listeners, their facial expressions, body language, verbal responses, and overall engagement. By staying attuned to these cues, you can adjust your communication in real time, creating a dynamic feedback loop that supports the flow state. This is why maintaining eye contact and connection with your audience is so important. It's not just about engaging them, it's about receiving the feedback that helps you stay in flow. When you notice listeners nodding, leaning forward, or showing other signs of engagement, it reinforces your flow state. If you see confusion or disinterest, you can adjust your approach, helping to maintain the optimal balance of challenge and skill. The fourth condition involves minimizing distractions, both external and internal. External distractions might include notifications on your devices, noise in the environment, or visual disruptions. Internal distractions are often more challenging. The self-critical thoughts, worries about performance, or concerns about how you're being perceived. Before important speaking situations, take steps to create a distraction-free environment. Silence your phone, choose an appropriate setting if possible, and eliminate predictable interruptions. More importantly, develop strategies for managing internal distractions, the mental chatter that can pull you out of flow. Techniques like mindfulness practice, positive self-talk, and focused breathing can help quiet the internal critic and keep your attention where it belongs, on your message and your audience. The fifth condition for flow is full engagement in the present moment. Flow is inherently about presence, being completely absorbed in what you're doing right now rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. For speakers, this means focusing on the current exchange rather than replaying previous mistakes or anticipating future challenges. Developing this present moment awareness takes practice, but it's essential for accessing flow in speaking. Techniques like mindfulness meditation can strengthen your ability to stay present, even in high-pressure situations. Even simple practices like taking a few conscious breaths before speaking or deliberately focusing on sensory details in your environment can help anchor you in the present moment. By consciously creating these conditions, clear goals, balanced challenge skill level, immediate feedback, minimal distractions, and present moment awareness, you significantly increase the likelihood of experiencing flow while speaking. While you can't guarantee that flow will occur in any given situation, you can stack the odds heavily in your favor by setting the stage appropriately. Techniques to induce flow. Beyond creating the general conditions for flow, there are specific techniques you can use before and during speaking to help induce this optimal state. These approaches draw on insights from performance psychology, mindfulness practice, and the experiences of professional communicators who have learned to access flow consistently. One powerful technique is visualization, mentally rehearsing your speaking experience while imagining yourself in a state of flow. Before an important presentation or conversation, take a few minutes to close your eyes and see yourself speaking with ease and confidence. Imagine words flowing naturally, ideas connecting clearly, and your audience engaged and responsive. Feel the sensations of being in flow, the focus, the enjoyment, the sense of effortless action. This visualization serves multiple purposes. It familiarizes your brain with the experience of flow in the specific context you're preparing for, making it more accessible when you're actually in that situation. It also reduces anxiety by replacing catastrophic imagery, imagining yourself freezing or failing, with positive, empowering imagery. And it helps clarify your goals and intentions, creating one of the essential conditions for flow. Another effective approach is developing a pre-speaking ritual, a consistent sequence of actions that helps transition your mind and body into a state conducive to flow. Professional athletes, musicians, and actors often use rituals to get in the zone before performances, and speakers can benefit from the same approach. Your ritual might include physical elements, deep breathing, stretching, or specific gestures, mental practices, reviewing your key points or purpose, and emotional components, connecting with your passion for the topic or your desire to serve the audience. The specific elements matter less than the consistency. By following the same sequence regularly, you create a psychological trigger that helps your mind transition into a flow-ready state. For example, a simple pre-speaking ritual might involve finding a quiet moment, taking 3 deep breaths while standing tall, mentally reviewing your core message, and saying to yourself, "I'm ready to share what matters." By repeating this sequence before speaking situations where you experience flow, you create an association that makes flow more accessible in future situations. Mindfulness techniques can be particularly valuable for inducing flow in speaking. A brief mindfulness practice, even just 30 seconds of focused attention on your breath, helps center your awareness in the present moment and quiet the mental chatter that often prevents flow. This present moment awareness is essential for the merging of action and awareness that characterizes the flow state. During speaking itself, maintaining this mindful awareness helps sustain flow. Rather than getting caught up in evaluating your performance or worrying about what comes next, keep your attention on the current moment of communication. The words you're saying now, the person you're connecting with now, the idea you're expressing now. This present-focused attention creates the conditions for flow to continue. Another technique involves reframing anxiety as excitement. Research in performance psychology shows that anxiety and excitement produce similar physiological responses: increased heart rate, heightened alertness, elevated energy. The primary difference is how we interpret these sensations. By consciously relabeling pre-speaking nervousness as excitement or energy, you can transform what might be a flow-blocking state into a flow-enhancing one. Before speaking, try explicitly telling yourself, "I'm excited about this opportunity," rather than "I'm nervous about this." This simple reframing helps channel your physiological arousal in a positive direction, making flow more accessible even in high-pressure situations. Finding genuine interest or meaning in your topic also facilitates flow. When you care about what you're communicating, when you see its value or significance, you naturally become more engaged and present. Even if the subject matter isn't inherently fascinating to you, look for aspects that connect to your values or interests. Perhaps it's the challenge of making a complex topic accessible, the opportunity to help others understand something important, or the chance to develop your own skills. By finding this personal connection to your message, you create the intrinsic motivation that flow requires. You're no longer just going through the motions or performing for external approval. You're engaged in something that matters to you. This authentic engagement is a powerful catalyst for the flow state. These techniques, visualization, pre-speaking rituals, mindfulness practices, reframing anxiety, and finding meaning, work together to create the internal conditions for flow. By incorporating them into your preparation and practice, you make flow more accessible, even in situations that would normally trigger anxiety or self-consciousness. Maintaining flow under pressure. Entering a flow state is one challenge. Maintaining it under pressure is another. Even when you successfully access flow, various factors can disrupt it. Unexpected questions, technical problems, critical feedback, or simply your own wandering thoughts. Developing strategies to sustain flow through these challenges is essential for consistent, high-quality communication. One key approach is developing what psychologists call challenge skills, the ability to view potential disruptions as interesting challenges rather than threatening obstacles. When you encounter an unexpected question or situation, rather than seeing it as something that might expose your inadequacy, triggering anxiety, and breaking flow, see it as an opportunity to demonstrate your adaptability, maintaining the optimal challenge level that flow requires. This mindset shift doesn't happen automatically. It requires practice and conscious reframing. Before speaking situations, remind yourself that unexpected elements are part of the experience, not deviations from it. Prepare mentally by thinking, I welcome challenges as opportunities to engage more deeply, rather than hoping everything goes exactly as planned. Another valuable technique is the quick recovery, the ability to re-enter flow after a momentary disruption. If you find yourself slipping out of flow, perhaps becoming self-conscious after a minor mistake or distracted by an unexpected event, use a brief reset routine to bring yourself back to the present moment and re-engage with your message and audience. This reset might be as simple as taking a deliberate breath, briefly touching on your core purpose or message, and then continuing with renewed focus. The key is acknowledging the disruption without dwelling on it, then deliberately redirecting your attention to where it needs to be for flow to resume. For example, if you lose your train of thought mid-sentence, instead of panicking or apologizing profusely, which would further break flow, you might pause, take a breath, and say something like, "Let me approach this from another angle." This brief reset gives you a moment to reconnect with your message while maintaining your composure and presence. Developing comfort with silence is another crucial skill for maintaining flow under pressure. Many speakers fear pauses, rushing to fill any silence with words, often unnecessary ones that dilute their message or break their flow. By recognizing that strategic silence is powerful rather than problematic, you can use pauses to maintain your flow state rather than disrupting it with nervous chatter. When you need a moment to gather your thoughts or transition to a new point, a confident pause serves you better than filler words or rambling. This comfort with silence comes with practice and the recognition that listeners often appreciate these brief moments to process what you've said before you continue. Another approach to maintaining flow involves creating what some performers call islands of certainty, pre-planned elements or transitions that you can rely on if you temporarily lose your flow. These might be key phrases, clear transition points, or core examples that you've prepared thoroughly and can deliver with confidence even under pressure. These islands don't constitute a rigid script, which would actually inhibit flow, but rather touchstones you can return to if needed. They provide just enough structure to maintain confidence without constraining the natural, spontaneous quality that characterizes true flow. Perhaps most importantly, developing self-compassion helps maintain flow through imperfect moments. If you expect flawless performance and react harshly to any deviation from that standard, you'll break flow at the first minor mistake. But if you approach speaking with self-compassion, recognizing that perfect communication isn't the goal and that minor missteps are part of the process, you can maintain your flow state even through imperfect moments. This doesn't mean lowering your standards. Rather, it means recognizing that flow itself, that state of engaged, present, effective communication, is more valuable than technical perfection. By focusing on maintaining the flow state, rather than achieving flawless delivery, you actually enhance your overall communication effectiveness. These strategies for maintaining flow under pressure don't develop overnight. They require practice in progressively more challenging situations, allowing you to build your flow muscles gradually. With consistent practice, what once required conscious effort becomes increasingly natural, allowing you to access and maintain flow even in high-stakes speaking situations. Flow as a practice, developing your flow capacity. Like any advanced skill, the ability to access flow in speaking develops through deliberate practice and consistent attention. It's not something you achieve once and then possess permanently. Rather, it's a capacity you cultivate over time, becoming increasingly able to enter and maintain this optimal state across different contexts. One effective approach to developing your flow capacity is to create regular opportunities for flow experiences in low-pressure settings. By deliberately practicing in contexts where the stakes are lower, you build the neural pathways and psychological patterns that make flow more accessible when you really need it. This might involve setting aside time for speaking practice, where you deliberately create flow-conducive conditions, perhaps explaining a concept you're passionate about to a supportive friend, participating in a discussion group on a topic that engages you, or even recording yourself speaking about something that matters to you. These practice sessions allow you to experiment with different techniques for inducing flow and to recognize how it feels when you enter this state. As you gain experience with flow in these controlled settings, gradually increase the challenge level. Perhaps speak to slightly larger groups, address more complex topics, or introduce time constraints or other parameters that stretch your capabilities. This progressive approach helps expand your flow channel, the range of situations in which you can access this optimal state. Reflection is another crucial element in developing your flow capacity. After speaking experiences, take time to consider, did I experience flow? If so, when did it begin and what triggered it? If not, what obstacles prevented it? This reflective practice helps you identify your personal patterns and develop more effective strategies for accessing flow consistently. Keep a flow journal where you record these observations, noting the conditions, techniques, and mindsets that seem most effective for you personally. Over time, these reflections will reveal patterns that can guide your preparation and practice, helping you create increasingly reliable pathways to the flow state. Another valuable practice is studying flow in others. When you observe speakers who seem to be in flow, whether professional presenters, colleagues, or friends, notice what characterizes their communication in this state. How do they connect with their audience? How do they handle challenges or unexpected elements? What qualities of presence and engagement do they demonstrate? These observations can provide insights and inspiration for your own flow practice. Remember that developing flow capacity is not about eliminating all anxiety or challenges from your speaking experiences. Rather, it's about learning to work with these natural elements of communication in ways that facilitate rather than prevent flow. Some degree of arousal and activation is actually necessary for flow. The key is channeling this energy productively rather than allowing it to manifest as debilitating anxiety. As your flow capacity develops, you'll likely notice benefits extending beyond your speaking abilities. The same qualities that facilitate flow in communication, present moment awareness, balance, challenge, and skill, clear goals, and intrinsic motivation, enhance performance and enjoyment across many domains of life. The capacity for flow becomes not just a speaking skill, but a life skill, allowing you to engage more fully and effectively in whatever you do. This developmental perspective is important because it removes the pressure to achieve perfect flow in every speaking situation. Instead, view each opportunity to speak as part of your ongoing practice, a chance to explore, learn, and gradually expand your capacity for this optimal state. With this approach, even experiences where flow proves elusive become valuable learning opportunities rather than failures. Over time, what begins as a conscious effort to create specific conditions and apply particular techniques evolves into something more natural and intuitive. Flow becomes less something you strive for and more something you allow, a natural state that emerges when you remove the obstacles of anxiety, self-consciousness, and overthinking that normally prevent it. Integration, flow as the ultimate speaking state. As we conclude our exploration of flow in speaking, let's consider how this optimal state integrates and enhances all the other communication skills we've developed throughout this book. Flow doesn't replace techniques like mental rehearsal, storytelling shortcuts, strategic pauses, thought-feeling alignment, conversation steering, framework thinking, or information distillation. Rather, it creates the optimal state from which to apply these skills. When you're in flow, all your communication capabilities become more accessible and effective, working together seamlessly rather than competing for your attention. For example, the frameworks you've learned for organizing your thoughts don't disappear in flow. They become internalized, allowing you to structure your ideas intuitively without conscious effort. The distillation skills that help you identify key points operate more efficiently, helping you focus naturally on what matters most. The ability to align thoughts and feelings happens more organically, creating authentic communication that resonates on multiple levels. In many ways, flow represents the culmination of all these skills, the state where they function not as separate techniques, but as integrated aspects of your natural communication style. It's the difference between consciously applying methods and simply communicating effectively from a place of presence and engagement. This integration explains why flow feels so different from other approaches to improving communication. Instead of adding something to your speaking, another technique or strategy to remember, flow is about removing the obstacles that prevent your natural expressiveness and intelligence from emerging. It's about creating the conditions where all your knowledge, skills, and authentic voice can come together without interference. The beauty of this approach is that it works regardless of your natural communication style. Flow doesn't make you into someone you're not. It allows you to be the best version of yourself as a communicator. Whether you're naturally analytical or emotional, detailed or big picture oriented, formal or conversational, flow helps you express these authentic qualities more effectively. This is why speakers in flow often describe feeling more like themselves rather than like they're performing or following a script. The self-consciousness that normally creates a sense of separation between the real you and the performing you diminishes, allowing for more genuine connection with both your message and your audience. As you continue to develop your communication abilities, consider flow not as just another technique, but as the optimal state from which all techniques operate. Rather than asking, which skill should I apply in this situation? Ask, how can I create the conditions for flow, allowing my skills to emerge naturally? This shift in perspective transforms communication from a performance to be managed into an experience to be fully engaged in. By cultivating flow as your ultimate speaking state, you create the conditions for truly genius-level communication, not through superhuman abilities or perfect technique, but through the full expression of your natural capabilities without the limitations of anxiety, self-consciousness, or overthinking. This is speaking not just from what you know, but from who you are, creating the authentic connection and impact that define truly exceptional communication. In our next chapter, we'll explore what might be considered the final frontier of speaking like a genius, the ability to maintain clarity and composure even when things don't go as planned. What happens when, despite your best efforts, distractions arise or your focus wavers? How do you reset quickly and continue communicating effectively, even in chaotic or challenging circumstances? The answer lies in a set of mental skills that separate good communicators from truly exceptional ones. Skills that allow you to navigate the unexpected with grace and maintain your effectiveness even when the perfect conditions for flow aren't available. For now, begin incorporating flow-inducing practices into your speaking preparation. Experiment with visualization, pre-speaking rituals, and mindfulness techniques before your next presentation or important conversation. Notice the moments when you naturally slip into flow and reflect on what created those conditions. With each speaking experience, you're not just developing specific techniques, but cultivating the optimal state from which all your communication abilities can flourish. The state where speaking like a genius becomes not an effort, but your natural way of being. Chapter 9. Handling Distractions and Resetting Focus. Have you ever been in the middle of making an important point when something unexpected happens? Perhaps someone's phone rings loudly, a colleague interrupts with an off-topic question, or worse, your mind suddenly goes blank, leaving you struggling to remember what you were about to say. In these moments, even the most prepared and skilled communicators can feel their confidence waver. The smooth flow of ideas is disrupted, the clarity of thought becomes clouded, and that sense of command and presence you've worked so hard to develop seems to slip away in an instant. What separates truly exceptional communicators from the merely good ones isn't that they never face such disruptions. It's how they handle them when they inevitably occur. The ability to maintain composure and quickly reset your focus in the face of unexpected challenges is perhaps the ultimate communication skill, the final piece that completes the puzzle of speaking like a genius. Throughout our journey, we've explored powerful techniques that enhance your ability to think fast and speak clearly. Mental rehearsal to prepare for important conversations, storytelling shortcuts to engage listeners, strategic pauses to create space for clearer thinking, aligning thoughts and feelings for authentic expression, steering conversations proactively, organizing thoughts with frameworks, distilling information to its essence, and accessing flow state for optimal performance. Each of these skills contributes significantly to your communication effectiveness. But even with all these tools at your disposal, real-world conversations and presentations rarely unfold exactly as planned. The unexpected is, paradoxically, the one thing you can expect with certainty. In this final chapter, we'll explore how to maintain your mental agility and verbal clarity even when things go sideways. You'll discover practical strategies for handling both external disruptions and internal distractions, those moments when your own mind seems to work against you. You'll learn how to quickly reset your focus and get back on track without losing your composure or credibility. By mastering these skills, you'll develop a kind of communication resilience that allows you to navigate any situation with grace and effectiveness. You'll be able to think clearly and speak articulately, not just in ideal conditions, but in the messy, unpredictable reality where most important communication actually takes place. The reality of distraction. Let's begin by acknowledging a fundamental truth about human attention. It is inherently vulnerable to distraction. This isn't a personal failing or a sign of inadequate discipline. It's simply how our brains are wired. From an evolutionary perspective, this distractibility makes perfect sense. Our ancestors needed to remain alert to potential threats in their environment, even while focused on other tasks. The rustling in the bushes that might signal a predator had to take precedence over whatever else occupied their attention at the moment. This survival mechanism is still with us today, though the predators have changed form. In communication contexts, distractions come in countless varieties. External disruptions might include unexpected noises, visual disturbances, technological glitches, or interruptions from others. Internal distractions can be even more challenging. Your mind wandering to unrelated concerns, anxiety about how you're being perceived, self-criticism about a perceived mistake, or simply drawing a blank on what you intended to say next. What happens in your brain when these distractions occur? Neuroscience offers some insights. When you're focused on communicating, your prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for executive functions like planning, decision-making, and complex thought, is highly active. This region helps you organize your ideas, choose your words, and maintain your train of thought. When a distraction occurs, it triggers activity in different brain regions, essentially creating competition for your limited cognitive resources. Your attention shifts, at least partially, away from your communication task. If the distraction is startling or stressful, your amygdala, the brain's alarm system, may activate, triggering a fight-or-flight response that floods your body with stress hormones and further impairs your ability to think clearly. This neurological reality explains why even minor distractions can have a significant impact on your communication effectiveness. It's not just that you've lost your place. Your entire cognitive system has been temporarily disrupted, making it harder to access your knowledge, organize your thoughts, and express yourself clearly. Understanding this process is crucial because it helps normalize the experience of being distracted. It's not that you're an inadequate communicator or that you haven't prepared well enough. You're simply experiencing the natural limitations of human attention in a world full of potential disruptions. This perspective shift is important because how you interpret being distracted significantly affects how you respond to it. If you view distraction as a personal failure or catastrophe, you're likely to experience increased anxiety, which further impairs your cognitive function. But if you recognize distraction as a normal, predictable aspect of communication that everyone experiences, you can respond with greater equanimity and recover more quickly. The good news is that while distractibility may be inherent to human cognition, so is the capacity for cognitive control, the ability to direct and redirect your attention intentionally. This is the mental skill that allows you to notice when your focus has slipped and bring it back to your communication task. Like any skill, cognitive control can be strengthened through understanding and practice. In the sections that follow, we'll explore specific strategies for enhancing your cognitive control and developing effective responses to both external disruptions and internal distractions. These approaches won't eliminate distractions from your communication experiences. Nothing can do that. But they will help you navigate them with greater ease and effectiveness, maintaining your clarity of thought and articulation even when the unexpected occurs. The immediate reset. Tactics for the moment of disruption. When a distraction occurs mid-communication, your response in the first few seconds often determines whether it becomes a minor blip or a major derailment. Let's explore specific tactics you can use in that crucial moment to maintain your composure and quickly reset your focus. The pause and breathe technique is perhaps the most fundamental and versatile response to any type of distraction. When something unexpected occurs, whether it's an external interruption or an internal moment of blanking, give yourself permission to pause briefly. Take a single conscious breath. This simple act creates a moment of space between the distraction and your response, preventing a reactive spiral. Physiologically, this conscious breath helps regulate your autonomic nervous system, countering the stress response that distractions often trigger. Cognitively, it creates a brief buffer that allows your executive function to re-engage after being momentarily disrupted. And practically, it gives you a second to reorient and decide how to proceed. This pause needn't be lengthy. Even a 1-second pause with a single breath can make a significant difference. And contrary to what many fear, such brief pauses rarely register as awkward to listeners. In fact, they often create an impression of thoughtfulness and composure rather than hesitation or confusion. Once you've taken that momentary pause, you face a decision. Should you acknowledge the distraction or simply continue? The answer depends on the nature and magnitude of the disruption. For minor distractions that others may not have noticed, like losing your train of thought or hearing a distant noise, it's often best to simply continue without acknowledgement after your brief pause. Drawing attention to these small disruptions can actually create more distraction than the original event. For more significant or obvious disruptions, like someone entering the room loudly or a clear technological failure, brief acknowledgement is usually the better approach. This might sound like, "Let me pause for a moment while this is addressed," or "Let's wait for the sound to pass." This acknowledgement prevents the awkwardness of pretending nothing is happening when something clearly is, while still maintaining your composure and control of the situation. If the distraction is a person interrupting with a question or comment, you have several options. You might briefly acknowledge their input and promise to address it later. "That's an interesting point. Let me finish this thought, and then we'll explore that." Or you might incorporate their comment into your ongoing point if it's relevant. The key is making a deliberate choice rather than being thrown off course by the interruption. When the distraction is internal, like suddenly forgetting what you were about to say, reframing techniques can be particularly valuable. Instead of panicking with thoughts like, "I've completely lost my place," or "Everyone can tell I'm flustered," reframe the moment with a more constructive internal narrative. "This happens to everyone," or "I just need a second to reconnect with my point." This reframing isn't merely positive thinking. It's a strategic intervention that prevents the distraction from triggering a cascade of anxiety and self-consciousness that would further impair your cognitive function. By maintaining a calm, solution-focused internal dialogue, you create the mental conditions for quickly recovering your train of thought. Having a few reliable fallback phrases memorized can also be invaluable when you need a moment to reset. Phrases like, "Let me approach this from another angle," to build on what I was saying, or "Let's take a step back and consider the broader context," create a natural bridge while you regather your thoughts. These phrases buy you time without creating an awkward silence or revealing that you've momentarily lost your place. The key to all these immediate reset tactics is preparation and practice. In the moment of distraction, you don't want to be figuring out how to respond. You want to have practiced responses ready to deploy automatically. This preparation doesn't make you less authentic. It simply ensures that momentary distractions don't prevent you from expressing your authentic message clearly and effectively. By mastering these immediate reset techniques, you develop the ability to treat distractions as minor speed bumps rather than roadblocks in your communication. You maintain your composure and presence, quickly returning to your message without the disruption defining the experience for either you or your listeners. Recovering your train of thought. One of the most common and challenging consequences of distraction is losing your train of thought. Whether caused by an external interruption or an internal lapse in concentration, that moment when you suddenly can't remember what you were about to say can be deeply disconcerting. Let's explore specific strategies for quickly recovering your mental thread and continuing with clarity. The anchor point technique is particularly effective for regaining your train of thought after a disruption. This involves mentally returning to the last clear point you remember making before the distraction occurred. By restating this point briefly, either silently to yourself or aloud to your audience, you create a stable platform from which to rebuild your thinking. For example, if you're interrupted mid-explanation, you might say, "As I was saying before the interruption, the key consideration is." This not only helps you reconnect with your previous line of thinking, but also creates continuity for your listeners, making the disruption less noticeable in the overall flow of your communication. Framework thinking, which we explored in Chapter 6, provides another powerful recovery tool. When you lose your specific place in a discussion, you can fall back on the broader structure or framework you're using to organize your thoughts. By mentally reviewing this structure, I was covering the second of 3 main points. You can often reconnect with the specific content you were about to present. This is one reason why having clear mental frameworks is so valuable. They create a map you can consult when momentarily lost, helping you quickly reorient and continue. Even a simple mental outline with just a few main points provides significant protection against complete derailment when distractions occur. The topic expansion approach offers yet another recovery path when you've lost your specific train of thought. Instead of trying to remember exactly what you were about to say, begin speaking more generally about the topic at hand. As you articulate these broader points, your brain often naturally reconnects with the specific thread you had lost. This technique works because of how memory retrieval functions. Sometimes, trying to directly recall a specific thought creates pressure that blocks retrieval. By speaking more generally about related concepts, you create associative pathways that often lead back to the specific point you were trying to make without the performance pressure that can inhibit recall. For situations where you're responding to a question and get distracted mid-answer, the question restatement technique can be particularly effective. Simply restate the question you're addressing. So, to address your question about, this reorientation often triggers recall of the response you were formulating before the distraction occurred. This approach is especially useful because it simultaneously helps both you and your listener refocus on the central purpose of your response. It creates a clear reset point from which to continue, even if the specific wording of your planned response has temporarily escaped you. When speaking from notes or slides, a quick visual reference can provide an immediate recovery path after a distraction. This is one reason why having concise, well-organized notes can be valuable even if you rarely need to consult them. In those moments when a distraction has disrupted your mental flow, a glance at your notes can quickly reorient you without creating a lengthy pause. The key is to prepare notes that serve as signposts rather than scripts, brief phrases or keywords that trigger your memory of the fuller content you want to convey. This approach allows for natural, flowing communication while still providing a safety net when distractions occur. Perhaps most importantly, remember that perfect recall isn't necessary for effective communication. If you lose a specific example or detail due to a distraction, you can often simply move forward with your main point. Most listeners won't know what you had planned to say, so they won't miss the specific element that slipped your mind. This perspective helps reduce the anxiety that often accompanies losing your train of thought. Rather than seeing it as a catastrophic failure that undermines your entire message, recognize it as a minor hiccup that you can navigate around while still delivering your essential content effectively. By developing these recovery techniques and practicing them regularly, you build confidence in your ability to maintain coherent communication even when distractions temporarily disrupt your thinking. This confidence itself becomes a protective factor, reducing the anxiety that can turn a momentary lapse into a prolonged derailment. Emotional regulation, maintaining composure. Beyond the cognitive challenge of recovering your train of thought, distractions present an emotional challenge as well. The frustration, embarrassment, or anxiety that often accompanies being disrupted can trigger emotional responses that further impair your communication effectiveness. Developing skills for emotional regulation, maintaining your composure despite these natural reactions, is crucial for speaking like a genius in unpredictable situations. The first step in emotional regulation is simply recognizing when a distraction has triggered an emotional response. This awareness creates space between the trigger and your reaction, allowing you to choose how to respond rather than being driven by automatic emotional patterns. Physical cues often signal emotional activation: tension in your shoulders or jaw, changes in your breathing pattern, a flush of heat in your face or chest. By becoming attuned to these bodily signals, you can catch emotional reactions early before they significantly impact your communication. Once you recognize an emotional response, microregulation techniques can help you quickly return to a state of composed alertness. Controlled breathing is particularly effective. Taking a slightly deeper breath and extending your exhale longer than your inhale activates your parasympathetic nervous system, countering the stress response that distractions often trigger. This doesn't mean taking a series of deep breaths that would be obvious to others. Even a single breath with a slightly extended exhale can have a calming effect without disrupting your communication flow. With practice, this becomes an almost invisible reset technique you can employ mid-conversation or presentation. Cognitive reappraisal, changing how you interpret what's happening, is another powerful regulation strategy. When a distraction occurs, your automatic interpretation might be threatening. This is going terribly, or they'll think I'm incompetent. By consciously reframing the situation, this is a normal part of live communication, or this gives me a chance to demonstrate composure, you can significantly reduce the emotional impact of the disruption. This reappraisal isn't about denying reality or suppressing emotions. It's about adopting a more balanced, constructive perspective that allows you to respond effectively rather than react impulsively to distractions. Self-compassion plays a crucial role in maintaining composure amid disruptions. The internal critic that berates you for losing your place or being momentarily flustered only adds to your cognitive load, making recovery more difficult. By adopting a kind, understanding attitude toward yourself, the same attitude you would likely extend to someone else in your position, you create mental conditions more conducive to quick recovery. A simple self-compassionate statement, silently directed to yourself, "This happens to everyone," or "I'm handling this well," can interrupt the self-critical spiral that often accompanies being distracted. This isn't self-indulgence. It's a strategic approach to maintaining the emotional equilibrium necessary for clear thinking and speaking. Maintaining appropriate pacing is another aspect of emotional regulation that's particularly relevant after a distraction. The natural tendency when you've been interrupted or lost your place is to speed up, as if trying to make up for lost time. This acceleration typically makes your communication less clear, and increases the likelihood of further mistakes or confusion. By consciously maintaining a measured pace, or even slightly slowing down after a disruption, you signal composure to both yourself and your audience. This measured approach gives your cognitive functions time to fully re-engage and helps prevent the cascading errors that often result from rushing. Perhaps most fundamentally, developing a philosophical perspective on distractions can help maintain emotional equilibrium when they occur. Rather than seeing disruptions as failures or obstacles to perfect communication, view them as natural elements of the communication landscape, opportunities to demonstrate grace under pressure rather than threats to your competence or credibility. This perspective shift doesn't happen instantly, but with consistent practice, it can transform your relationship to distractions. Instead of dreading the inevitable disruptions that occur in real-world communication, you come to see them as normal challenges that you're well-equipped to handle, just another aspect of the complex, dynamic process of human interaction. By developing these emotional regulation skills alongside cognitive recovery techniques, you create a comprehensive approach to handling distractions. You maintain not just the thread of your ideas, but also the composed, confident presence that allows those ideas to land effectively with your audience, regardless of what unexpected elements enter the communication environment. Proactive strategies, building distraction immunity. While immediate recovery tactics are essential, equally important are the proactive strategies that build your overall distraction immunity, your capacity to maintain focus and clarity despite potential disruptions. These approaches strengthen your attentional control and create conditions that minimize the impact of distractions before they occur. Mindfulness practice stands out as one of the most evidence-backed approaches to developing stronger attentional control. Research consistently shows that regular mindfulness meditation enhances the brain's ability to maintain focus and resist distraction. Even brief daily practice, as little as 5 to 10 minutes, can produce measurable improvements in attention regulation over time. The core skill developed through mindfulness is the ability to notice when your attention has wandered and gently bring it back to your intended focus. This is precisely the skill needed when distractions occur during communication. By practicing this attentional reset in a controlled setting, you strengthen the neural pathways that allow you to do the same thing under pressure. Importantly, the goal of mindfulness isn't to eliminate distractions or prevent your mind from ever wandering. Rather, it's to develop the awareness to notice when distraction has occurred and the ability to redirect your attention without self-judgment or frustration. This combination of awareness and redirection is the foundation of distraction immunity. Distraction exposure training offers another approach to building resilience. This involves deliberately practicing your communication skills in environments with controlled distractions. You might rehearse a presentation while a colleague occasionally interrupts with questions, or practice explaining a concept with background noise or visual distractions present. This exposure approach works on the same principle as many forms of stress inoculation training. By gradually exposing yourself to distractions in a controlled context where the stakes are low, you develop both specific coping strategies and general confidence in your ability to handle disruptions when they matter more. Start with mild distractions and gradually increase the challenge as your skills develop. The goal isn't to make practice miserable, but to stretch your capacity incrementally, building confidence through successful navigation of increasingly challenging situations. Environmental design can significantly reduce the impact of potential distractions. Before important communication situations, take steps to create conditions conducive to focus. This might involve choosing an appropriate physical setting, adjusting technological elements to minimize potential glitches, or simply turning off notifications on your devices. While you can't control all aspects of your environment, particularly in impromptu or group settings, even small adjustments can make a difference. Positioning yourself to minimize visual distractions, ensuring your notes or materials are well organized and easily accessible, or arriving early to address potential technical issues. All these proactive steps reduce the likelihood of significant disruptions. Physical preparation also contributes to distraction immunity. Adequate rest, appropriate hydration, and even brief physical movement before important communication situations all enhance your brain's ability to maintain focus and recover quickly from disruptions. The mind-body connection is powerful. Physical preparation creates the physiological conditions for optimal cognitive performance. This doesn't mean you need perfect physical conditions to communicate effectively. That's rarely possible in real life. Rather, it means making reasonable efforts to support your physical well-being as part of your overall preparation for important communication situations. Perhaps most importantly, mental rehearsal of distraction scenarios builds both specific response strategies and general confidence in your ability to handle the unexpected. Before important speaking situations, take a few moments to imagine potential disruptions and visualize yourself handling them calmly and effectively. This rehearsal serves multiple purposes. It reduces anxiety about what might go wrong by giving you specific response plans. It primes your brain to recognize and respond appropriately to disruptions rather than being caught completely off guard. And it builds your belief in your own resilience, which itself becomes a protective factor when distractions occur. The combination of these proactive approaches, mindfulness practice, distraction exposure training, environmental design, physical preparation, and mental rehearsal, creates a comprehensive foundation for distraction immunity. Rather than hoping disruptions won't occur or being devastated when they do, you develop the skills and confidence to navigate them effectively, maintaining your clarity of thought and articulation even in challenging circumstances. This proactive approach transforms your relationship to distractions. Instead of seeing them as threats to be feared or failures to be avoided, you come to view them as normal aspects of communication that you're well equipped to handle, opportunities to demonstrate your resilience rather than obstacles to your effectiveness. Mastery, integrating all your communication skills. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration, let's consider how handling distractions integrates with all the communication skills we've developed throughout this book. This integration represents the highest level of speaking mastery, the ability to draw on your full range of capabilities, even when conditions aren't ideal. The mental rehearsal techniques from Chapter 1 provide a foundation for distraction management by creating strong neural pathways for your intended communication. When you've thoroughly rehearsed key points and transitions, these elements become more resistant to disruption. Even if momentarily distracted, you can more easily return to your prepared content because it's deeply encoded in your memory. This rehearsal becomes even more powerful when you incorporate potential distractions into your mental practice. By imagining yourself handling interruptions or recovering from momentary blanks, you create response patterns that activate automatically when similar situations occur in real life. The storytelling shortcuts we explored in Chapter 2 offer natural recovery points when distractions occur. If you lose your place in a detailed explanation, you can often shift to a brief illustrative story that supports your point while giving your mind time to reconnect with your main thread. The narrative structure of stories provides a clear path to follow, making them valuable anchors when your thinking has been disrupted. The pause and paraphrase techniques from Chapter 3 become even more valuable in the context of distractions. A strategic pause creates space to reset your focus after a disruption, while paraphrasing, either what someone else has said or your own previous point, helps reorient both you and your listeners, creating a clear platform from which to continue. The Think, Feel, Say approach from Chapter 4 helps manage the emotional dimension of being distracted. By quickly checking in with both your thoughts and feelings after a disruption, you can respond in a way that acknowledges the reality of the situation while still advancing your communication purpose. This integrated awareness prevents emotional reactions from derailing your message. The conversation steering skills from Chapter 5 allow you to navigate around disruptions smoothly. When an unexpected element enters the conversation, your ability to acknowledge it appropriately and then guide the discussion back to its productive course helps maintain momentum despite the interruption. Rather than being permanently derailed, you can acknowledge the detour and then return to the main path. The framework thinking we explored in Chapter 6 provides a mental map you can consult when distractions cause you to lose your specific place. By having clear organizational structures in mind, you can quickly reorient yourself within your broader message, even if specific details temporarily escape you. This structural thinking creates resilience against complete derailment. The distillation skills from Chapter 7 help you maintain clarity even when distractions force you to abbreviate your communication. By knowing the essential core of your message, you can deliver that key point effectively, even if disruptions prevent you from sharing all the supporting details you had planned. This ability to distill on the fly ensures that your most important ideas still land, regardless of circumstances. The flow state techniques from Chapter 8 help you maintain presence and engagement despite potential distractions. By focusing deeply on your communication purpose and connection with your audience, you create a state of absorption that naturally resists minor disruptions. When you are in flow, distractions have less power to pull you off course because your attention is so fully engaged with your primary task. This integration of skills creates a comprehensive approach to communication that is both highly effective and remarkably resilient. You develop not just individual techniques, but an integrated capability, the ability to think clearly and speak articulately across a wide range of conditions, adapting fluidly to whatever circumstances you encounter. This adaptability is the hallmark of true communication mastery. Rather than requiring perfect conditions to be effective, you can maintain your clarity, presence, and impact even when things don't go as planned. You develop what might be called all-weather communication skills, the ability to navigate successfully through both ideal and challenging situations. The ultimate communication superpower. As we conclude our journey through the skills and strategies that enable you to think fast and speak like a genius, let's reflect on what might be considered the ultimate communication superpower: the ability to maintain clarity, presence, and impact regardless of circumstances. This capability to communicate effectively even amid distractions, pressure, or unexpected challenges represents the culmination of all the skills we've explored. It's what separates merely good communicators from truly exceptional ones. And it's a capability that extends far beyond specific techniques to encompass a fundamental approach to communication itself. At its core, this superpower involves a shift in how you relate to the communication process. Rather than seeing effective communication as a fragile state that can be shattered by any disruption, you come to view it as a robust, adaptable capability that can flourish in diverse conditions. You develop what psychologists call anti-fragility, becoming stronger, not weaker, when faced with challenges and stressors. This shift transforms how you approach communication situations. Instead of anxiety about what might go wrong, you develop confidence in your ability to handle whatever occurs. Instead of rigidly adhering to a script or plan, you maintain a flexible, responsive stance that can adapt to changing circumstances. Instead of being devastated by imperfections or disruptions, you incorporate them smoothly into the ongoing flow of your communication. This resilient approach doesn't mean lowering your standards or accepting mediocrity. On the contrary, it often leads to higher overall effectiveness because you're not derailed by the inevitable imperfections and challenges that occur in real-world communication. By maintaining your composure and clarity despite disruptions, you actually demonstrate a higher level of communication mastery than someone who can only perform well under ideal conditions. The development of this superpower involves both specific skills and broader mindset shifts. The techniques we've explored throughout this book provide the practical tools you need to handle various communication challenges. But equally important is the perspective you bring to these situations, your willingness to embrace imperfection, your belief in your own adaptability, and your commitment to serving your communication purpose regardless of circumstances. This combination of skills and mindset creates a virtuous cycle. As you successfully navigate challenging communication situations, your confidence in your ability to handle future challenges grows. This increased confidence reduces anxiety about potential disruptions, which in turn enhances your cognitive performance and presence. The result is a progressive strengthening of your communication capabilities across all contexts. Perhaps most valuably, this approach liberates you from the perfectionism that often constrains communication effectiveness. When you know you can handle disruptions and challenges successfully, you no longer need to control every aspect of the communication environment or execute flawlessly to be effective. This freedom allows for more authentic, connected communication, the kind that truly influences and inspires others. The ultimate communication superpower, then, isn't about never facing disruptions or challenges. It's about developing such robust communication capabilities that these inevitable elements of real-world interaction no longer threaten your effectiveness. It's about becoming the person who remains articulate, present, and impactful regardless of circumstances, who truly thinks fast and speaks like a genius, not just in ideal conditions, but in the messy, unpredictable reality where most important communication actually takes place. As you continue to develop and integrate the skills we've explored throughout this book, remember that the goal isn't perfect performance, but rather this kind of resilient effectiveness. Each time you practice mental rehearsal, storytelling shortcuts, strategic pauses, thought-feeling alignment, conversation steering, framework thinking, information distillation, flow state access, or distraction management, you're building not just individual techniques, but this comprehensive capability, the ability to think clearly and speak articulately in any situation. This is the true meaning of speaking like a genius, not flawless performance or superhuman abilities, but rather the capacity to access your natural intelligence and expressiveness consistently, authentically, and adaptably across the full spectrum of communication contexts you encounter. It's about developing such robust communication skills that you can maintain clarity, presence, and impact regardless of external circumstances or internal challenges. As you move forward from here, continue to practice and integrate these skills in your daily communication. Seek out opportunities to stretch your capabilities in progressively more challenging contexts. Reflect on both your successes and your struggles, learning from each experience. And remember that the development of communication mastery is not a destination, but a journey, one that continues to unfold throughout your life, bringing increasing rewards in both personal satisfaction and positive impact on others. The world needs more people who can communicate with clarity, authenticity, and resilience, who can cut through noise and confusion to express what matters most, even in challenging circumstances. By developing your ability to think fast and speak like a genius, you become one of those people. You gain not just a valuable personal skill, but the capacity to make a meaningful difference through your communication, regardless of what unexpected elements enter the equation. This is the ultimate payoff of the journey we've taken together. Not just techniques for better speaking, but a transformed relationship to communication itself. One that empowers you to express your unique intelligence, insight, and humanity with unprecedented clarity and impact. Yet even the most articulate communicators sometimes face situations where their thinking becomes clouded by stress or high stakes. The ability to maintain mental clarity when emotions run high is what separates those who merely speak well from those who consistently make sound decisions under pressure. What if there was a way to ensure your newfound communication skills are supported by rock-solid reasoning, even in the most challenging circumstances? The answer lies in developing a complementary set of mental skills that work hand in hand with your speaking abilities, skills you'll discover in the audiobook, Stay Calm, Think Smart, The Art of Critical Thinking in Difficult Situations. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.